Part 35 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 35. The Countess of Bristol, otherwise the Duchess of Kingston, convicted of bigamy. Part 2. Her spirits being soothed by the interview, the Duchess embarked for Dover, landed, drove to Kingston House, and found friends displaying both zeal and alacrity in her cause. The first measure taken was to have the Duchess bailed. This was done before Lord Mansfield, the Duke of Newcastle, Lord Mountstuart, Mr. Glover, and other characters of rank attending. The prosecution and consequent trial of the Duchess becoming objects of magnitude, the public curiosity and expectation were proportionably excited. The Duchess had through life distinguished herself as a most eccentric character. Her turn of mind was original, and many of her actions were without a parallel. Even when she moved in the sphere of amusement, it was in a style peculiarly her own. If others invited admiration by a partial display of their charms at a masquerade, she at once threw off the veil and set censure at defiance. Thus at midnight assemblies, where Bacchus revelled, and the altars of Venus were encircled by the votaries of love, the Duchess, then Miss Chudleigh, appeared almost in the unadorned simplicity of primitive nature. The dilemma, therefore, into which she was thrown by the pending prosecution was, to such a character, of the most perplexing kind. She had already in a manner invited the disgrace, and she now neglected the means of preventing it. Mrs. Cradock, the only existing evidence against her, again personally solicited a maintenance for the remaining years of her life, and voluntarily offered, in case a stipend should be settled on her, to retire to her native village and never more intrude. The offer was rejected by the Duchess, who would only consent to allow her £20 a year, on condition of her sequestering herself in some place near the Peak of Derbyshire. This the Duchess considered as a most liberal offer, and she expressed her astonishment that it should be rejected. Under the assurances of her lawyers, the Duchess was as quiet as that troublesome monitor her own heart would permit her to be, and reconciled in some measure to the encounter with which she was about to meet, her repose was most painfully disturbed by an adversary, who appeared in a new and most unexpected quarter. This was the celebrated Foote, the actor, who, having mixed in the first circles of fashion, was perfectly acquainted with the leading transactions of the Duchess's life, and had resolved to turn his knowledge to his own advantage. As, in the opinion of Mandeville, private vices are public benefits, so Foote deemed the crimes and vices of individuals lawful game for his wit. On this principle he proceeded with the Duchess of Kingston, and he wrote a piece founded on her life called The Trip to Calais. The scenes were humorous, the character of the Duchess admirably drawn, and the effect of the performance of the farce on the stage would have been that which was most congenial to the tastes of the scandal-mongers of the day, namely, to make the Duchess ashamed of herself. The real object of Mr. Foote, however, was one of a nature more likely to prove advantageous to himself. It was to obtain money to secure the suppression of the piece, and with this view he contrived to have it communicated to her Grace that the Haymarket Theatre would open with an entertainment in which she was taken off to the life. Alarmed at this, she sent for Foote, who attended with the piece in his pocket, but having been desired to read it, he had not gone far before the character of Lady Kitty Crocodile being introduced, the Duchess could no longer control her anger, and rising in a violent rage, she exclaimed, "Why, this is scandalous! What a wretch you have made me!" Mr. Foote assured her that the character was not intended to caricature her, even in his serious moments being unable to control his desire to pun, for he left her to infer that it was a true picture, and the Duchess, having taken a few turns about the room, became more composed, and requested that the piece might be left for her perusal, engaging that it should be returned by the ensuing evening. The actor readily complied and retired, but the lady, being left to consider her own portrait, was so displeased with the likeness that she determined, if possible, to prevent its exposure on the stage. The artist had no objection to sell his work, and she was inclined to become the purchaser; but on the former being questioned as to the sum which he should expect for suppressing the piece, he proportioned his expectations to what he deemed the duchess's power of gratifying them, and demanded 2,000 guineas, besides a sum to be paid as compensation for the loss of the scenes which had been painted for the farce, and which were not applicable to any other purpose. The magnitude of the demand, as well it might, staggered the duchess, and having intimated her extreme astonishment at so exorbitant a proposition, she expressed a wish that the sum might be fixed at one within the bounds of moderation and reason. The actor was positive, concluding that as his was the only article in the market, he might name his own price; but the result was that by demanding too much he lost all. A cheque for £1,400 was offered. The amount was increased to £1,600, and a draft on Messrs. Drummond's was actually signed; but the obstinacy of the actor was so great that he refused to abate 1 guinea from his original demand. The circumstance might at any other time have passed among the indifferent events of the day, and as wholly undeserving of the public notice; but those long connected with the duchess, and in habits of intimacy, felt the attack made on her as directed by a ruffian hand, at a moment when she was least able to make resistance. His Grace the Duke of Newcastle was consulted. The chamberlain of the household, the Earl of Hertford, was apprised of the circumstance, and his prohibitory interference was earnestly solicited. He sent for the manuscript copy of the Trip to Calais, perused, and censured it. But besides these and other powerful aids, the duchess called in professional advice. The sages of the robe were consulted, and their opinions were that the piece was a malicious libel, and that, should it be represented, a shorthand writer ought to be employed to attend on the night of representation, to minute each offensive passage as the groundwork of a prosecution. This advice was followed, and Foote was intimidated. He denied having made a demand of 2,000 guineas, but the Reverend Mr. Foster contradicted him in an affidavit. Thus defeated in point of fact, Foote found himself baffled also in point of design. The chamberlain would not permit the piece to be represented. Foote now had recourse to another expedient. He caused it to be intimated that it was in his power to publish if not to perform, but were his expenses reimbursed, and the sum which her grace had formerly offered would do the business, he would desist. This being communicated to the duchess, she in this, as in too many cases, asked the opinion of her friends, with a secret determination to follow her own. Foote, finding that she began to yield, pressed his desire incessantly, and she had actually provided bills to the amount of £1,600, which she would have given him but for the Reverend Mr. Jackson, who, being asked his opinion of the demand, returned the answer, "Instead of complying with it, your grace should obtain complete evidence of the menace and demand, and then consult your counsel whether a prosecution will not lie for endeavouring to extort money by threats. Your grace must remember the attack on the first Duke of Marlborough by a stranger, who had formed a design either on his purse or his interest, and endeavoured to menace him into a compliance." This answer struck the Earl of Peterborough and Mr. Foster very forcibly, as in perfect coincidence with their own opinions, and Mr. Jackson was then solicited to wait on Mr. Foote. Mr. Foster, the chaplain of the duchess, professing himself to be too far advanced in years to enter into the field of literary combat. Mr. Jackson consented to be the champion on the following condition: that the duchess would give her honour never to retract her determination, nor to let Foote extort from her a single guinea. Her grace subscribing to this condition, Mr. Jackson waited on Mr. Foote at his house in Suffolk Street, and intimated to him the resolution to which the duchess had come. The actor, however, still wished to have matters compromised, and to this end he addressed a letter to the duchess, which began with stating that a member of the Privy Council and a friend of her grace, by whom he meant the Duke of Newcastle, had conversed with him on the subject of the dispute between them, and that for himself he was ready to have everything adjusted. This letter afforded the duchess a triumph. Every line contained a concession, and, contrary to the advice of her friends, she insisted upon the publication of the whole correspondence. This circumstance for a time served to turn the current of attention into a new channel. But while the public notice was withdrawn from her grace, she felt too heavily the necessity which existed to adopt some course to enable her either to evade or meet the impending danger. Her line of procedure was soon determined upon. She affected an earnest desire to have the trial, if possible, accelerated, while in secret she took every means in her power to evade the measures which her opponents had taken against her. Her conduct in other respects appears to have been strangely inconsistent. An opportunity presented itself which remained only to be embraced to secure her object. It became the subject of a discussion in the House of Lords, whether the trial of her grace should not be conducted in Westminster Hall, and the expense which would necessarily be incurred by the country was by many urged as being a burden which ought not to rest upon the public purse. Lord Mansfield, privately desiring to save the duchess from the disgrace and ignominy of a public trial, strove to avail himself of this objection in her favour; and so great had become the differences of opinion entertained upon the subject, that the withdrawal of the prosecution altogether would have been a matter which would have been considered desirable rather than improper. Here then was the critical moment at which the duchess might have determined her future fate. A hint was privately conveyed to her that the sum of £10,000 would satisfy every expectation, and put an end to the prosecution; and doubts being expressed of the sincerity of the proposal, the offer was made in distinct terms. The duchess was entreated by her friends to accept the proposition which was made, and so at once to relieve herself and them from all fear of the consequences which might result to her; but through a fatal mistaken confidence either in the legal construction of her case or in her own machinations, she refused to accede to the offers which were held out. Resting assured of her acquittal, she resisted every attempt at dissuasion from her purpose of going to trial, and she assumed an air of indifference about the business which but ill accorded with the doubtful nature of her position. She talked of the absolute necessity of setting out for Rome, affected to have some material business to settle with the Pope, and in consequence took every means and urged every argument in her power to procure the speedy termination of the proceedings, as if the regular course of justice had not been swift enough to overtake her. In the midst of her confidence, however, she did not abandon her manoeuvring, but at the very moment when she was petitioning for a speedy trial, she was engaged in a scheme to get rid of the principal witness against her. Mrs. Cradock, to whom before she had refused a trifling remuneration, might now have demanded thousands as the price of her evidence. A negotiation was carried on through the medium of a relation of hers, who was a letter carrier, which had for its object her removal from England, and an interview was arranged to take place between her and the duchess, at which the latter was to appear disguised, and was to reveal herself only after some conversation, the object of which was that terms might be proposed; but her grace was duped, for having changed her clothes to those of a man, she waited at the appointed hour and place without seeing either Mrs. Cradock or the person who had promised to effect the meeting, and she afterwards learned that every particular of this business had been communicated to the prosecutors, who instructed the letter carrier to pretend an acquiescence in the scheme. Thus baffled in a project which had a plausible appearance of success, the only method left was the best possible arrangement of matters preparatory to the trial. On the 15th day of April 1766 the business came on in Westminster Hall, when the Queen was present, accompanied by the Prince of Wales, Princess Royal, and others of the royal family. Many foreign ambassadors also attended, as well as several of the nobility. These having taken their seats, the duchess came forward, attended by Mrs. Egerton, Mrs. Barrington, and Miss Chudleigh, three of the ladies of her bedchamber, and her chaplain, physician, and apothecary; and as she approached the bar she made 3 reverences, and then dropped on her knees, when the Lord High Steward said, "Madam, you may rise." Having risen, she courtesied to the Lord High Steward and the House of Peers, and her compliments were returned. Proclamation being made for silence, the Lord High Steward mentioned to the prisoner the fatal consequences attending the crime of which she stood indicted, signifying that, however alarming and awful her present circumstances, she might derive great consolation from considering that she was to be tried by the most liberal, candid, and august assembly in the universe. The duchess then read a paper, setting forth that she was guiltless of the offence alleged against her, and that the agitation of her mind arose, not from the consciousness of guilt, but from the painful circumstance of being called before so awful a tribunal on a criminal accusation. She begged, therefore, that if she was deficient in the observance of any ceremonial points, her failure might not be understood as proceeding from wilful disrespect, but should be attributed to the unfortunate peculiarity of her situation. It was added that she had travelled from Rome in so dangerous a state of health that it was necessary for her to be conveyed in a litter, and that she was perfectly satisfied that she should have a fair trial, since the determination respecting her cause, on which materially depended her honour and fortune, would proceed from the most unprejudiced and august assembly in the world. The Lord High Steward then desired the lady to give attention while she was arraigned on an indictment for bigamy, and proclamation for silence having been again made, the duchess, who had been permitted to sit, arose and read a paper, representing to the court that she was advised by her counsel to plead the sentence of the ecclesiastical court in the year 1769 as a bar to her being tried on the present indictment. The Lord High Steward informed her that she must plead to the indictment, in consequence of which she was arraigned, and being asked by the Clerk of the Crown whether she was guilty of the felony with which she stood charged, she answered with great firmness, "Not guilty, my lords." The Clerk of the Crown then asking her how she should be tried, she said, "By God and my peers," on which the clerk said, "God send your ladyship a good deliverance." 4 days were occupied in arguments of counsel respecting the admission or rejection of a sentence of the spiritual court, but the peers having decided that it could not be admitted, the trial proceeded. The first witness examined was Anne Craddock, whose testimony was as follows: I have known her Grace the Duchess of Kingston ever since the year 1742, at which time she came on a visit to the house of Mr. Merrill at Lainston in Hampshire during the Winchester races. At that time I lived in the service of Mrs. Hanmer, Miss Chudley's aunt, who was then on a visit at Mr. Merrill's, where Mr. Hervey and Miss Chudley first met, and soon conceived a mutual attachment for each other. They were privately married one evening at about 11 o'clock in Lainston Church, in the presence of Mr. Mountney, Mrs. Hanmer, the Reverend Mr. Ames, the rector, who performed the ceremony, and myself. I was ordered out of the church to entice Mr. Merrill's servants out of the way. I saw the bride and bridegroom put to bed together, and Mrs. Hanmer obliged them to rise again. They went to bed together the following night. In a few days Mr. Hervey was under the necessity of going to Portsmouth in order to join Sir John Danvers' fleet, in which he was then a lieutenant, and being ordered to call him at 5 o'clock in the morning, I went into the bedchamber at the appointed hour, and found him and his lady sleeping in bed together. I was unwilling to disturb them, as I thought that the delay of an hour or two would make no difference, but they afterwards parted. My husband, to whom I was not then married, accompanied Mr. Hervey in the capacity of a servant. When Mr. Hervey returned from the Mediterranean, he and his lady lived together, and I then thought that she was pregnant. Some months after, Mr. Hervey went again to sea, and during his absence I was informed that the lady was brought to bed, and I was afterwards confirmed in the information by the lady herself, who said that she had a little boy at nurse, whose features greatly resembled those of Mr. Hervey. In answer to questions put by the Duke of Grafton, the witness said that she had never seen the child, that it was dark when the marriage took place in the church, and that Mr. Mountney carried a wax light attached to the crown of his hat. Upon being asked by the Earl of Hillsborough whether she had not received a letter containing some offer to induce her to appear now as a witness, she admitted that Mr. Fossard of Piccadilly had written to her, offering her a sinecure place on condition of her coming forward to give evidence against her Grace, and stating that she might, if she pleased, exhibit the letter to the Earl of Bristol. The cross-examination of the witness on this point was continued during the remainder of the sitting of the lordships, and on the following day, the 20th of April, it was resumed, the Earls of Derby, Hillsborough, and Buckinghamshire questioning her with considerable acumen. She at length confessed that pecuniary offers had been made to her to induce her to appear, and that she had acceded to the terms proposed. Mrs. Sophia Pettiplace was examined as to the facts deposed by Mrs. Cradock, but she was able to afford no positive information upon the subject. She lived with her Grace at the time of the supposed marriage, but was not present at the ceremony, and only believed that the Duchess had mentioned the circumstance to her. Caesar Hawkins, Esquire, deposed that he had been acquainted with the Duchess several years, he believed not less than 30. He had heard of a marriage between Mr. Hervey and the lady at the bar, which circumstance was afterwards mentioned to him by both parties, previous to Mr. Hervey's last going to sea. By the desire of her Grace, he was in the room when the issue of the marriage was born, and once saw the child. He was sent for by Mr. Hervey soon after his return from sea, and desired by him to wait upon the lady, with proposals for procuring a divorce, which he accordingly did, when her Grace declared herself absolutely determined against listening to such terms, and he knew that many messages passed on the subject. Her Grace some time after informed him, at his own house, that she had instituted a jactitation suit against Mr. Hervey in Doctors' Commons. On another visit she appeared very grave, and desiring him to retire into another apartment, said she was exceedingly unhappy, in consequence of an oath which she had long dreaded, having been tendered to her at Doctors' Commons to disavow her marriage, which she would not do for 10,000 worlds. Upon another visit, a short time after, she informed him that a sentence had passed in her favour at Doctors' Commons, which would be irrevocable, unless Mr. Hervey pursued certain measures within a limited time, which she did not apprehend he would do. Hereupon he inquired how she got over the oath, and her reply was, that the circumstance of her marriage was so blended with falsities that she could easily reconcile the matter to her conscience, since the ceremony was a business of so scrambling and shabby a nature that she could as safely swear she was not as that she was married. Judith Phillips, being called, swore that she was the widow of the Reverend Mr. Ames, that she remembered when her late husband performed the marriage ceremony between Mr. Hervey and the prisoner, that she was not present, but derived her information from her husband, that some time after the marriage the lady desired her to prevail upon her husband to grant a certificate, which she said she believed her husband would not refuse, that Mr. Merrill, who accompanied the lady, advised her to consult his attorney from Worcester, that in compliance with the attorney's advice a register book was purchased, and the marriage inserted therein, with some late burials in the parish. The book was here produced, and the witness swore to the writing of her late husband. The writing of the Reverend Mr. Ames was also proved by the Reverend Mr. Inchin and the Reverend Mr. Dennis, and the entry of a caveat to the Duke's will was proved by a clerk from Doctors' Commons. The book in which the marriage of the Duke of Kingston with the lady at the bar was registered on the 8th of March 1769 was produced by the Reverend Mr. Trebeck of St. Margaret's, Westminster, and the Reverend Mr. Samuel Harper of the British Museum swore that he performed the marriage ceremony between the parties on the day mentioned in the books produced by Mr. Trebeck. Monday the 22nd of April, after the Attorney General had declared the evidence on behalf of the prosecution to be concluded, the Lord High Steward called upon the prisoner for her defence, which she read, and the following are the most material arguments it contained to invalidate the evidence adduced for the prosecutor. She appealed to the Searcher of all hearts that she never considered herself as legally married to Mr. Hervey. She said that she considered herself as a single woman, and as such was addressed by the late Duke of Kingston, and that, influenced by a legitimate attachment to his Grace, she instituted a suit in the Ecclesiastical Court when her supposed marriage with Mr. Hervey was declared null and void. But, anxious for every conscientious as well as legal sanction, she submitted an authentic statement of her case to the Archbishop of Canterbury, who, in the most decisive and unreserved manner, declared that she was at liberty to marry, and afterwards granted and delivered to Dr. Collier a special licence for her marriage with the late Duke of Kingston. She said that on her marriage she experienced every mark of gracious esteem from their Majesties, and her late royal mistress, the Prince Dowager of Wales, and was publicly recognised as Duchess of Kingston. Under such respectable sanctions and virtuous motives for the conduct she pursued, strengthened by a decision that had been esteemed conclusive and irrevocable for the space of 7 centuries, if their lordships should deem her guilty on any rigid principle of law, she hoped, nay, she was conscious, they would attribute her failure as proceeding from a mistaken judgment and erroneous advice, and would not censure her for intentional guilt. She bestowed the highest encomiums on the deceased duke, and solemnly assured the court that she had in no one instance abused her ascendancy over him, and that so far from endeavouring to engross his possessions, she had declared herself amply provided for by that fortune for life which he was extremely anxious to bequeath to her in perpetuity. As to the neglect of the duke's eldest nephew, she said it was entirely the consequence of his disrespectful behaviour to her, and she was not dissatisfied at a preference to another nephew, whose respect and attention to her had been such as the duke judged to be her due on her advancement to the honour being the wife of his grace. The Lord High Steward then desired Mr. Wallace to proceed with the evidence on behalf of the duchess. The advocate stated the nature of the evidence he meant to produce, to prove that Anne Cradock had asserted to different people that she had no recollection of the marriage between Mr. Hervey and the lady at the bar, and that she placed a reliance on a promise of having a provision made for her in consequence of the evidence she was to give on the present trial, and to invalidate the depositions of Judith Phillips, he ordered the clerk to read a letter wherein she supplicated her grace to exert her influence to prevent her husband's discharge from the duke's service, and observed that Mrs. Phillips had, on the preceding day, sworn that her husband was not dismissed, but voluntarily quitted his station in the household of his grace. Mr. Wallace called Mr. Barclay, Lord Bristol's attorney, who said his lordship told him he was desirous of obtaining a divorce, and directed him to Anne Cradock, saying she was the only person then living who was present at his marriage, and that a short time previous to the commencement of the jactitation suit he waited upon Anne Cradock, who informed him that her memory was bad, and that she could remember nothing perfectly in relation to the marriage, which must have been a long time before. Anne Pritchard deposed that about 3 months before she had been informed by Mrs. Cradock that she expected to be provided for soon after the trial, and that she expected to be enabled to procure a place in the custom house for one of her relations. This being the whole of the evidence to be produced on behalf of her grace, the Lord High Steward addressed their lordships, saying that the evidence on both sides having been heard, it now became their lordships' duty to proceed to the consideration of the case, that the importance and solemnity of the occasion required that they should severally pronounce their opinions in the absence of the prisoner at the bar, and that it was for the junior baron to speak first. The prisoner having then been removed, their lordships declared that they found her guilty of the offence imputed to her. Proclamation was then made that the usher of the Black Rod should replace the prisoner at the bar, and immediately on her appearing, the Lord High Steward informed her that the Lords had maturely considered the evidence adduced against her, as well as the testimony of the witnesses who had been called on her behalf, and that they had pronounced her guilty of the felony for which she was indicted. He then inquired whether she had anything to say why judgment should not be pronounced against her. The Duchess immediately handed in a paper containing the words, "I plead the privilege of the peerage," which were read by the clerk at the table. The Lord High Steward then informed her grace that the Lords had considered the plea, and agreed to allow it, adding, "Madam, you will be discharged on paying the usual fees." The Duchess during the trial appeared to be perfectly collected, but on sentence being pronounced, she fainted and was carried out of court. This solemnity was concluded on the 22nd of April 1776, but the prosecutors still had a plan in embryo to confine the person of the Countess of Bristol, for to this rank she was now again reduced to the kingdom, and to deprive her of her personal property, and a writ of ne exeat regno was actually in the course of preparation, but private notice being conveyed to her of this circumstance, she was advised immediately to quit the country. In order to conceal her flight, she caused her carriage to be driven publicly through the streets, and invited a large party to dine at her house, but without waiting to apologise to her guests, she drove to Dover in a post chaise, and there entering a boat with Mr. Harvey, the captain of her yacht, she accompanied him to Calais. Circumstances of which she had been advised, and which had occurred during the period of her absence from Rome, rendered her immediate presence in that city necessary, and proceeding thither without loss of time, she found that a Spanish friar, whom she had left in charge of her palace and furniture, had found means to convert her property into money, and after having seduced a young English girl, who had also been left in the palace, had absconded. Having now obtained the whole of her plate from the public bank where she had deposited it, she returned to Calais, which she adopted as the best place at which she could fix her residence, in consequence of the expeditious communication which existed between that town and London, by means of which she might be afforded the earliest intelligence of the proceedings of her opponents. Their business was now to set aside, if possible, the will of the Duke of Kingston. There was no probability of the success of the attempt, but there was sufficient doubt upon the subject in the mind of the Countess to keep all her apprehensions alive. The will of his Grace of Kingston, however, received every confirmation which the courts of justice could give, and the object of the Countess now was to dissipate rather than expend the income of his estates. A house which she had purchased in Calais was not sufficient for her purpose. A mansion at Montmartre near Paris was fixed on, and the purchase of it was negotiated in as short a time as the Duchess could desire. There were only a few obstacles to enjoyment which were not considered until the purchase was completed. The house was in so ruinous a condition as to be in momentary danger of falling. The land was more like a field of the slothful than the vineyard of the industrious, and these evils were not perceived by the Countess till she was in possession of her wishes. A lawsuit with the owner of the estate was the consequence, and the Countess went to St. Petersburg, and there turned brandy distiller, and returned to Paris before it was concluded. The possession of such a place, however, was not sufficient for the Countess, and she proceeded to make a second purchase of a house, built upon a scale of infinite grandeur. The brother of the existing French king was the owner of a domain, suited in every respect for the residence of a person of such nobility, and the Countess determined to become its mistress. It was called the territory of Saint Assis, and was situated at a pleasant distance from Paris, abounding in game of all descriptions, and rich in all the luxuriant embellishments of nature. The mansion was of a size which rendered it fit for the occupation of a king. It contained 300 beds. The value of such an estate was too considerable to be expected in one payment. She therefore agreed to discharge the whole of the sum demanded, which was £55,000, by instalments. The purchase on the part of the Countess was a good one. It afforded not only game, but rabbits in plenty, and finding them of superior quality and flavour, her ladyship, during the first week of her possession, had as many killed and sold as brought her 300 guineas. At St. Petersburg she had been a distiller of brandy, and now at Paris she turned rabbit merchant. Such was her situation when, one day, while she was at dinner, her servants received the intelligence that judgment respecting the house near Paris had been awarded against her. The sudden communication of the news produced an agitation of her whole frame. She flew into a violent passion, and burst an internal blood vessel. But she appeared to have surmounted even this, until a few days afterwards, when preparing to rise from her bed, a servant who had long been with her endeavoured to dissuade her from her purpose. The Countess said, "I am not very well, but I will rise," and on a remonstrance being attempted, she said, "At your peril disobey me. I will get up and walk about the room. Ring for the secretary to assist me." She was obeyed, dressed, and the secretary entered the chamber. The Countess then walked about, complained of thirst, and said, "I could drink a glass of my fine Madeira, and eat a slice of toasted bread. I shall be quite well afterwards, but let it be a large glass of wine." The attendant reluctantly brought, and the Countess drank, the wine. She then said, "I am perfectly recovered. I knew the Madeira would do me good. My heart feels oddly. I will have another glass." The servant here observed that such a quantity of wine in the morning might intoxicate rather than benefit. The Countess persisted in her orders, and the second glass of Madeira being produced, she drank that also, and pronounced herself to be charmingly indeed. She then walked a little about the room, and afterwards said, "I will lie down on the couch. I can sleep, and after that I shall be entirely recovered." She seated herself on the couch, a female having hold of each hand. In this situation she soon appeared to have fallen into a sound sleep, until the women felt her hands colder than ordinary, and she was found to have expired. She died August 26, 1796. End of part 35. Part 36 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 36. Peter Le Maître, convicted of robbing the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford. When Lord Thurlow was Chancellor of England, some villains broke into his house in Great Ormond Street, and stole the Great Seal of England, which was never recovered, nor were the thieves known. We have heard also of a valuable diamond being stolen from the late Duke of Cumberland, when pressing into the theatre in the Haymarket to see the bubble of the Bottle Conjurer. It is also a fact that the Duke of Beaufort was robbed of his diamond Order of St. George as he went to court on a royal birthday, but we have yet to tell that a museum was robbed of its curious medals. Peter Le Maître, the thief, was a French teacher at Oxford, and being supposed to be a man of industry and good morals, he was indulged with free admission to the Ashmolean Museum. Thither he frequently went, and appeared very studious over the rare books and other valuable articles there deposited. He was frequently left alone to his researches. At one of such times he stole 2 medals, and at another he secreted himself until the doors were locked up for the night. When all had retired, he came from his lurking place, and broke open the cabinet where the medals were locked up, and possessed himself of its contents. He then wrenched a bar from the window, and, unsuspected, made his escape. The college was thrown into the utmost consternation on finding their museum thus plundered. Some were suspected, but least of all Le Maître, until it was discovered that he had privately left the city in a post-chaise and 4, and that he had pledged 2 of the stolen medals to pay the post-boys. This left little doubt that he was the ungrateful thief. He was advertised and described, and by this means apprehended in Ireland. He was conveyed back to Oxford in order to take his trial, and it appeared that 2 of the stolen medals were found in a bureau in his lodgings, of which he had the use, and 2 more were traced to the persons to whom he had sold them. He had little to offer in extenuation of his crime, and on the clearest evidence he was found guilty on the 7th of March 1777, and he paid the penalty of his offence by enduring 5 years' hard labour at ballast heaving on the River Thames. Whether the ungrateful depredation of Le Maître stimulated others to the commission of similar crimes we know not, but it is certain that soon afterwards Magdalen College Chapel, Oxford, was broken open by 2 thieves, who stole from the altar a pair of large silver candlesticks and a silver dish, with which they escaped undetected. David Brown Dignam, convicted of pretending to sell places under government. The case of this offender may well be looked upon as a warning to many of those whose advertisements are daily seen in the newspapers of the present day, offering a premium to any person who will find a situation for the advertiser. Many persons have recently been duped in their search after employment by fellows who have obtained their money by means of false pretences, but few have gone the length to pretend to put the advertiser in possession of the place which he sought. Dignam was indicted on the 5th of April 1777 at the Guildhall, Westminster, for defrauding Mr. John Clark of the sum of £100 2 shillings and 10pence, which he had obtained from him under the pretence of investing him with the office of the Clerk of the Minutes in His Majesty's Custom House in Dublin. The evidence in the case was very simple. The negotiation was commenced between Mr. Clark and the prisoner at an early period in the year, and the money having been paid over, the prisoner handed to the prosecutor a stamped paper or warrant, bearing the signature of Lord Weymouth, and countersigned by Thomas Daw, which he told him would enable him to assume the office which it mentioned. Upon his proceeding to do so, however, he was found to have been hoaxed, and upon inquiry he discovered that the signatures were forged, and that the seals attached to the warrant had been taken from some other instrument. The jury immediately found the prisoner guilty, but the magistrates hesitated a long time on the punishment which should be inflicted on such an offender, and at length sentenced him to work 5 years on the River Thames. The prisoner, while in Tothill Fields, Bridewell, tried every means in his power to effect his escape, and offered to bribe an attendant in the prison with a bank note of £10 to favour his escape in a large chest. Upon his conviction, no time was now lost in conveying him on board the ballast lighter. Being possessed of plenty of money, and having high notions of gentility, he went to Woolwich in a post chaise, with his negro servant behind, expecting that his money would procure every indulgence in his favour, and that his servant would still be admitted to attend him; but in this he was egregiously mistaken. The keepers of the lighter would not permit him to come on board, and Dignum was immediately put to the duty of the wheelbarrow. On Monday of the 5th of May, Dignum sent a forged draft for £500 for acceptance to Mr. Drummond, banker, at Charing Cross, who, discovering the imposition, carried the publishers before Sir John Fielding, but they were discharged, and it was intended to procure an habeas corpus to remove Dignum to London for examination. This plan, however, was soon seen through, for on consideration it seemed evident that Dignum, by sending the forged draft from on board the lighter, preferred the chance of escape, even though death presented itself on the other side, to his situation, so that no further steps were taken in the affair, and he remained at work for the period to which he was sentenced by the laws of his country. James Hill, alias Hind, alias Atkins, alias John the Painter. Executed for firing Portsmouth Dockyard. A more dangerous character than this has rarely existed. His offence was of a nature aimed at the very safety of the kingdom, and if successful, and followed up by the operations of his more powerful friends, for whose benefit it eventually appeared that he had committed the foul crime of which he was guilty, the most disastrous consequences might have ensued. Hill, it appears, was a Scotchman by birth, and was by trade a painter, from which circumstance he obtained the name by which he was generally known of John the Painter. Having gone to America at an early age, during a residence there of some years, he imbibed principles opposed to the interests of his own country. Transported with party zeal, he formed the desperate resolution of committing a most atrocious crime against the welfare of England, namely the burning of the dockyards at Portsmouth and Plymouth. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 7th of December 1776, a fire broke out in the round house of Portsmouth Dock, by which the whole of that building was consumed, and from whose ravages the rest of the surrounding warehouses were with difficulty saved. The fire was at first attributed to accident, but on the 5th of January following, 3 men who were engaged in the hemp house discovered a tin machine, somewhat resembling a tea canister, and near the same spot a wooden box, containing various kinds of combustibles. This circumstance being communicated to the Commissioner of the Dock, and circulated among the public, several vague and indefinite suspicions fell upon Hill, who had been lurking about the dockyard, where he was distinguished by the appellation of John the Painter. In consequence of advertisements in the newspapers, offering a reward of £50 for apprehending him, he was secured at Odiham, and on the 17th of February the prisoner was examined at Sir John Fielding's office, Bow Street, where John Baldwin, who exercised the trade of a painter in different parts of America, attended by the direction of Lord Temple. The prisoner's conversations with Baldwin operated very materially to secure his conviction. He said he had taken a view of most of the dockyards and fortifications about England, the number of ships in the navy, and had observed their weight of metal and their number of men, and had been to France 2 or 3 times to inform Silas Deane, the American envoy, of his discoveries. That Deane gave him bills to the amount of £300, and letters of recommendation to a merchant in the city, which he had burned, lest they should lead to a discovery. He informed Baldwin further that he had instructed a tinman's apprentice at Canterbury to make him a tin canister, which he carried to Portsmouth, where he hired a lodging at one Mrs. Boxall's, and tried his preparations for setting fire to the dockyard. After recounting the manner of preparing matches and combustibles, he said that on the 6th of the preceding December he got into the hemp house, and having placed a candle in a wooden box and a tin canister over it, and sprinkled turpentine over some of the hemp, he proceeded to the rope house, where he placed a bottle of turpentine among the loose hemp, which he sprinkled also with turpentine, and, having laid matches, made of paper daubed over with powdered charcoal and gunpowder diluted with water, and other combustibles about the place, he returned to his lodgings. These matches were so contrived as to continue burning for 24 hours. so that by cutting them into proper lengths he might provide for his escape, knowing the precise time when the fire would reach the combustibles. He had hired lodgings in 2 other houses, to which he also intended to set fire, that the engines might not all be employed together in quenching the conflagration at the dock. On the 7th he again went to the hemp house, intending to set it on fire, but he was unable to effect his object, owing to a halfpennyworth of common house matches that he had brought not being sufficiently dry. This disappointment, he said, rendered him exceedingly uneasy, and he went from the hemp house to the rope house, and set fire to the matches he had placed there. His uneasiness was increased because he could not return to his lodging, where he had left a bundle containing an Ovid's Metamorphoses, a Treatise on War and Making Fireworks, a Justin, a pistol, and a French passport, in which his real name was inserted, and also because he could not fire them too in accordance with his original plan. When he had set fire to the rope house, he proceeded towards London, deeply regretting his failure in attempting to fire the other building, and was strongly inclined to discharge a pistol into the windows of the women who had sold him the bad matches. He jumped into a cart, and gave the woman who drove it 6pence to induce her to drive quick, and when he had passed the sentinels he observed that the fire had made so rapid a progress that the elements seemed in a blaze. At about 10 o'clock the next morning he arrived at Kingston, and having remained there until dusk, at that time he proceeded on towards London in the stage. Soon after his arrival he went to the house of the gentleman on whom the bills had been drawn, but having related his story he was received with distrust, and therefore went away. On his reaching Hammersmith he wrote back to the merchant, saying that he was going to Bristol, and he added that the handiworks he meant to perform there would soon be known to the public. Soon after his arrival in Bristol he set fire to several houses, which were all burning at one time, and the flames were not extinguished until the damage, to the amount of £15,000, had been caused. He also set fire to some combustibles which he had placed among the oil barrels on the quay, but in this instance without the effect which he desired. His trial commenced on the 6th of March 1777 at Winchester Castle, when witnesses were produced from different parts of the country, who proved the whole of his confession to Baldwin to be true, and gave other evidence of his guilt. When called upon for his defence, he complained of the reports circulated to his prejudice, and observed that it was easy for such a man as Baldwin to feign the story he had told, and for a number of witnesses to be collected to give it support. He declared that God alone knew whether he was or was not the person who set fire to the dockyard, and begged it might be attended to how far Baldwin ought to be credited; that if he had art enough, by lies, to insinuate anything out of him, his giving it to the knowledge of others was a breach of confidence, and if he would speak falsely to deceive him, he might also impose upon a jury. The learned judge having delivered his charge to the jury, after a moment's consideration they returned a verdict of guilty. The sentence of death was immediately passed upon the prisoner, and he was ordered for execution on the 10th of March following, when he was hanged within sight of the ruins which he had occasioned. His body for several years hung in chains on Blockhouse Point, on the opposite side of the harbour to the town. To these particulars we shall add his confession. On the morning after his condemnation he informed the turnkey of his own accord that he felt an earnest desire to confess his crime, and to lay the history of his life before the public, and that by discovering the whole of his unaccountable plots and treasonable practices he might make some atonement to his injured country for the wrongs he had done it, of which he was now truly sensible. This request being made known to the Earl of Sandwich, then First Lord of the Admiralty, that nobleman directed Sir John Fielding to send down proper persons to take and attest his confession. He said that the diabolical scheme of setting fire to the dockyards and the shipping originated in his own wicked mind, on the very breaking out of the rebellion in America, and he had no peace until he proceeded to put it in practice. The more he thought of it, the more practicable it appeared, and with this wicked intent he crossed the Atlantic. He had no sooner landed than he proceeded to take surveys of the different dockyards, and he then went to Paris and had several conferences with Silas Deane, the rebel minister to the court of France. Dean was astonished at Hill's proposals, which embraced the destruction of the English dockyards and the shipping; but finding the projector an enthusiast in the cause of America, and a man of daring spirit, he gradually listened to his schemes, and supplied him with money to enable him to carry them into execution, procured him a French passport, and gave him a letter of credit on a merchant in London. He then confirmed the evidence given against him, and in particular that of the witness Baldwin; and he added that had he been successful in his attempt upon Portsmouth and Plymouth dockyards, he should have been rewarded with a commission in the American navy. Francis Mercier, alias Louis Debut, executed for murder. The case of this criminal was attended by circumstances of very great atrocity. The malefactor and his unfortunate victim were natives of France. The unfortunate Jacques Mondroit was a jeweller and watchmaker of Paris, and had made a journey to London in order to find a market for different articles of his manufacture. His stock consisted of curious and costly trinkets, worth, as was computed, a few £1,000s. He took lodgings in Princes Street, and engaged Mercier, who had resided some time in London, as his interpreter, on a liberal gratuity, and treated him as a friend. It appeared that the ungrateful villain had long determined upon murdering his employer, in order to possess himself of the whole of his valuable property. To this diabolical end he gave orders for an instrument to be made of singular construction, which was a principal means of leading to his discovery as the murderer. It was shaped somewhat like an Indian tomahawk, and this instrument of death he concealed until an opportunity offered to effect his detestable purpose. One day his employer, Monsieur Mondroit, invited him to spend the evening. They played at cards, sang some French songs, and took a cheerful glass; but with that moderation peculiarly observable among Frenchmen, and a late hour having arrived, the kind heart of the host forbade his dismissing his friend without offering him a bed for the night. The offer was accepted after some hesitation, and both parties retired to rest. As soon as the neighbours were wrapped in sleep, Mercier took from the lining of his coat, where it had remained constantly concealed, the fatal weapon which had been prepared, and with it he struck his victim repeated blows on the head until he killed him. He then thrust the body into one of the trunks in which the owner had brought over his merchandise, and having ransacked and plundered the apartments, he locked the doors and made his escape. On the next day he had the hardihood to return to the house, and inquire whether Monsieur Mondroit had set off, pretending that he had proposed a journey into the country; and the people of the house, concluding that he had let himself out before they had risen, and that this accounted for their finding the street door on the latch, replied that he must have departed, giving that circumstance as a reason for such belief. This audacious farce was acted by the murderer for some days, during which time he frequently called to know whether his friend had returned. The family, however, beginning to entertain suspicions of some foul play, procured a ladder, entered the chamber window of their unfortunate lodger, and soon discovered the body crammed into the trunk, which was only 2 feet 4 inches long, already beginning to putrefy. There appeared on the head several deep wounds. A warrant was thereupon granted to apprehend Mercier, who was taken just as he was alighting from a post-chaise, in which he had been jaunting with a woman of the town. In his lodgings and on his person were found 16 gold watches, some of great value, a great number of brilliant diamonds and other rings, a variety of gold trinkets, and 75 guineas. On his examination he confessed his guilt, which, added to the proof that the manufactured articles had been the property of Mondroit, secured his conviction. He was subsequently tried at the Old Bailey, and a verdict of guilty being returned, he was sentenced to be hanged on the following Monday. He was carried to execution opposite the place where he committed the murder, and no man ever met death with more dread. He used every evasion to prolong the fatal hour, repeatedly craving time for his devotions, until the sheriff, perceiving his motive, gave the signal, and he was turned off on the 8th of December 1777, amid the execrations of the surrounding spectators. End of Part 36. Part 37 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1 by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 37. John Holmes and Peter Williams, whipped for stealing dead bodies. These impious robbers were of a class now happily no longer in existence, thanks to the exertions of modern legislators, who have made such enactments as render the stealing dead bodies no longer profitable. The names by which such fellows were formerly known were resurrectionists and body snatchers, and so common, nay, so necessary was their trade for the purposes of science, that it was carried on without the smallest attempt at concealment. A monthly publication in March 1776 says, "The remains of more than 20 dead bodies were discovered in a shed in Tottenham Court Road, supposed to have been deposited there by traders to the surgeons, of whom there is one, it is said, in the borough, who makes an open profession of dealing in dead bodies, and is well known by the name of the Resurrectionist." It is notorious that when Hunter, the famous anatomist, was in full practice, he had a surgical theatre behind his house in Windmill Street, where he gave lectures to a very numerous class of pupils, demonstrating upon stolen subjects. To this place such numbers of dead bodies were brought during the winter season, that the mob rose several times, and were upon the point of pulling down his house. Numberless were the instances of dead bodies being seized on their way to the surgeons, and it was known that hackney coachmen for an extra fare, and porters with hampers, were often employed by the resurrection men to convey their plunder to its market. In more recent days the establishment of Brooks, which was carried on for a purpose exactly similar to that of Hunter, has been equally well known to be supplied in the same manner. But at the same time that such a trade must have been most disgusting, and its effect most harrowing to persons, the bodies of whose friends or relations may have been carried off to be placed under the knife of the anatomist, every excuse must be made for those by whom it was supported. The advancement of science was most desirable to be obtained, and most important for the existing generation, and where the law was deficient in providing the proper means of obtaining this great end, it became requisite that measures, unlawful in themselves, it must be owned, should be adopted to secure an object, the absolute necessity of which was universally admitted. Provisions have recently been made by Parliament, by which all body stealing has been effectually stopped. The bodies of unclaimed paupers and suicides are now submitted to the anatomist, and under the excellent arrangements of a superintendent officer who is appointed, all hospitals and schools are well supplied, the number of bodies at his disposal being generally more than adequate to meet the demand. It should be added that the remains are invariably buried with all that decorum and respect which would be observed in the interment of a body under other circumstances. But to proceed to the case now before us. Holmes, the principal offender, was gravedigger of St. George's, Bloomsbury. Williams was his assistant, and a woman named Esther Donaldson was charged as an accomplice. They were all indicted in December 1777 for stealing the body of Mrs. Jane Sainsbury, who departed this life on the 9th of October, then last past, and whose corpse had been interred in the burying ground of St. George's on the Monday following. They were detected before they could secure their booty, and the widower, however unpleasant, demanded to prosecute them. In order to secure their conviction, he had to undergo the painful task of viewing and identifying the remains of his wife. The gravedigger and his deputy were convicted on the fullest of evidence, and the acquittal of the woman was much regretted, as no doubt remained of her equal guilt. She was therefore released, but Holmes and Williams were sentenced to 6 months' imprisonment, and to be whipped twice on their bare backs from the end of Kingsgate Street, Holborn, to Dyot Street, St. Giles, a distance of half a mile. The sentence was duly carried out amidst crowds of well satisfied and approving spectators. Dr. William Dodd, executed for forgery. Part 1. The character and the offence of this unfortunate divine are too well known to render it necessary that any introduction to the recital of the circumstances of his case should be attempted. Dr. Dodd was the eldest son of a clergyman, who held the vicarage of Bourne in the county of Lincoln, and was born at Bourne on the 29th of May 1729, and after finishing his school education was admitted a sizar of Clare Hall, Cambridge, in the year 1745, under the tuition of Mr. John Courtail, afterwards Archdeacon of Lewes. At the university he acquired the approbation of his superiors by his close attention to his studies, and at the close of the year 1749 he took his first degree of Bachelor of Arts with considerable reputation, his name being included in the list of wranglers. It was not only in his academical pursuits, however, that he was emulous of distinction. Having a pleasing manner, a genteel address, and a lively imagination, he was equally celebrated for his accomplishments and his learning. In particular, he was fond of the elegancies of dress, and became, as he ludicrously expressed it, a zealous votary of the god of dancing, to whose service he dedicated much of that time which he could borrow from his more important avocations. The talent which he possessed was very early displayed to the public, and by the time he had attained the age of 18 years, prompted by the desire of fame, and perhaps also to increase his income, he commenced author, in which character he began to obtain some degree of reputation. At this period of his life, young, thoughtless, volatile, and inexperienced, he precipitately quitted the university, and relying entirely on his pen, removed to the metropolis, where he entered largely into the gaieties of the town, and followed every species of amusement with the most dangerous avidity. In this course, however, he did not continue long. To the surprise of his friends, who least suspected him of taking such a step without fortune, and destitute of all means of supporting a family, he hastily united himself on the 15th of April 1751 in marriage with Miss Mary Perkins, daughter of one of the domestics of Sir John Dolben, a young lady then residing in Frith Street, Soho, who, though endowed with personal attractions, was deficient in those of birth and fortune. To a person circumstanced as Mr. Dodd then was, no measure could be more imprudent, or apparently more ruinous and destructive to his future prospects in life. He did not, however, seem to view it in that light, but, with a degree of thoughtlessness natural to him, he immediately took and furnished a house in Wardour Street. His friends now began to be alarmed at his situation, and his father came to town in great distress upon the occasion, and in consequence of the advice which he gave him, his son quitted his house before the commencement of winter, and urged by the same preceptor, he was induced to adopt a new plan for his future subsistence. On the 19th of October in the same year, he was ordained a deacon by the Bishop of Ely, at Caius College, Cambridge, and with more prudence than he had ever shown before, he now devoted himself with great assiduity to the study and duties of his profession. In these pursuits he appeared so sincere that he even renounced all his attention to his favourite objects, polite letters. At the end of his preface to the Beauties of Shakespeare, published in this year, he says, "For my own part, better and more important things henceforth demand my attention, and I here with no small pleasure take leave of Shakespeare and the critics. As this work was begun and finished before I entered upon the sacred function in which I am now happily employed, let me trust this juvenile performance will prove no objection, since graver and some very eminent members of the Church have thought it no improper employ to comment upon, explain, and publish the works of their own country poets." The first service in which he was engaged as a clergyman was to assist the Reverend Mr. Wyatt, vicar of West Ham, as his curate. Thither he removed, and there he spent the happiest and more honourable moments of his life. His behaviour was proper, decent, and exemplary. It acquired for him the respect and secured for him the favour of his parishioners so far, that on the death of their lecturer, in 1752, he was chosen to succeed him. His abilities had at this time every opportunity of being shown to advantage, and his exertions were so properly directed that he soon became a favourite and popular preacher. Those who were at this period of his life acquainted with his character and his talents bear testimony to the indefatigable zeal which he exhibited in his ministry, and the success with which his efforts were crowned. The follies of his youth seemed entirely past, and his friends viewed the alteration in his conduct with the greatest satisfaction, while the world promised itself an example to hold out for the imitation of others. At this early season of his life he entertained sentiments favourable towards the opinions of Mr. Hutchinson, and he was suspected to incline towards Methodism, but subsequent consideration confirmed his belief in the doctrines of the established church. In 1752 he was selected lecturer of St. James, Garlick Hill, which 2 years afterwards he exchanged for the same post at St. Olave, Hart Street, and about the same time he was appointed to preach Lady Moyer's lectures at St. Paul's, where, from the visit of the 3 angels to Abraham and other similar passages in the Old Testament, he endeavoured to prove the commonly received doctrine of the Trinity. On the establishment of the Magdalen House in 1758, he was amongst the first and most active promoters of that excellent charitable institution, which derived great advantage from his zeal for its prosperity, and which, even up to the unhappy termination of his life, continued to be materially benefited by the exercise of his talents in its behalf. His exertions, however, were not confined to this hospital, but he was also one of the promoters of the Society for the Relief of Poor Debtors, and of the Humane Society for the Recovery of Persons apparently drowned. From the time that he entered upon the service of the Church, Dr. Dodd had resided at West Ham, and made up the deficiency in his income by superintending the education of a few young gentlemen who were placed under his care, an occupation for which he was well fitted. In 1759 he took the degree of Master of Arts, and in 1763 he was appointed Chaplain in Ordinary to the King, and about the same time he became acquainted with Dr. Squire, the Bishop of St. David's, who received him into his patronage, presented him to the Prebend of Brecon, and recommended him to the Earl of Chesterfield as a proper person to be entrusted with the tuition of his successor in the title. The following year saw him Chaplain to the King, and in 1766 he took the degree of Doctor of Laws at Cambridge. The expectations which he had long entertained of succeeding to the rectory of West Ham now appeared hopeless, and having given up all prospect of their being realised, after having been twice disappointed, he resigned his lectureship, both there and in the city, and quitted the place. "A place," said he to Lord Chesterfield, in a dedication to a sermon entitled "Popery Inconsistent with the Natural Rights of Men in General, and Englishmen in Particular," published in 1768, "ever dear and ever regretted by me, the loss of which truly affecting to my mind, for there I was useful, and there I trust I was loved, nothing but your lordship's friendship and connection could have counterbalanced." The Thoughts in Prison of the unfortunate gentleman contain a passage of a similar tendency, from which it may be inferred that he was compelled to quit his favourite residence, a circumstance which he pathetically laments, and probably with great reason, as the first step to that change in his situation which led him insensibly to his last fatal catastrophe. On his quitting West Ham he removed to a house in Southampton Row, and at the same time he launched out into scenes of expense, which his income, although now by no means a small one, was inadequate to support. He provided himself with a country house at Ealing, and exchanged his chariot for a coach, in order to accommodate his pupils, who, besides his noble charge, were in general persons of family and fortune. About the same time it was his misfortune to obtain a prize of £1,000 in the State Lottery, and elated with his success, he engaged with a builder in a plan to erect a chapel near the Palace of the Queen, from whom it took its name. He entered also into a like partnership at Charlotte Chapel, Bloomsbury, and both these schemes were for some time very beneficial to him, though their proceeds were much inferior to his expensive habits of living. His expectations from the former of these undertakings were extremely sanguine. It is reported that in fitting up his chapel near the palace, he flattered himself with the hopes of having some young royal auditors, and in that expectation assigned a particular pew or gallery for the heir apparent. But in this, as in many other of his views, he was disappointed. In the year 1772 he obtained the rectory of Hockliffe in Bedfordshire, the first cure of souls he ever had. With this also he held the vicarage of Chalgrove, and the two were soon after consolidated. An accident happened about this time, from which he narrowly escaped with his life. Returning from Barnet, he was stopped near St. Pancras by a highwayman, who discharged a pistol into the carriage, which happily only broke the glass. For this fact the delinquent was tried, and on Mrs. Dodd's evidence convicted and hanged. Early in the next year Lord Chesterfield died, and was succeeded by Dr. Dodd's pupil, who appointed his preceptor to be his chaplain. At this period Dr. Dodd appears to have been in the zenith of his popularity and reputation. Beloved and respected by all orders of people, he would have reached, in all probability, the situation which was the object of his wishes, had he possessed patience enough to have waited for it, and prudence sufficient to keep him himself out of those difficulties which might prove fatal to his integrity. But the habits of dissipation and expense had acquired too great an influence over him, and he had by their means involved himself in considerable debts. To extricate himself from them, he was tempted to an act which entirely cut off every hope which he could entertain of rising in his profession, and totally ruined him in the opinion of the world. On the translation of Bishop Moss in February 1774 to the see of Bath and Wells, the valuable rectory of St. George, Hanover Square, fell to the disposal of the Crown, by virtue of the King's prerogative. Whether from the suggestion of his own mind, or from the persuasion of some friend, is uncertain, but on this occasion he took a step of all others the most wild and extravagant, and the least likely to be attended with success. He caused an anonymous letter to be sent to Lady Apsley, offering the sum of £3,000 if by her means he could be presented to the living. The letter was immediately communicated to the Chancellor, and after being traced to the writer was laid before his Majesty. The insult offered to so high an officer by the proposal was followed by instant punishment. Dr. Dodd's name was ordered to be struck out of the list of chaplains. The press teemed with satire and invective. He was abused and ridiculed in the papers of the day, and to crown the whole, the transaction became the subject of entertainment in one of Mr. Foot's pieces at the Haymarket. As no explanation could justify so absurd a measure, so no apology could palliate it. An evasive letter in the newspapers, promising a justification at a future day, was treated with universal contempt, and stung with remorse and feeling alive to the disgrace he had brought on himself, he hastily quitted the place where neglect and insult only attended him, and going to Geneva to his late pupil, he was presented by him with the living of Wing in Buckinghamshire, which he held with that of Hockliffe by virtue of a dispensation. Though encumbered with debts, he might still have retrieved his circumstances, if not his character, had he attended to the dictates of prudence, but his extravagance continued undiminished, and drove him to pursue schemes which overwhelmed him with additional infamy. He became the editor of a newspaper, and it is said that he even attempted, by means of a commission of bankruptcy, to clear himself from his debts, an attempt in which, however, he failed. From this period it would appear that every step which he took led to complete his ruin. In the summer of 1776 he went to France, and there, with little regard to decency or the observances proper to be maintained by a minister of religion, he paraded himself in a phaeton at the races on the plains of Sablon, dressed in all the foppery of the kingdom in which he was temporarily resident. At the beginning of winter he returned to London, and continued there to exercise the duties of his profession, until the very moment of his committing the offence for which his life was subsequently forfeited to the offended laws of his country. On the 2nd of February 1777 he preached his last sermon at the Magdalen Chapel, where he was still heard with approbation and pleasure, and on the 4th of the same month he forged a bond, purporting to be that of his late pupil, the Earl of Chesterfield, for £4,200. Pressed by creditors, and unable any longer to meet their demands or soothe their importunities, he was driven to commit this crime, as the only expedient to which he could have recourse to aid him in his escape from his difficulties. The method which he adopted in completing the forgery was very remarkable. He pretended that the noble Earl had urgent occasion to borrow £4000, but that he did not choose to be his own agent, and he begged that the matter therefore might be secretly and expeditiously conducted. A person named Lewis Robertson was the person whom he employed as broker to negotiate the transaction, and he presented to him a bond, not filled up or signed, that he might find a person ready to advance the sum required, as he directed him to say, to a young nobleman who had lately come of age. Several applications were made by Robertson without success, the persons refusing because they were not to be present when the bond was executed; but at length the agent, confiding in the honour and integrity of his employer, went to Messrs. Fletcher and Peach, who agreed to advance the money. Mr. Robertson then carried the bond back to the doctor, in order that it might be filled up and executed, and on the following day it was returned, bearing the signature of the Earl of Chesterfield, and attested by the doctor himself. Mr. Robertson, knowing that Mr. Fletcher was a man who required all legal observances to be attended to, and that he would therefore object to the bond as bearing the name of one witness only, put his name under that of Dr. Dodd, and in that state he carried the bond to him, and received from him the sum of £4000 in return, which he paid over to his employer. The bond was subsequently produced to the Earl of Chesterfield, but immediately on his seeing it he disowned it, and expressed himself at a loss to know by whom such a forgery upon him could have been committed. It was evident, however, that the supposed attesting witnesses must, if their signatures were genuine, be acquainted with its author, and Mr. Manley, his lordship's agent, went directly to consult Mr. Fletcher upon the best course to be taken, and after some deliberation Mr. Fletcher, a Mr. Innes, and Mr. Manley proceeded to Guildhall to prefer an information with regard to the forgery against Dr. Dodd and Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robertson was without difficulty secured, and then Fletcher, Innes, and Manley, accompanied by two of the Lord Mayor's officers, went to the house of the doctor in Argyle Street, whither he had recently removed. Upon their explaining the nature of their business to him, he appeared much struck and affected, and declared his willingness to make any reparation in his power. Mr. Manley told him that his instantly returning the money was the only mode which remained for him to save himself, and he immediately gave up 6 notes of £500 each, making £3000, and he drew on his banker for 500 more. The broker then returned £100, and the doctor gave a second draft on his banker for £200, and a judgment on his goods for the remaining £400. All this was done by the doctor in full reliance on the honour of the parties that the bond should be returned to him cancelled, but notwithstanding this restitution, he was taken before the Lord Mayor and charged with the forgery. The doctor declared that he had no intention to defraud Lord Chesterfield or the gentleman who advanced the money, and hoped that the satisfaction he had made in returning it would atone for his offence. He was pressed, he said, exceedingly for £300 to pay some bills due to tradesmen, and took this step as a temporary resource, and would have repaid the money in half a year. My Lord Chesterfield, added he, cannot but have some tenderness for me as my pupil. I love him, and he knows it. There is nobody wishes to prosecute. I am sure my Lord Chesterfield don't want my life. I hope he will show clemency to me. Mercy should triumph over justice. Clemency, however, was denied, and the doctor was committed to the Compter in preparation for his trial. On the 19th of February, Dr. Dodd, being put to the bar at the Old Bailey, addressed the court in the following words: My Lords, I am informed that the bill of indictment against me has been found on the evidence of Mr. Robertson, who was taken out of Newgate without any authority or leave from your lordships for the purpose of procuring the bill to be found. Mr. Robertson is a subscribing witness to the bond, and, as I conceive, would be swearing to exculpate himself if he should be admitted as a witness against me, and as the bill has been found upon his evidence which was surreptitiously obtained, I submit to your lordships that I ought not to be compelled to plead on this indictment, and upon this question I beg to be heard by my counsel. I beg leave also further to observe to your lordships that the gentlemen on the other side of the question are bound over to prosecute Mr. Robertson. Previously to the arguments of the counsel, an order which had been surreptitiously obtained from an officer of the court, dated Wednesday, February 19th, and directed to the keeper of Newgate, commanding him to carry Lewis Robertson to Hicks Hall, in order to his giving evidence before the Grand Inquest on the present bill of indictment, as well as a resolution of the court reprobating the said order, and also the recognisance entered into by Mr. Manley, Mr. Peach, Mr. Innes, and the Right Honourable the Earl of Chesterfield, to prosecute and give evidence against Dr. Dodd and Lewis Robertson for forgery, were ordered to be read, and the Clerk of the Arraigns was directed to inform the court whether the name Lewis Robertson was endorsed as a witness on the back of the indictment, which was answered in the affirmative. The counsel now proceeded in their arguments for and against the prisoner. Mr. Howarth, one of Dr. Dodd's advocates, contended that no person ought to plead or answer to an indictment if it appeared upon the face of that indictment that the evidence upon which the bill was found was not legal, or competent to have been adduced before the grand jury. Mr. Cooper and Mr. Buller, on the same side, pursued the same line of argument with equal ingenuity, and expressed a hope that Dr. Dodd would not be called upon to plead to an indictment found upon such evidence as had been pointed out, but that the indictment would be ordered to be quashed. The counsel for the prosecution advanced various arguments in opposition to those employed on the other side, and the learned judge having taken a note of the objection, it was agreed that the trial should proceed, the question of the competency of Mr. Robertson as a witness being reserved for the consideration of the 12 judges. End of Part 37. Part 38 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 38. Dr. William Dodd, executed for forgery. Part 2. The doctor was then arraigned upon the indictment, which charged him in the usual terms with the forgery upon the Earl of Chesterfield, and the evidence in proof of the facts above stated having been given, the court called upon the prisoner for his defence. He addressed the court and jury in the following terms: My lords and gentlemen of the jury, upon the evidence which has this day been produced against me, I find it very difficult to address your lordships. There is no man in the world who has a deeper sense of the heinous nature of the crime for which I stand indicted than myself. I view it, my lords, in all its extent of malignancy towards a commercial state like ours, but, my lords, I humbly apprehend, though no lawyer, that the moral turpitude and malignancy of the crime always, both in the eye of the law and of religion, consists in the intention. I am informed, my lord, that the Act of Parliament on this head runs perpetually in this style, with an intention to defraud. Such an intention, my lords and gentlemen of the jury, I believe has not been attempted to be proved upon me, and the consequences that have happened, which have appeared before you, sufficiently prove that a perfect and ample restitution has been made. I leave it, my lords, to you and the gentlemen of the jury, to consider that if an unhappy man ever deviates from the law of right, yet if in the single first moment of recollection he does all that he can to make a full and perfect amends, what, my lord and gentlemen of the jury, can God and man desire further? My lords, there are a variety of little circumstances too tedious to trouble you with respect to this matter. Were I to give loose to my feelings, I have many things to say which I am sure you would feel with respect to me, but as it appears on all hands that no injury, intentional or real, has been done to any man living, I hope that you will consider the case in its true state of clemency. I must observe to your lordships, that though I have met with all candour in this court, yet I have been pursued with excessive cruelty. I have been prosecuted after the most express engagements, after the most solemn assurances, after the most delusive, soothing arguments of Mr. Manley. I have been prosecuted with a cruelty scarcely to be paralleled. A person avowedly criminal, in the same indictment with myself, has been brought forth as a capital witness against me, a fact, I believe, totally unexampled. My lord, oppressed as I am with infamy, loaded as I am with distress, sunk under this cruel prosecution, your lordships and the gentlemen of the jury cannot think a life a matter of any value to me. No, my lords, I solemnly protest that death of all blessings would be the most pleasant to me after this pain. I have yet, my lords, ties which call upon me, ties which render me desirous even to continue this miserable existence. I have a wife, my lords, who for 27 years has lived an unparalleled example of conjugal attachment and fidelity, and whose behaviour during this trying scene would draw tears of approbation, I am sure, even from the most inhuman. My lords, I have creditors, honest men, who will lose much by my death. I hope, for the sake of justice towards them, some mercy will be shown to me. If, upon the whole, these considerations at all avail with you, if upon the most impartial survey of matters not the slightest intention of injury can appear to any one, and I solemnly declare it was in my power to replace it in 3 months, of this I assured Mr. Robertson frequently, and had his solemn assurances that no man should be privy to it but Mr. Fletcher and himself, and if no injury was done to any man upon earth, I then hope, I trust, I fully confide myself in the tenderness, humanity, and protection of my country. The jury retired for about 10 minutes, then returned with a verdict that the prisoner was guilty, but at the same time presented a petition humbly recommending the doctor to the royal mercy. It was afterwards declared that upon the reserved point the opinion of the judges was that he had been legally convicted. On the last day of the sessions Dr. Dodd was again put to the bar to receive judgment. The clerk of the arraigns then addressed him, saying, "Dr. William Dodd, you stand convicted of forgery. What have you to say why this court should not give you judgment to die according to law?" In reply, Dr. Dodd addressed the court as follows: My lord, I now stand before you a dreadful example of human infirmity. I entered upon public life with the expectations common to young men whose education has been liberal, and whose abilities have been flattered, and when I became a clergyman I considered myself as not impairing the dignity of the order. I was not an idle, nor I hope a useless minister. I taught the truths of Christianity with the zeal of conviction and the authority of innocence. My labours were approved, my pulpit became popular, and I have reason to believe that, of those who heard me, some have been preserved from sin, and some have been reclaimed. Condescend, my lord, to think, if these considerations aggravate my crime, how much they must embitter my punishment. Being distinguished and elevated by the confidence of mankind, I had too much confidence in myself, and thinking my integrity what others thought it, established in sincerity and fortified by religion, I did not consider the danger of vanity, nor suspect the deceitfulness of mine own heart. The day of conflict came, in which temptation seized and overwhelmed me. I committed the crime which I entreat your lordship to believe that my conscience hourly represents to me in its full bulk of mischief and malignity. Many have been overpowered by temptation, who are now among the penitent in heaven. To an act now waiting the decision of vindictive justice, I will now presume to oppose the counterbalance of almost 30 years, a great part of the life of man, passed in exciting and exercising charity, in relieving such distress as I now feel, in administering those consolations which I now want. I will not otherwise extenuate my offence than by declaring, what I hope will appear to many, and what many circumstances make probable, that I did not intend finally to defraud, nor will it become me to apportion my own punishment by alleging that my sufferings have been not much less than my guilt. I have fallen from reputation which ought to have made me cautious, and from a fortune which ought to have given me content. I am sunk at once into poverty and scorn. My name and my crime fill the ballads in the streets, the sport of the thoughtless, and the triumph of the wicked. It may seem strange, my lord, that remembering what I have lately been, I should still wish to continue what I am. But contempt of death, how speciously soever it may mingle with heathen virtues, has nothing in it suitable to Christian penitence. Many motives impel me to beg earnestly for life. I feel the natural horror of a violent death, the universal dread of untimely dissolution. I am desirous to recompense the injury I have done to the clergy, to the world, and to religion, and to efface the scandal of my crime by the example of my repentance. But above all, I wish to die with the thoughts more composed and calmer preparation. The gloom and confusion of a prison, the anxiety of a trial, the horrors of suspense, and the inevitable vicissitudes of passion, leave not the mind in a due disposition for the holy exercises of prayer and self-examination. let not a little life be denied me, in which I may, by meditation and contrition, prepare myself to stand at the tribunal of omnipotence, and support the presence of that Judge who shall distribute to all according to their works, who will receive and pardon the repenting sinner, and from whom the merciful shall obtain mercy. For these reasons, my lords, amidst shame and misery, I yet wish to live, and most humbly implore that I may be recommended by your lordships to the clemency of his Majesty." Here he sunk down overcome with mental agony, and some time elapsed before he was sufficiently recovered to hear the dreadful sentence of the law which the Recorder pronounced upon him in the following words: "Dr. William Dodd, you have been convicted of the offence of publishing a forged and counterfeit bond, knowing it to be forged and counterfeited, and you have the advantage which the laws of this country afford to every man in your situation, a fair, an impartial, and an attentive trial. The jury to whose justice you appealed have found you guilty. Their verdict has undergone the consideration of the learned judges, and they found no ground to impeach the justice of that verdict. You yourself have admitted the justice of it, and now the very painful duty that the necessity of the law imposes upon the court to pronounce the sentence of that law against you remains only to be performed. You appear to entertain a very proper sense of the enormity of the offence which you have committed. You appear too in a state of contrition of mind, and I doubt not have duly reflected how far the dangerous tendency of the offence you have been guilty of is increased by the influence of example, in being committed by a person of your character, and of the sacred function of which you are a member. These sentiments seem to be yours. I would wish to cultivate such sentiments, but I would not wish to add to the anguish of your mind by dwelling upon your situation. Your application for mercy must be made elsewhere. It would be cruel in the court to flatter you. There is a power of dispensing mercy where you may apply. Your own good sense and the contrition you express will induce you to lessen the influence of the example by publishing your hearty and sincere detestation of the offence of which you are convicted, and will show you that to attempt to palliate or extenuate it would indeed add to the influence of a crime of this kind being committed by a person of your character and known abilities. I would therefore warn you against anything of that kind. Now, having said this, I am obliged to pronounce the sentence of the law, which is, that you, Dr. William Dodd, will be carried from hence to the place from whence you came, that from thence you be carried to the place of execution, and that there you be hanged by the neck until you are dead." To this Dr. Dodd replied, "Lord Jesus, receive my soul," and was immediately conveyed from the bar. Great exertions were now made to save Dr. Dodd. The newspapers were filled with letters and paragraphs in his favour. Individuals of all ranks exerted themselves in his behalf. The members of several charities which had been benefited by him joined in application to the throne for mercy. Parish officers went in mourning from house to house to procure subscriptions to a petition to the king, and this petition, which, with the names of nearly 30,000 persons, filled 23 sheets of parchment, was actually presented. Even the Lord Mayor and Common Council went in a body to St. James's to solicit mercy for the convict. These were, however, of no avail. On the 15th of June the Privy Council assembled, and deliberated on the cases of the several prisoners then under condemnation, and in the end a warrant was ordered to be made out for the execution of Dr. Dodd, with 2 others, one of whom was afterwards reprieved, on the 27th of the same month. Having been flattered with hopes of a pardon, he appeared to be much shocked at the intimation of his approaching destiny, but resumed in a short time a degree of fortitude sufficient to enable him to pass through the last scene of his life with firmness and decency. On the 26th he took leave of his wife and some friends, and he afterwards declared himself ready to atone for the offence he had given to the world. His deportment was meek, humble, and devout, expressive of resignation and contrition, and calculated to inspire sentiments of respect for his person and concern for his unhappy fate. He was attended to the fatal spot in a mourning coach by the Reverend Mr. Villette, Ordinary of Newgate, and the Reverend Mr. Doby. Another criminal named John Harris was executed at the same time. It is impossible to give an idea of the immense crowds of people that thronged the streets from Newgate to Tyburn. When the prisoners arrived at the fatal tree and were placed in the cart, Dr. Dodd exhorted his fellow sufferer in so generous a manner as testified that he had not forgotten his duty as a clergyman, and he was also very fervent in the exercise of his own devotions. Just before he was turned off, he was observed to whisper to the executioner, and although we have not the means of ascertaining the precise purport of this remark, it is pretty obvious from the fact that as soon as the cart had been drawn away from the gibbet, he ran immediately under the scaffold and took hold of the doctor's legs, as if to steady his body, and the unfortunate gentleman appeared to die without pain. Of his behaviour before the execution a particular account was given by Mr. Villette, Ordinary of Newgate, in the following terms: On the morning of his death I went to him, with the Reverend Mr. Doby, chaplain of the Magdalen, whom he desired to attend him in the place of execution. He appeared composed, and when I asked him how he had been supported, he said he had had some comfortable sleep, by which he should be better enabled to perform his duty. As we went from his room, in our way to the chapel, we were joined by his friend who had spent the foregoing evening with him, and also by another clergyman. When we were in the vestry adjoining the chapel, he exhorted his fellow sufferer, who had attempted to destroy himself but had been prevented by the vigilance of the keeper. He spoke to him with great tenderness and emotion of heart, entreating him to consider that he had but a short time to live, and that it was highly necessary that he, as well as himself, made good use of their time, implored pardon of God under a deep sense of sin, and looked to that Lord by whose merits alone sinners can be saved. He desired me to call in the other gentleman, who likewise assisted him to move the heart of the poor youth, but the doctor's words were the most pathetic and effectual. He lifted up his hands and cried, O Lord Jesus, have mercy upon us, and give unto him, my fellow sinner, that, as we suffer together, we may go together to heaven. His conversation to this poor youth was so moving that tears flowed from the eyes of all present. When we went into the chapel to prayer and the Holy Communion, true contrition and warmth of devotion appeared evident in him throughout the whole service. After it was ended, he again addressed himself to Harris in the most moving and persuasive manner, and not without effect, for he declared that he was glad that he had not made away with himself, and said he was easier, and hoped he would now go to heaven. The doctor told him how Christ had suffered for them, and that he himself was a greater sinner than he, as he had sinned more against light and conviction, and therefore his guilt was greater, and that, as he was confident that mercy was shown to his soul, so he should look to Christ and trust in his merits. He prayed to God to bless his friends who were present with him, and to give his blessing to all his brethren the clergy, that he would pour out his Spirit upon them and make them true ministers of Jesus Christ, that they might follow the divine precepts of their heavenly Master. Turning to one who stood near him, he stretched out his hand and said, Now, my dear friend, speculation is at an end. All must be real. What poor ignorant beings we are. He prayed for the Magdalens, and wished they were there to sing for him the 23rd Psalm. After he had waited for some time for the officers, he asked what o'clock it was, and being told that it was half an hour after 8, he said, I wish they were ready, for I long to be gone. He requested of his friends, who were in tears about him, to pray for him, to which he was answered by two of them, We pray more than language can utter. He replied, I believe it. At length he was summoned to go down into a part of the yard which is enclosed from the rest of the gaol, where the two unhappy convicts and the friends of the doctor were alone. On his seeing two prisoners looking out of the windows, he went to them and exhorted them so pathetically that they both wept abundantly. He said once, I am now a spectacle to men, and shall soon be a spectacle to angels. Just before the sheriff's officers came with the halters, one who was walking with him told him that there was yet a little ceremony he must pass through before he went out. He asked, What is that? You will be bound. He looked up and said, Yet I am free. My freedom is there, pointing upwards. He bore it with Christian patience, and beyond what might have been expected, and when the men offered to excuse tying his hands, he desired them to do their duty, and thanked them for their kindness. After he was bound, I offered to assist him with my arm in conducting him through the yard, where several people were assembled to see him, but he replied with seeming pleasure, No, I am as firm as a rock. As he passed along the yard, the spectators and prisoners wept and bemoaned him, and he in return prayed God to bless them. On the way to the execution he consoled himself in reflecting and speaking on what Christ had suffered for him, lamented the depravity of human nature, which made sanguinary laws necessary, and said he could gladly have died in the prison yard, as being led out to public execution tended greatly to distress him. He desired me to read to him the 51st Psalm, and also pointed out an admirable penitential prayer from Rossell's Prisoner's Director. He prayed again for the king, and likewise for the people. When he came near the streets where he formerly dwelt, he was much affected and wept. He said probably his tears would seem to be the effect of cowardice, but it was a weakness he could not well help, and added he hoped he was going to a better home. When he arrived at the gallows, he ascended the cart and spoke to his fellow sufferer. He then prayed not only for himself, but also for his wife and the unfortunate youth that suffered with him, and declaring that he died in the true faith of the gospel of Christ, in perfect love and charity with all mankind, and with thankfulness to his friends, he was launched into eternity, imploring mercy for his soul, for the sake of the blessed Redeemer. A paper, of which the following is a copy, had been delivered by Dr. Dodd to Mr. Villette to be read at the place of execution, but it was omitted, as it seemed impossible to make all present aware of its contents. To the words of dying men regard has always been paid. I am brought hither to suffer death for an act of fraud, of which I confess myself guilty with shame, such as my former state of life naturally produces, and I hope with such sorrow as he, to whom the heart is known, will not disregard. I repent that I have violated the laws by which peace and confidence are established among men. I repent that I have attempted to injure my fellow creatures, and I repent that I have brought disgrace upon my order, and discredit upon religion. But my offences against God are without number, and can admit only of general confession and general repentance. Grant, Almighty God, for the sake of Jesus Christ, that my repentance, however late, however imperfect, may not be in vain. The little good that now remains in my power is to warn others against those temptations by which I have been seduced. I have always sinned against conviction. My principles have never been shaken. I have always considered the Christian religion as a revelation from God, and its divine author as the Saviour of the world, but the laws of God, though never disowned by me, have often been forgotten. I was led astray from religious strictness by the delusion of show and the delights of voluptuousness. I never knew or attended to the calls of frugality, or the needful minuteness of painful economy. Vanity and pleasure, into which I plunged, required expense disproportionate to my income. Expense brought distress upon me, and distress, importunate distress, urged me to temporary fraud. For this fraud I am to die, and I die declaring, in the most solemn manner, that however I have deviated from my own precepts, I have taught others, to the best of my knowledge, and with all sincerity, the true way to eternal happiness. My life, for some few unhappy years past, has been dreadfully erroneous, but my ministry has always been sincere. I have constantly believed, and I now leave the world solemnly avowing my conviction, that there is no other name under heaven by which we can be saved, but only the name of the Lord Jesus. And I entreat all who are here to join with me in my last petition, that for the sake of that Lord Jesus Christ my sins may be forgiven, and my soul received into his everlasting kingdom. William Dodd, June 27th, 1777. The body of the doctor was on the Monday morning following carried to Cowley in Buckinghamshire, and deposited in the church there. During the doctor's confinement in Newgate, a period of several months, he chiefly employed himself in writing various pieces, which show at once his piety and talent. The principal of these were his Thoughts in Prison, in 5 parts, from which we cannot doubt, in finishing our life of so eminent, yet unfortunate a man, will be gratified by the insertion of a few short extracts. I began these thoughts, says the unhappy man, writing in Newgate under the date of 23rd of April 1777, after his condemnation, merely from the impression in my mind, without plan, purpose, or motive, more than the situation of my soul. I continued thence on a thoughtful and regular plan, and I have been enabled wonderfully, in a state which in better days I should have supposed would have destroyed all power of reflection to bring them nearly to a conclusion. I dedicate them to God and the reflecting serious among my fellow creatures, and I bless the Almighty for the ability to go through them amidst the terrors of this dire place, Newgate, and the bitter anguish of my disconsolate mind. The thinking will easily pardon all inaccuracies, as I am neither able nor willing to read over these melancholy lines with a curious or critical eye. They are imperfect, but in the language of the heart, and, had I time and inclination, might and should be improved, but... Signed, W.D. The unfortunate author's thoughts on his imprisonment are thus introduced. My friends are gone, harsh on its sullen hinge grates the dread door, the massy bolts respond, tremendous to the surly keeper's touch, the dire keys clang with movements dull and slow, while their behest the ponderous locks perform, and fastened firm the object of their care is left to solitude, to sorrow left. But wherefore fastened? Oh, still stronger bonds than bolts or locks or doors or molten brass, to solitude and sorrow could consign his anguished soul, and prison him, though free. For whither should he fly, or where produce in open day, and to the golden sun his hapless head, whence every laurel torn on his bald brow sits grinning infamy, and all in sportive triumph twines around the keen, the stinging arrows of disgrace? After dwelling on the miseries of that dreary confinement, at sight of which he formerly started back with horror, he adds, O dismal change! Now not in friendly sort a Christian visitor, to pour the balm of Christian comfort in some wretch's ear. I am that wretch myself, and much want that Christian consolation I bestowed, so cheerfully bestowed. Want, my God, from thee the mercy which thou know'st my gladsome soul ever sprang forth with transport to impart. Why then mysterious Providence pursued with such unfeeling ardour? Why pursued to death's dread borne by men to me unknown? Why, stop the deep question, it o'erwhelms my soul, it reels, it staggers, earth turns round, my brain whirls in confusion, my impetuous heart throbs with pulsation not to be restrained. Why, where, O Chesterfield, my son, my son? The unfortunate divine afterwards thus proceeds: Nay, talk not of composure. I had thought in older time that my weak heart was soft, and pity's self might break it. I had thought that marble-eyed severity would crack the slender nerves which guide my reins of sense, and give me up to madness. 'Tis not so. My heart is callous, and my nerves are tough. It will not break, they will not crack, or else what more? Just heaven was wanting to the deed than to behold. Oh, that eternal night had in that moment screened from myself my Stanhope to behold. Ah, piercing sight! Forget it, 'tis distraction, speak who can. But I am lost, a criminal adjudged. It is not a little singular that Dr. Dodd, a few years before his death, published a sermon entitled "The Frequency of Capital Punishments Inconsistent with Justice, Sound Policy, and Religion." This, he says, was intended to have been preached in the Chapel Royal at St. James's, but omitted on account of the absence of the court during the author's month of waiting. The following extract will show the unfortunate man's opinion on this subject, although there is no reason to suppose that he then contemplated the commission of the crime for which he suffered. He says, "It would be easy to show the injustice of those laws which demand blood for the slightest offences, the superior justice and propriety of inflicting perpetual and laborious servitude, the greater utility hereof to the sufferer, as well as to the state, especially wherein we have a variety of necessary occupations, particularly noxious and prejudicial to the lives of the honest and industrious, and in which they might be employed who had forfeited their lives and their liberties to society." End of Part 38. Part 39 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 39. Thomas Horner and James Fryer, executed for burglary. The offence of these prisoners was attended by circumstances of great daring. From the evidence adduced at their trial, which took place at the Old Bailey Sessions in the month of April 1778, it appeared that on the evening of the 1st of March the prisoners, with 3 other men, were seen at Finchley together, and that while drinking in a public house they made many inquiries of the persons present with regard to the house and family of a Mr. Clewen, a gentleman of respectability who resided in the neighbourhood. On the same night, between 12 and 1 o'clock, Mr. Clewen's house was entered by 5 persons, whose faces were disguised, and the noise created by their rushing upstairs being heard by Miss Clewen and her servant, they immediately ran out of their bedchambers to see what was the matter. They were forced to return, however, and 3 of the men having entered their room compelled them to cover their heads with the bedclothes, uttering loud threats in the case of their offering any resistance. The men servants, who slept at the top of the house, being now alarmed, the thieves proceeded to their apartment, and one of them, named Quick, having got up, he received a severe blow with an iron bar, and, like his mistress, was compelled with his fellows to cover himself up with the bedclothes. The 2 fellows then remained to watch them, while the rest went to Mr. Clewen's room, and treated him in the same manner, and then they proceeded to the bedchamber of his son, whom they forced to go to his father's bed, holding his hands before his eyes so that he should not distinguish who were his assailants. Then they ransacked the house, and in about half an hour returned, saying that if young Clewen would tell them where the money was, they would give him his watch, which they had taken from under his pillow. But this being refused, they went away, saying that they were only going for some victuals, and would return. The house was then immediately examined by Mr. Clewen, and it was found that the thieves had effected an entrance by means of the back door, and that they had fastened up that as well as the front entrance by nailing staples over the locks. It was afterwards discovered that they had carried off 22 guineas, £50 in bank notes, a quantity of plate, several gold rings, a silver watch, and other property to a considerable amount. Information of the robbery was immediately conveyed to Sir John Fielding, whose officers, recognising the offenders from the description given of their persons, succeeded in securing the prisoners. Fryer at a small house which he occupied in the City Road, where there were found a number of picklock keys and a hanger, and Horner at his lodgings in Perkins' Rents, Westminster, a cutlass being concealed under his bed. 2 supposed accomplices, named Condon and Jordan, were also apprehended, but nothing distinct being proved against them, they escaped. Jordan, however, being afterwards convicted for a second burglary in Copenhagen House, for which he received the sentence of death. Conviction having followed the production of this evidence, sentence of death was passed. Upon the sacrament being administered to Horner and Fryer, they admitted their guilt, and were executed at Tyburn on the 24th of June 1778. The other offenders were subsequently also apprehended and executed. The Reverend James Hackman, executed for murder. The case of this unfortunate gentleman was long the topic of general conversation. Pamphlets and poems were written on the subject, and the fate of Mr. Hackman was generally pitied, as it was conceived that he was the victim of an insane love, a conclusion which will now be the more readily arrived at when the circumstances under which the murder, of which he was found guilty, was committed are considered. It appears that Mr. Hackman was born at Gosport, in Hampshire, and was originally designed for trade, in which his father was engaged. It was found, however, that his disposition was of too volatile a nature to admit of his success in any business, and his parents, willing to promote his interests to the extent of their power, purchased for him a commission as ensign in the 68th Regiment of Foot. He had not been long in the service before he was entrusted to the command of a recruiting party, and going to Huntingdon in pursuance of his instructions, he there became known to the Earl of Sandwich, who had a seat in the neighbourhood, and by whom he was frequently invited to dinner. It appears that he now first became acquainted with the object of his passion, and the victim of his crime. Miss Ray was the daughter of a staymaker in Covent Garden, and served her apprenticeship to a mantua maker in George's Court, St. John's Lane, Clerkenwell. She was bound when only 13, and during her apprenticeship was taken notice of by the nobleman above mentioned, who took her under his protection and treated her with every mark of tenderness. At the time of her being introduced to Mr. Hackman, she had lived with her noble protector during a period of 19 years, and in the course of that time had borne him 9 children. But although she was nearly twice the age of Mr. Hackman, no sooner had he seen her than he became violently enamoured of her. It was while he was tormented by this unhappy and ungovernable passion that he found that any hopes which he might entertain of preferment in the army were not likely to be realised, and he determined to turn his thoughts to the church. In pursuance of this design he took orders, and he obtained the living of Wiverton in Norfolk, only about Christmas preceding the shocking deed which cost him his life. How long he had been in London previous to this affair is not certainly known, but at the time of its occurrence he lodged in Duke's Court, St. Martin's Lane. On the morning of 7th of April 1779 he sat for a considerable time in his closet reading Blair's sermons, but in the evening he took a walk to the Admiralty, where he saw Miss Reay go into the coach along with Signora Galli, who attended her. The coach drove to Covent Garden Theatre, where the ladies stayed to see the performance of Love in a Village, and Mr. Hackman went into the theatre at the same time, but not being able to contain the violence of his passion, he returned and again went to his lodgings, and having loaded 2 pistols, went to the playhouse, where he waited till the play was over. Seeing Miss Reay ready to step into the coach, he took a pistol in each hand, one of which he discharged against her, which killed her on the spot, and the other at himself, which however did not take effect. He then beat himself with the butt end on his head in order to destroy himself, so fully was he bent on the destruction of both, but after a struggle he was secured, his wounds dressed, and then he was carried before Sir John Fielding, who committed him to Tothill Fields Bridewell, and next to Newgate, where a person was appointed to attend him, lest he should lay violent hands on himself. In Newgate, as he knew he had no favour to expect, he prepared himself for the awful change which was about to take place. He had dined with his sister on the day on which the murder was committed, and in the afternoon he wrote a letter to her husband, Mr. Booth, an eminent attorney, informing him of his intention to destroy himself, and desiring him to sell what effects he had in order to pay a small debt which he owed, but it appears that the letter was not dispatched, as it was found in his pocket. The prisoner was indicted at the ensuing Old Bailey sessions, and it was proved by Mr. Macnamara that on Wednesday the 7th of April he was quitting the theatre, when, seeing Miss Reay, with whom he was slightly acquainted, he offered her his assistance in reaching her carriage. She accepted his preferred arm, and just as they were in the piazza he heard the report of a pistol, when he directly felt his arm compressed by the lady's hand, and then she immediately fell to the ground. He thought at first that the lady had fallen from fright only, but on stooping to raise her up he found that his hand was bloody, and he then saw that she was wounded. He immediately conveyed her into the Shakespeare Tavern, whither the prisoner soon after followed in custody. He asked him some questions about his reason for shooting Miss Reay, but the only answer which he gave was that that was not the place to satisfy him. The prisoner afterwards said that his name was Hackman, and he sent for Mr. Booth, who lived in Craven Street. Other evidence was also adduced, from which it appeared that the prisoner followed Miss Reay out of the theatre, and having tapped her on the shoulder to attract her attention, he suddenly drew 2 pistols from his pocket, one of which he discharged at her and the other at himself. They both fell feet to feet, and the prisoner then beat himself about the head and called out for some one to kill him. He was secured by a Mr. McMahon, who dressed his wounds, and conveyed him to the Shakespeare Tavern, where Miss Reay almost immediately afterwards died. On his being called upon for his defence, the prisoner addressed the court in the following terms: "I should not have troubled the court with the examination of witnesses to support the charge against me, had I not thought that the pleading guilty to the indictment gave an indication of contemning death not suitable to my present condition, and was in some measure being accessory to a second peril of my life, and I therefore thought that the justice of my country ought to be satisfied by suffering my offence to be proved, and the fact established by evidence. I stand here this day the most wretched of human beings, and confess myself criminal in a high degree; yet, while I acknowledge, with shame and repentance, that my determination against my own life was formal and complete, I protest, with that regard to truth which becomes my situation, that the will to destroy her who was ever dearer to me than life was never mine till a momentary frenzy overcame me, and induced me to commit the deed I now deplore. The letter which I meant for my brother-in-law after my decease will have its due weight as to this point with good men. Before this dreadful act I trust nothing will be found in the tenor of my life which the common charity of mankind will not excuse. I have no wish to avoid the punishment which the laws of my country appoint for my crime, but being already too unhappy to feel a punishment in death or a satisfaction in life, I submit myself with penitence and patience to the disposal and judgment of Almighty God, and to the consequences of this inquiry into my conduct and intention." The following letter was then read: "My dear Frederick, when this reaches you I shall be no more, but do not let my unhappy fate distress you too much. I have strove against it as long as possible, but it now overpowers me. You well know where my affections were placed. My having by some means or other lost hers, an idea which I could not support, has driven me to madness. The world will condemn me, but your good heart will pity me. God bless you, my dear Frederick. Would I had a sum to leave you to convince you of my great regard. You was my only friend. I have hid one circumstance from you which gives me great pain. I owe Mr. Knight of Gosport £100, for which he has the writings of my houses, but I hope in God, when they are sold and all other matters collected, there will be nearly enough to settle our account. May Almighty God bless you and yours with comfort and happiness, and may you ever be a stranger to the pangs I now feel. May Heaven protect my beloved woman, and forgive this act, which alone could relieve me from a world of misery I have long endured. Oh, if it should ever be in your power to do her an act of friendship, remember your faithful friend, J. Hackman." The jury immediately returned their fatal verdict. The unhappy man heard their sentence pronounced against him with calm resignation to his fate, and employed the very short time allowed murderers after conviction in repentance and prayer. During the procession to the fatal tree at Tyburn he seemed much affected, and said but little, and when he arrived at Tyburn, and got out of the coach and mounted the cart, he took leave of Dr. Porter and the ordinary in the most affectionate manner. After some time spent in prayer he was turned off on April 19th, 1779, and, having hung the usual time, his body was carried to Surgeons' Hall for dissection. James Donnelly, executed for robbery. This offender was one of a class of the most mischievous and most daring robbers, and the case which we have to relate is one of a most atrocious nature: the extortion of money by means of threats to charge the person imposed upon with a detestable crime, an offence which, we regret to say, has been but too prevalent in later years. In the month of February 1779, James, alias Patrick Donnelly, was indicted at the sessions held at the Old Bailey, for that he, on the King's highway, in and upon the Honourable Charles Fielding, did make an assault, putting him in corporeal fear and danger of his life, and did steal from his person, and against his will, half a guinea, on the 18th of January. And there was also a second count, which imputed him to a similar offence on the 20th of the same month, in robbing the prosecutor of a guinea. From the evidence adduced, it appeared that the prosecutor was the second son of the Earl of Denbigh. Between 6 and 7 o'clock on the evening of the 18th of January, he was going from the house of a lady with whom he had dined to Covent Garden Theatre, when, on passing through Soho Square, the prisoner came up to him and demanded some money. Mr. Fielding was surprised at this address, and requested to know upon what ground he applied to him, upon which the prisoner immediately said that if he did not comply, he would take him before a magistrate, and impute to him the commission of a foul crime. Terrified by the insinuation, he handed half a guinea to him, which was all the money then in his possession, and returning to the house which he had just quitted, he borrowed half a guinea of the servant, in order that he might pursue his original intention of going to the theatre. On the 20th of the same month he was in Oxford Road, when the prisoner again accosted him, and saying that he could not have forgotten what passed the other night in Soho Square, declared that he must have money, or else that he would follow up the intention which he had before expressed, and added that he knew it would go hard with him unless he could prove an alibi. Mr. Fielding at this time was without money, but going to Mr. Waters, a grocer in Bond Street, he borrowed a guinea from him, which, under the influence of fear, he handed to the prisoner. On the 12th of February a third attempt at extortion was made by the prisoner, but in this instance, owing to the great resemblance between Mr. Fielding and his brother Lord Fielding, he mistook the latter for the former. Lord Fielding was on Hay Hill, when the prisoner accosted him in terms implying that he had seen him before. His lordship, however, expressed himself at a loss to know what he meant, when he asked him if he did not remember giving him half a guinea in Soho Square and a guinea at the grocer's in Bond Street. Lord Fielding utterly denied all recollection of either affair, and said that the prisoner should go before a magistrate to explain his meaning. The prisoner assented, and they proceeded together in the direction of Bow Street, but they had not gone many paces before the prisoner held back, and said that he would go no further. Lord Fielding became rather alarmed, and being terrified by the prisoner's threats, he allowed him to escape. On the Tuesday following, however, as he was passing near the same spot, a voice, which he recognised as that of the prisoner, called out, "My lord, I have met you again," and the prisoner at the same time coming up from behind him, his lordship seized him by the collar. The prisoner declared that he had been used ill when he last saw his lordship, upon which the latter declared that he had used him too well, and would take care now that he should not get away again. Donnelly now desired to be treated like a gentleman, saying that he would not be dragged, but would go quietly; and Lord Fielding, not seeing any person who was likely to assist him, and apprehending a rescue, told him that, if he would walk along quietly to the next coffee house, he would not drag him. They walked down Dover Street together, but the prisoner increasing his pace, Lord Fielding followed and seized him. He fell down twice, but was again seized as soon as he arose. By this time a crowd was assembled. Major Hartley and two other gentlemen happened to come by, and with their aid the prisoner was secured and conveyed to Bow Street, where the magistrates, on hearing the evidence, thought that the crime amounted to highway robbery, and committed him for trial accordingly. Donnelly, in his defence, acknowledged that he had met Lord Fielding twice, that he had addressed him with decency, and desired him to hear something respecting his brother, and that Sir John Fielding had made the Honourable Charles Fielding carry on the prosecution. He did not deny the receipt of the guinea at the grocer's in Bond Street, but averred that he did not deserve death on account of the charge against him. The jury, having considered the whole evidence, brought in a verdict of guilty, but Mr. Justice Buller, before whom the offender was tried, reserved the case for the opinion of the judges on a point of law. On the 29th of April 1779 the judges met, and gave their opinion on this case, pronouncing it a new species of robbery to evade the law, but which was not to be evaded, and the prisoner therefore underwent its sentence, which he had with most abominable wickedness brought upon his own head. Another diabolical villain of this description, named John Staples, was on the 6th of December 1779 hanged at Tyburn for extorting money from Thomas Harris Crosby, Esquire, by charging him with an abominable crime. Morgan Phillips, executed for murder and arson. The case of this malefactor so strongly resembles that of a person named Edward Morgan, an account of whose crime we have already given, that we are induced to hope, for the sake of humanity, that some mistake has arisen in describing them as separate offences. The crime for which the person whose case we are now considering most justly suffered was attended with extraordinary acts of cruelty. The inhabitants of Narberth, a small village in the county of Pembroke, were, in the middle of one night in the month of March 1779, alarmed with the appearance of fire bursting from a farmhouse near the turnpike. Before they could render assistance, the house was nearly razed to the ground, and the family were missing. On examining the ruins, the remains of the owner, Mr. Thomas, an old and respectable farmer, were found on a bench in a leaning posture, but so much burnt that it was impossible to determine whether he had been first murdered or had perished by the flames. Proceeding in the search, the next unhappy victim found was his niece, a fine young woman of about 30 years of age, whose body lay across the feet of a half-burnt bedstead, with a thigh broken and an arm missing. Among the ruins of another room was discovered the body of a labouring man, much burnt, but with a large wound on the back of his head, from which much blood had issued, and Mrs. Thomas's servant woman, who was exceedingly robust, was also found dead at the entrance of one of the rooms, with several deep wounds in her head, and her hair clotted with blood. Her body was not so much burned as the others, and near her was discovered a large kitchen spit, half bent, with which it was conjectured she had opposed the murderers, for there could now be no doubt that the horrid scene which presented itself was the work of some person, who, for the sake of plundering the house, had massacred its inhabitants, and had then fired the premises, in order to conceal his bloody crimes. So horrible a deed excited universal attention, and every means was taken to secure its author. A man named John Morris, a lazy, worthless character, who had been already in custody upon other charges, was apprehended on suspicion of being concerned in the affair, but he effectually put an end to all hopes of eliciting any information from him by throwing himself into a coal pit, in spite of the efforts of the constables, in whose care he was, to restrain him, where his mangled remains were afterwards found. At length suspicion fell on Morgan Phillips, and he, finding the general belief to be that he was guilty of this most horrible crime, at length confessed that he and Morris had been its perpetrators, that they had broken into the house of the farmer, and having murdered the family, from whom they met with considerable resistance, they had carried off all the valuable property which they could find, and had then set fire to the farm to prevent discovery. The prisoner being put upon his trial at Haverfordwest, his confession was read to him, and assented to as being true, and its leading points being corroborated by other witnesses, he was found guilty, and suffered death at the same place on the 5th of April 1779. End of Part 39. Part 40 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 40. James Matheson, executed for forgery. This offender was tried on Thursday, the 20th of May, 1779. There perhaps never appeared in any court of justice so ingenious a man in his style as this person. His practice for some time past had been to go to the bank and take out a note. This he counterfeited, passed the copy, and after some time returned the original. His frequent applications at length exciting suspicions, which were increased by his appearance in life and other circumstances, he was taken up. When brought before Justice Fielding, he was there known to be the person charged with forgeries upon the bank at Darlington. The particular forgery now charged on him was for making and uttering a note for payment of £20, with the intent to defraud Mr. Mann of Coventry and the Bank of England. The note was produced in court, and the witnesses were brought to prove its having been negotiated by him. This fact being established, the next circumstance in consideration was to prove that the note was absolutely a counterfeit one. This his prosecutors were totally unable to do by any testimony they could adduce, so minutely and so dexterously had he feigned all the different marks. The note itself was not only so made as to render it altogether impossible for any human eyes to perceive a difference, but the very hands of the cashier and the entering clerk were also so counterfeited as entirely to preclude a positive discrimination even by those persons themselves. The watermark in the paper, too, namely Bank of England, which the bankers had considered as an infallible criterion of fair notes, a mark which could not be resembled by any possible means, was also hit off by this man, so as to put it out of the power of the most exact observer to perceive a difference. Several paper makers were of opinion that this mark must have been put on in the making of the paper, but Matheson declared that he put it on afterwards by a peculiar method known only to himself. The extreme similitude of the fair and false notes had such an effect upon the judge and jury that the prisoner would certainly have been discharged for want of evidence to prove the counterfeit, if his own information taken at Fielding's had not been produced against him, which immediately turned the scale, and he was found guilty. He was executed at Tyburn, pursuant to his sentence, on July 28, 1779. At the place of execution he made a speech, which took up some minutes, wherein he acknowledged his guilt, and hoped for forgiveness from the Almighty. He also warned others to avoid the crime for which he suffered, and forgave his prosecutors. The riots of London, beginning on the 2nd of June 1780, with the execution of the rioters. The history of London from its earliest epoch exhibits the occurrence of no event of a more calamitous nature, or more pregnant with mischief, than the riots of 1780. A commotion so rapid and so daring in its progress was perhaps never known. The sovereignty of the king and the safety of the property of the subject rested on laws which were unsupported. The magistrates were confessedly intimidated, and all good and loyal citizens were seized with terror and panic, which were alone dispelled by the restoration of tranquillity through the instrumentality of the military force. The origin of the riot is ascribed to the passing of an Act of Parliament, about 2 years previously, for relieving his Majesty's subjects of the Catholic religion from certain penalties and disabilities imposed upon them during the reign of William III. A petition to Parliament was framed for its repeal, and a general meeting of a body of people, forming the Protestant Association, headed by Lord George Gordon, was held on the 29th of May, at the Coachmakers' Hall, Noble Street, Aldersgate Street. At this meeting the noble lord moved the following resolutions: Whereas no hall in London can contain 40,000 persons. Resolved, that this association do meet on Friday next in St. George's Fields at 10 o'clock in the morning, to consider the most prudent and respectful manner of attending their petition, which will be presented the same day to the House of Commons. Resolved, for the sake of good order and regularity, that this association, in coming to the ground, do separate themselves into 4 divisions, viz., the London Division, the Westminster Division, the Southwark Division, and the Scotch Division. Resolved, that the London Division do take place of the ground towards Southwark, the Westminster Division second, the Southwark Division third, and the Scotch Division upon the left, all wearing blue cockades to distinguish themselves from the Papists, and those who approve of the late Act in favour of Popery. Resolved, that the magistrates of London, Westminster, and Southwark are requested to attend, that their presence may overawe and control any riotous or evil-minded persons who may wish to disturb the legal and peaceable deportment of his Majesty's subjects. His lordship having intimated that he would not present the petition unless 20,000 persons attended the meeting, and the resolutions having been published and placarded through the streets on the day appointed, a vast concourse of people from all parts of the city and its environs assembled in St. George's Fields. The main body took their route over London Bridge, marching in order, 6 or 8 in a rank, through the city towards Westminster, accompanied by flags bearing the words "No Popery." At Charing Cross the mob was increased by additional numbers on foot, on horseback, and in various vehicles, so that by the time the different parties met together, all the avenues to both Houses of Parliament were entirely filled with the crowd. The rabble now took possession of all the passages leading to the House of Commons, from the outer doors to the very entrance for the members, which latter they twice attempted to force open, and a like attempt was made at the House of Lords, but without success in either instance. In the meantime, Lord George Gordon came into the House of Commons with an unembarrassed countenance and a blue cockade in his hat. After riding in the whirlwind and directing the storm, but finding it gave offence, he took it out and put it in his pocket, not however before Captain Herbert of the Navy, one of the members, threatened to pull it out, while Colonel Murray, another member, declared that if the mob broke into the house, he, looking at Lord George, should instantly be the victim. The petition having been presented, the populace separated into parties, and proceeded to demolish the Catholic chapels in Duke Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, and Warwick Street, Golden Square, and all the furniture, ornaments, and altars of both chapels were committed to the flames. After various other outrages, the prison of Newgate was attacked. They demanded from the keeper, Mr. Ackerman, the release of their confined associates. He refused to comply, yet, dreading the consequence, he went to the sheriffs to know their pleasure. On his return, he found his house in flames, and the jail itself was soon in a similar situation. The doors and entrances were broken open with crowbars and sledgehammers, and it is scarcely to be credited with what rapidity this strong prison was destroyed. The public office in Bow Street and Sir John Fielding's house adjoining were presently destroyed, and all their furniture and effects, books, papers, etc., committed to the flames. Justice Cox's house in Great Queen Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, was similarly treated, and the 2 prisons at Clerkenwell set open, and the prisoners liberated. The King's Bench prison, with some houses adjoining, a tavern, and the new Bridewell, were also set on fire and almost entirely consumed. The mob now appeared to consider themselves as superior to all authority. They declared their resolution to burn all the remaining public prisons, and demolish the Bank, the Temple, Gray's Inn, Lincoln's Inn, the Mansion House, the Royal Palaces, and the Arsenal at Woolwich. The attempt upon the Bank of England was actually made twice in the course of one day, but both attacks were but feebly conducted, and the rioters easily repulsed, several of them falling by the fire of the military, and many others being severely wounded. To form an adequate idea of the distress of the inhabitants of every part of the city would be impossible. 36 fires were to be seen blazing in the metropolis during the night. At length the continued arrival of fresh troops from all parts of the country, within 50 or 60 miles of the metropolis, intimidated the rabble, and soon after the disturbances were quelled. The Royal Exchange, the public buildings, the squares, and the principal streets were all occupied by troops. The shops were closed, while immense volumes of dense smoke were still rising from the ruins of consumed edifices. During the riots, many persons, terrified by the alarming outrages of the mob, fled from London, and took refuge at places at a considerable distance from town. The following account was written by Dr. Johnson to Mrs. Thrale, who had gone into the country for safety, and may not prove uninteresting. The doctor was an eye-witness to many of the scenes which he depicts. On Friday, the 2nd of June, the good Protestants met in St. George's Fields, at the summons of Lord George Gordon, and, marching to Westminster, insulted the Lords and Commons, who all bore it with great tameness. At night the outrages began by the demolishing the Mass House near Lincoln's Inn. On Monday, Mr. Strahan, who had been insulted, spoke to Lord Mansfield, who had been insulted too, of the licentiousness of the populace, and his lordship treated it as a very slight irregularity. On Tuesday night they pulled down Fielding's house, the public office in Bow Street, and burnt his goods in the street. They had gutted on Monday Sir George Savile's house, but the building was saved. On Tuesday evening, leaving Fielding's ruins, they went to Newgate to demand their companions, who had been seized for demolishing the chapel. The keeper could not release them, but by the mayor's permission, which he went to ask. At his return he found all the prisoners released, and Newgate in a blaze. They then went to Bloomsbury, and fixed upon Lord Mansfield's house, which they partly pulled down, and as for his goods, they totally burnt them. They went to Caen Wood, his lordship's country seat, but a guard was there before them. They plundered several papists, and burned a mass house and some dwelling houses in Moorfields the same night. On Wednesday I walked with Dr. Scott to look at Newgate, and found it in ruins, with the fire yet glowing. As I went by, the Protestants were plundering the Sessions House at the Old Bailey. There were not, I believe, 100, but they did their work at leisure, in full security, without sentinels, and without trepidation, as men lawfully employed in full day. Such is the cowardice of a commercial place. On Wednesday they broke open the Fleet Prison, the King's Bench, and the Marshalsea prisons, Wood Street, Compter, and Clerkenwell, Bridewell. At night they set fire to the Fleet and the King's Bench, and I know not how many other places, and one might see the glare of conflagration fill the sky from many parts. The sight was dreadful. Some people were threatened. Mr. Strahan advised me to take care of myself. Such a time of terror you would have been happy in not seeing. The King said in council
that the magistrates had not done their duty, but that he would do his own, and a proclamation was published, directing us to keep our servants within doors, as the peace was now to be preserved by force. The soldiers were sent out to different parts, and the town is now quiet. They are stationed so as to be everywhere within call. There is no longer any body of rioters, and the individuals are hunted to their holes and led to prison. Lord George Gordon was last night sent to the Tower. Mr. John Wilkes was this day in my neighbourhood to seize the publishers of a seditious pamphlet. Several chapels have been destroyed, and several inoffensive papists have been plundered, but the high sport was to burn the jails. This was a good rabble trick. The debtors and criminals were set at liberty, but of the criminals, as has always happened, many are already retaken, and 2 priorates have surrendered themselves, and it is expected they will be pardoned. Government now acts with its proper force, and we are all now again under the protection of the King and the law. I thought it would be agreeable to you to have my testimony to the public security, and that you would sleep more quietly when I told you that you were safe. There has been, indeed, an universal panic, from which the King was the first that recovered. Without the concurrence or assistance of his ministers, or even the assistance of the civil magistrates, he put the soldiers in motion, and saved the town from calamities such as a rabble's government must naturally produce. The public has escaped a very heavy calamity. The rioters attempted the bank on Wednesday night, but in no great numbers. Jack Wilkes headed the party that drove them away. It is agreed that if they had seized the bank on Tuesday, at the height of the pause, when no resistance had been prepared, they might have carried away whatever they had found. The number of persons killed in this dreadful riot is variously stated. Many persons, strangers to the attempt, were destroyed by the necessarily indiscriminate fire of the soldiers and militia, and although it is impossible to calculate the precise number who lost their lives, from the circumstance of many being carried off by their friends, it is believed to be about 500. Lord George Gordon, the leader and instigator of these riots, was subsequently tried at the Court of King's Bench, and by some good fortune escaped conviction. There was little doubt that he was occasionally subject to aberrations of intellect. His death took place some years afterwards in the King's Bench prison. He had been indicted for a libel on Marie Antoinette, the late unfortunate French Queen, and the Count d'Ademar, one of the ministers of state, and having been convicted fled from punishment, and was afterwards apprehended in Birmingham, attired in the garb of a Jew, with a long beard, etc., where he had undergone circumcision, and had embraced the religion of the unbelievers. He died professing the same faith. Many of the rioters were apprehended, and having been recognised, were convicted, and suffered death, in most instances, opposite to the places in which the scenes were enacted, in which they were proved to have taken a part. Among them were many women and boys, but there was not one individual of respectability or character. They were all of the lowest class, whose only object was plunder. Among the rioters, to sum up the account of their infamy and wretchedness, was Jack Ketch himself. This miscreant, whose real name was Edward Dennis, was convicted of pulling down the house of Mr. Boggis, of New Turnstile. The keeper of Tottillfield's Bridewell would not suffer Jack Ketch to go among other prisoners, lest they should tear him to pieces. In order that he might hang up his brother rioters, he was granted a pardon. The following is an extract from the King's speech to both Houses of Parliament, the 18th of June, soon after the riots were ended. My lords and gentlemen, the outrages committed by bands of lawless and desperate men in various parts of this metropolis broke forth with such violence into acts of felony and treason, had so far overborne all civil authority, and threatened directly the immediate subversion of all legal power, the destruction of all property, and the confusion of every order of the state, that I found myself obliged by every tie of duty and affection to my people to suppress in every part those rebellious insurrections, and to provide for the public safety by the most effectual and immediate application of the force entrusted to me by Parliament. I have directed copies of the proclamations issued upon that occasion to be laid before you. Proper orders have been given for bringing the authors and abettors of these insurrections, and the perpetrators of such criminal acts, to speedy trial, and to such condign punishment as the laws of their country prescribe, and the vindication of public justice demands. Though I trust it is not necessary, yet I think it right, at this time, to renew to you my solemn assurances that I have no other object but to make the laws of the realm, and the principles of our excellent constitution in church and state, the rule and measure of my conduct, and that I shall ever consider it as my first duty of my station, and the chief glory of my reign, to maintain and preserve the established religion of my kingdoms, and as far as in me lies, to secure and to perpetuate the rights and liberties of my people. Abraham Durnford and William Newton, executed for robbery. In the case of these men we present a species of robbery different in the plan of its commission from every one yet described. It was proved on their trial at the Old Bailey that they hired an empty house, No. 21 Water Lane, Fleet Street, and having a bill of exchange lying at the bank of Smith, Wright and Gray, they directed it for payment at this house. They made preparation for cleaning, in order, as they pretended, to furnish it with dispatch; but the landlord, not liking this extraordinary haste, or his new tenants, desired Mrs. Boucher, the mistress of a public house opposite, to have an eye on their proceedings. Accordingly, on the day the bill came due, being 5th of August, 1780, she observed the new tenants, Durnford and Newton, then prisoners at the bar, enter the house and open the parlour windows. Soon after she saw a third man knock at the door, which was open, and he entered. Watching the event, she heard an uncommon noise, and stepping over the way to listen, she heard the cry of murder, as from a hoarse faint voice, succeeded by a kind of groaning, which very much alarmed her, and looking through the keyhole, she saw two men dragging a third down the cellar stairs, on which she cried out loudly, "They're murdering a man!" She knocked hard at the door, and begging the people in the street to break it open, but none would interfere. Being enraged at their not assisting her, she burst open the window, and was entering the house, when Newton jumped out of the one pair of stairs window, and was running off, but on the cry of "Stop thief!" he was instantly taken. Mrs. Boucher seized the other by the throat herself, and dragged him to her own house. The house was then immediately searched, and in a back cellar was found a man, bound and nearly choked to prevent his calling out. He proved to be a collecting clerk for Smith, Wright and Gray, named James Watts. They had robbed him of his pocket book, and would have murdered him, had not the woman saved his life. Mr. Watts, a young Quaker, aged 18, the party robbed and alluded to, would not, according to the doctrines of the particular sect to which he belonged, be sworn, which is required by the law in all cases, so that their conviction rested chiefly on the evidence of Mrs. Boucher, but not a shadow of doubt existed of their guilt, and they were convicted and executed on 22nd of November 1780. The story of Mr. Watts was, that on his knocking at the door, he was admitted immediately, and having entered the house, he was collared and seized by two men, whom he afterwards knew to be the prisoners, who attempted to gag him, and forced him down the stairs. Fearing that their intention was to murder him, he succeeded in getting from them by an extraordinary effort, and ran to the street door, but finding it locked, he was unable to offer any further opposition to their violence. His screams providentially alarmed Mrs. Boucher, but not until his book, containing upwards of £4,000, had been taken from him. It is rather singular that Mr. Watts was himself convicted of robbing his employers in the year 1781, and subjected to 2 years' imprisonment. End of Part 40.
Part 41 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 41. Francis Henry de la Motte, executed for high treason. The offence of this man was one of the most despicable character. A native of France, and in the service of the French king, he lived long in London, employing himself as a spy upon the proceedings of the English government. He occupied elegant lodgings in Bond Street, dressed like a gentleman, kept the best company, and passed for a foreigner of fortune. At length, however, suspicions arose of his real character, and a watch being set upon his motions, they were found to be fully justified, and he was apprehended and committed to the Tower. On his trial, various acts of treason were proved against him, and he was found guilty. Sentence was immediately pronounced upon him, that he should be hanged by the neck, but not until he was dead, that he should be then cut down, and his bowels taken out and burnt before his face, and that his head should be taken off, his body cut into 4 quarters, and be placed at his Majesty's disposal. He was remanded to the Tower, and at the expiration of a fortnight a warrant was issued from the office of the Secretary of State for his execution. The sheriffs demanded his body on the 27th of July 1781 of the Lieutenant of the Tower, and carried him to Newgate. From thence, in about a quarter of an hour, they set out with him to Tyburn. Lamotte was dressed in a suit of black. His deportment was manly and serious. He seemed to be totally abstracted from the surrounding multitude, as he scarcely ever took his eyes from a devotional book which he held in his hand. Upon his arrival at the fatal tree, he was immediately removed from the sledge in which he had been conveyed. He then employed some minutes in earnest devotion, after which he twice bowed respectfully to the sheriffs, and turned to the executioner, desiring him immediately to perform his office. After hanging 57 minutes, the body was cut down and laid on a block, when, a fire having been previously kindled, the executioner severed the head from the trunk, and making an incision from his breast, ripped out the heart, which, after being exposed to the surrounding spectators, was thrown into the flames. The body was then scorched, together with the head, and put into a very handsome coffin, which was delivered to an undertaker for interment. Amongst other effects of the handiwork of Lamotte in favour of his own country, it is said that the attack of a French fleet under the command of Commodore Suffren upon the British fleet under Commodore Johnstone in the neutral harbour of Port Praya Road, on its way to the East Indies, whither it was convoying a number of merchantmen, was attributable to him. The English fleet was taken in an unexpected manner. As many as 1,500 of its men are related to have been on shore at the time of the attack, some of whom were employed in collecting water, and others in obtaining exercise, when the Frenchmen hove into sight, and before the necessary arrangements could be made to receive them, forced their way in line into the very midst of the British vessels. Commodore Johnstone, however, with the bravery of a British sailor, succeeded in compelling them to sheer off, but not until he had sustained a loss of upwards of 200 men. The movements and strength of the English fleets were at that time made no secrets, and Lamotte, having obtained the necessary information in the instance in question, conveyed it to his own country through the medium of one Lutterlock, a Dutchman, who succeeded in effecting his escape, while his companion in iniquity suffered an ignominious death. John Donellan, Esquire, executed for the murder of Sir Theodosius Boughton, Baronet, his brother-in-law. The case of Mr. Donellan is one of a very remarkable nature, and from the character of the testimony produced, has been the subject of much conversation and remark amongst persons connected with the professions of medicine and chemistry. The accused, Mr. Donellan, had been a captain in the army, and was the son of Colonel Donellan. At the age of 12 years he entered into the Royal Regiment of Artillery, with part of which he went to the East Indies in 1754. On his arrival there, he changed his service into the 39th Foot, but on that regiment being ordered home, he, with many other of his officers, had his Majesty's leave to remain in the service of the East India Company, without prejudice to their rank in the army. He then obtained a company, and certainly distinguished himself as a good soldier, not only having been much wounded in the service, but, if his own account may be credited, being singularly instrumental in the taking of Mazulapatam. Being appointed, however, one of the 4 agents for prize money, he condescended to receive presents from some black merchants, to whom part of their effects had been ordered to be restored, for which he was tried by a court-martial and cashiered. He subsequently purchased a share in the Pantheon, where he figured for some time as master of the ceremonies, and after a variety of applications, he at length obtained a certificate from the War Office that he had behaved in the East Indies like a gallant officer. in consequence of which he was put upon half pay in the 39th Regiment. But notwithstanding the most strenuous memorials and petitions representing his great services, and insisting that the offence for which he was broke was of a civil nature only, and not cognizable by a court-martial, he never could obtain a restoration into the company's service. In June 1777 he married Miss Boughton, and on Friday, March 30th, 1781, he was tried at the assizes in Warwick for the wilful murder of Sir Theodosius Edward Allersley Boughton, Baronet, his brother-in-law. The evidence was of such a nature that the fairest mode of stating it will be by repeating it as it appeared on the trial. Mr. Powell, apothecary of Rugby, deposed that he had attended Sir Theodosius Boughton for 2 months before his death, on account of a slight complaint of a certain description. On Wednesday morning, the 27th of February, he was sent for to Lawton Hall, and on his arrival there, at a little before 9 o'clock, Captain Donellan conducted him to the apartment of Sir Theodosius. On his entering, he perceived that the baronet was dead, and on his examining the body, he concluded that it was about an hour since life had fled. He had some conversation with Captain Donellan with regard to the deceased, and he was told by him that he had died in convulsions. He could not recollect the precise nature of the conversation, but the general effect of what Captain Donellan said was, that the deceased gentleman had taken cold. Lady Boughton, the mother of the deceased, deposed that Sir Theodosius was 20 years old on the 3rd of August last. On his coming of age, he would have been entitled to above £2,000 a year, and in the event of his dying a minor, the greater part of his fortune was to descend to his sister, the wife of Mr. Donellan. It was known in the family on the evening of Tuesday the 26th that Sir Theodosius was to take his physic the next morning. He used to put his physic in the dressing room. He happened once to omit to take it, upon which Mr. Donellan said, "Why don't you set it in your outer room? Then you would not so soon forget it." After this, he several times put the medicines upon his shelf over the chimney-piece in his outer room. On the evening of Tuesday the 26th, about 6 o'clock, Sir Theodosius went out fishing, attended only by one servant, Samuel Frost. Witness and Mrs. Donellan took a walk in the garden, and were there above an hour. To the best of her recollection, she had seen nothing of Mr. Donellan after dinner, till about 7 o'clock, when he came out of the house door in the garden, and told them that he had been to see them fishing, and that he would have persuaded Sir Theodosius to come in, lest he should take cold, but he could not. Sir Theodosius came home a little after 9, apparently very well, and he went up into his own room soon after, and went to bed. He requested her to call him the next morning and give him his physic. She accordingly went into his room about 7 in the morning, when he appeared to be very well. She asked him where the bottle was, and he said, "It stands there upon the shelf." He desired her to read the label, which she accordingly did, and found there was written upon it, "Purging draught for Sir Theodosius Boughton." As he was taking it, he observed, "It smelled and tasted very nauseous," upon which she said, "I think it smells very strongly like bitter almonds." He then remarked that he thought he should not be able to keep the medicine upon his stomach. Here a bottle was delivered to Lady Boughton, containing the genuine draught, which she was desired to smell at, and inform the court whether it smelt like the medicine Sir Theodosius took. She answered in the negative. She was then desired to smell at another, containing the draught, with the addition of a laurel water, which she said had a smell very much like that of the medicine she gave to Sir Theodosius. Lady Boughton then proceeded with her evidence. In 2 minutes after Sir Theodosius had taken the draught, he struggled very much. It appeared to her as if it was to keep the draught down. He made a prodigious rattling in his stomach and guggling, and these symptoms continued about 10 minutes. He then seemed as if he were going to sleep, or inclined to doze, and perceiving him a little composed, she went out of the room. She returned in about 5 minutes after, and to her great surprise found him with his eyes fixed upwards, his teeth clenched, and foam running out of his mouth. She instantly desired a servant to take the first horse he could get and go for Mr. Powell.
She saw Mr. Donellan in less than 5 minutes after. He came into the room where Sir Theodosius lay, and said to her, "What do you want?" She answered that she wanted to inform him what a terrible thing had happened; that it was an unaccountable thing in the doctor to send such a medicine, for if it had been taken by a dog it would have killed him, and she did not think her son would live. He inquired in what way Sir Theodosius then was, and on being told, he asked her where the physic bottle was, on which she showed him the 2 draughts. When he took up one of the bottles, and said, "Is this it?" she answered yes, and then, after rinsing it, emptied it in some dirty water that was in a wash hand basin, and on doing so, she said, "What are you at? You should not meddle with the bottles." Upon that he snatched up the other bottle and rinsed it, and then he put his finger to it and tasted it. She repeated that he ought not to meddle with the bottles, upon which he replied that he did it to taste it. 2 servants, named Sarah Blundell and Catherine Amos, afterwards came into the room, and he desired the former to take away the basin and the bottles, and he put the bottles into her hands. The witness, however, took the bottles from her, and set them down, bidding her not to touch them; and the prisoner then desired that the room might be cleaned, and the dirty clothes thrown into the inner room. This being done, the witness turned her back for a moment, on which the prisoner again handed the servant the bottles, and bid her take them away, and she accordingly removed them. Witness soon afterwards went into the parlour, where she found Mr. and Mrs. Donellan, and the former told his wife that her mother had been pleased to take notice of his washing the bottles, and that he did not know what he should have done if he had not thought of saying that he put the water into them to put his finger to it to taste. The witness made an answer to this observation, and the prisoner directed his wife to ring the bell in order to call up the servant. When the servant came, he ordered him to send in the coachman, and when he came, the prisoner said, "Will, don't you remember that I set out of these iron gates at 7 o'clock this morning?" "Yes, sir," said he. "And that was the first time of my going out? I have never been on the other side of the house this morning? You remember that I set out there this morning at 7 o'clock, and asked for a horse to go to the Wells?" "Yes, sir," Mr. Donellan said. "Then you are my evidence." The servant answered, "Yes, sir." She did not recollect that the prisoner made any observation. The witness further said that Mr. Donellan received a letter from Sir William Wheeler, desiring the body might be opened, and that he showed her his answer to this letter. She told him he had better let it alone, and not to send such a letter as that, but she did not tell him the reason of her disliking it. He replied that it was necessary to send an answer, and that he would send that. She afterwards attended before the coroner and the jury in order to be examined, when Mr. Donellan also was present, and she mentioned to the jury the circumstances of the prisoner's rinsing the bottles. Being returned to Lawford Hall, the prisoner said to his wife before the witnesses that she had no occasion to have told the circumstance of his washing the bottles. She was only to answer such questions as were put to her, and that question had not been asked her. Being asked whether Mr. Donellan did not endeavour to account to her for her son's death, she answered that when the things were removed in order to be put in the inner room, she said to the maid, "Here, take his stockings, they have been wet, he has catched cold to be sure, and that might occasion his death." On that she examined the stockings, and there was no mark or appearance of their having been wet. In answer to some further questions, she denied that she or any of the family had ever declined eating of the same dishes that Sir Theodosius did. Mr. Donellan, indeed, had recommended her not to drink out of the same cup, because he was affected with a certain disorder, nor to touch the bread he did, because there might be arsenic about his fingers, as he used that poison when he was fishing. Catherine Amos corroborated the testimony of her mistress, and said that she was called upstairs to the room where Sir Theodosius lay, at the time when the surgeons were engaged in opening the body, and she heard Mr. Donellan say that there was nothing the matter, and that it was a blood vessel which broke, which had occasioned the death of his brother-in-law. About a fortnight afterwards, Mr. Donellan brought her a still, which had been recently washed, and he desired her to put it into the oven to dry, in order that it might not rust. Mr. Kerr, a surgeon of Northampton,
deposed that he attended Sir Theodosius when he was at Mr. Jones's. His disorder was so slight that he did not think it a subject of medicine at all. He ordered him some lotion to wash with, and dissuaded him from the use of medicine. Dr. Rattray of Coventry deposed that in consequence of an anonymous note which he received, and which desired him to bring Mr. Wilmer with him, in order to open the body of Sir Theodosius Boughton, they went together and met Mr. Bucknell, Mr. Powell, and Mr. Snow in the Newbold churchyard. Mr. Bucknell opened the body. The witness then proceeded to describe the external appearances of the body, and its appearances in the dissecting. He was asked whether, as he had heard the evidence of Mr. Powell and Lady Boughton, he could, from that evidence totally independent of the appearances he had described, form a judgment as to the cause of death of Sir Theodosius. He answered that, exclusive of these appearances, he was of opinion, from the symptoms that followed the taking of the draught, that it was poison, and the certain cause of his death. Being desired to smell at the bottle, and asked what was the noxious medicine in it, he said it was a distillation of laurel leaves, called laurel water. Here he entered into a detail of several experiments on animals, tending to show the instantaneous and mortal effects of the laurel water. He knew nothing in medicine that corresponded in smell with that mixture, which was like that of bitter almonds. He further said that the quantity of laurel water contained in the bottle shown to him was sufficient to be the death of any human creature, and that the appearances of the body confirmed him in his opinion that the deceased was poisoned, so far as, upon the viewing of the body, so long after the death of the subject, one could be allowed to form a judgment upon such appearances. Mr. Wilmer and Dr. Parsons, a professor of anatomy at Oxford, confirmed the evidence of Dr. Rattray. Dr. Ash of Birmingham was of opinion, from the symptoms described, that the deceased died by poison. If the laurel water were distilled strong enough to collect the essential oil, a teaspoonful of it would destroy animal life in a few seconds, and he believed as strong a poison might be made from bitter almonds. Mary Limes deposed that she had been servant to Lady Boughton. Mr. Donellan was in the habit of distilling roses occasionally, and he kept his still in an apartment which was called his room, and in which he slept when Mrs. Donellan lay in. Francis Amos, gardener to Lady Boughton, deposed that he was with Sir Theodosius the whole time he was fishing, the night before he died. Mr. Donellan was not there. 2 or 3 days after Sir Theodosius died, he brought him a still to clean. It was full of wet lime. He said he used the lime to kill fleas. The witness used to gather lavender for him to distill. In the garden there were laurels, bays, and laurustinus. William Crofts, one of the coroner's jury, deposed that on the examination of Lady Boughton, when she said that Captain Donellan rinsed the bottle, he saw the captain catch her by the gown and give her a twitch. John Derbyshire deposed that he had been a prisoner in Warwick jail for a debt, that Mr. Donellan and he had a bed in the same room for a month or 5 weeks. He remembered to have had a conversation with him about Sir Theodosius being poisoned. On his asking him whether the body was poisoned or not, he said there was no doubt of it. The witness said, "For God's sake, Captain, who could do it?" He answered, "It was amongst themselves. He had no hand in it." The witness asked whom he meant by themselves. He said, "Sir Theodosius himself, Lady Boughton, the footman, and the apothecary." The witness replied, "Sure, Sir Theodosius could not do it himself?" He said he did not think he did. He could not believe he would. The witness answered, "The apothecary could hardly do it. He would lose a good patient. The footman could have no interest in it, and it was unnatural to suppose that Lady Boughton would do it." He then said how covetous Lady Boughton was. She had received an anonymous letter the day after Sir Theodosius's death, charging her plump with poisoning him, that she called him and read it to him, and she trembled. She desired he would not let his wife know of that letter, and asked him if he would give up his right to the personal estate, and to some estates of about £200 a year belonging to the family. The conversation was about a month after the captain came into the jail. At other times he said that it was impossible he could do a thing that never was in his power. This being the chief evidence, the prisoner in his defence pleaded the total ignorance of the fact, and several respectable characters bore testimony to his integrity. The jury, however, found him guilty, and he received sentence of death. At 7 o'clock on the next day, the 2nd of April 1781, he was carried to the place of execution at Warwick in a mourning coach, followed by a hearse and sheriff's officers in deep mourning. As he went on he frequently put his head out of the coach, desiring the prayers of the people around him. On his arrival at the fatal spot, he alighted from the coach, and ascending a few steps of the ladder, prayed for a considerable time, and then joined in the usual service with the greatest appearance of devotion. He next, in an audible tone of voice, addressed the spectators to this effect: that as he was then going to appear before God, to whom all deceit was known, he solemnly declared that he was innocent of the crime for which he was to suffer, that he had drawn up a vindication of himself, which he hoped the world would believe, for it was of more consequence to him to speak truth than falsehood, and he had no doubt but that time would reveal the many mysteries that had arisen in this trial. After praying fervently some time, he let his handkerchief fall, a signal agreed upon between him and the executioner, and was launched into eternity. When the body had hung the usual time, it was put into a black coffin, and conveyed to the town hall to be dissected. It is almost needless to inform our readers that the poison with which the unfortunate Sir Theodosius was murdered was prussic acid, at that time only recently introduced and little known. End of Part 41. Part 42 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 42. David Tyree, executed for high treason. The charge against this malefactor was that of sending intelligence of our naval affairs to France during the time of war. The prisoner was by birth a Scotchman, and having lived as a clerk in the service of a Mr. Powell for 5 years, he entered into business for himself, but was so far unsuccessful as to be made a bankrupt. He subsequently obtained a situation in the Navy Office, Portsmouth, where he was most traitorously guilty of the offence imputed to him. He was tried at Winchester by virtue of a special commission on the 10th of August 1782, when the charge alleged against him was supported by the following testimony. Maria Harvey proved that a bundle of papers, the property of Tyree, had been delivered to her by a Mrs. Askew, about the 13th of February, that the particular charge given with them had raised her curiosity to inquire into the contents of the bundle. She had been induced in consequence to open them, and thinking that the contents were of a dangerous nature, she carried them to a Mr. Page in Westminster, who being of the same opinion, they were conveyed to the office of the Secretary of State. The papers on being examined proved to be copies of papers called the Navy Progress, being a list of all the ships of the Navy, the situation and state of repair of each, etc. To these were added remarks on their destination, a description of the dockyards at Portsmouth, Plymouth, and all the public and even of several private docks. They also contained a plan, by which it was proposed to furnish a person in France with intelligence on very moderate terms, when the importance of the object was considered. The particulars were an express to be employed, which would travel 450 miles, to be paid at 13d. per mile, a monthly salary of 5 or 6 guineas to a person at each of the dockyards, also a salary of 2 or 3 guineas to a man in the lesser yards. There were a number of other papers produced, all going to the purpose of giving information to the enemies. Captain William James also proved that Tyree had bargained with him to go to Boulogne to purchase wines. He had agreed to pay him 15 guineas in money for the voyage, and to provide him with a letter of credit for £50 to trade with. Upon his being about to sail, the prisoner delivered to him a packet of letters for the commandant of the port, and a passport for Boulogne or Cherbourg, but feeling that it was not proper to carry letters to the French coast in time of war, he consulted a Captain Harrison upon the propriety of doing so. The latter advised him against it, and they opened the packet. It contained 5 letters, which gave an account of the sailing of some frigates to intercept a fleet of French transports, a particular account of the departure of the East and West India fleets, together with the names and strength of their respective convoys, besides other important information of the same character. One of these letters, it appeared, was signed by the prisoner in his own name, and the others in the name of Croix, and it was proved that the whole of them, as well as the papers produced by Mrs. Harvey, were in his handwriting. The case having been left to the jury for their consideration, they immediately returned a verdict of guilty. Mr. Justice Heath then passed upon the unhappy prisoner the sentence of the law, which was the same as that in the case of La Motte, which has very recently been alluded to, and which was subsequently carried out in its fullest terms. The prisoner behaved during his trial with remarkable composure, and met his fate without any apparent emotion. William Wynne Ryland, executed for forgery. In the execution of this unhappy man, the world may be said to have sustained a severe loss, for Mr. Ryland was an engraver of first-rate abilities, and of very considerable celebrity. He was a native of Wales, and his father having been patronised by the Welsh baronet, Sir Watkin Williams Wynne, he was named after that individual. While yet young he displayed considerable talent, and in the early part of his apprenticeship he engraved a head of his godfather in a style which betokened unusual taste and power. Having completed his term, he visited the French and Italian schools, and in the former obtained the honorary medal, which was presented to him in Paris. On his return to England, he introduced the admired art of engraving in imitation of chalk drawings, and soon after George III. Had ascended the throne, he was appointed by him to the situation of his engraver, with a salary of £200 a year, and the Queen added £100 a year more out of her privy purse, as a testimony of her approbation of his extraordinary talents. A few years previous to the fatal act for which he suffered, Mr. Ryland entered into a partnership with a Mr. Brier, and they jointly opened a shop in Cornhill, where they carried on a very extensive trade in prints, the former still continuing to exercise his abilities in the art of engraving. But although their business was productive of great profit, several heavy losses, occurring almost at the same time, so deranged their pecuniary affairs that a bankruptcy ensued. Some years after this failure, Mr. Ryland, on his own separate account, opened a print shop in the Strand, where he had every prospect of success. But being fond of a private life, he quitted his business, and retired to Pimlico, and thence to Knightsbridge, where by one fatal act he entirely ruined his reputation as a man, but his name as an artist will ever stand in the highest estimation. At this time Mr. Ryland had recovered his losses in trade, and was bequeathed shares in the Liverpool waterworks, which were then deemed to be worth £10,000. His business was worth £2,000 a year, and his stock was valued at £10,000 more. Such was his own statement of his property, in his defence on his trial, and it was supposed that, in order to engross the remaining shares in his Liverpool concern, he committed the forgery for which he suffered. The forged instrument so exactly resembled the real bills that it was scarcely possible to know one from the other, but it being discovered that 2 bills of the same tenor and date were out, and consequently that one of them must prove a forgery, suspicion fell so strong on Ryland that he was induced to secrete himself, and a reward was offered for his apprehension. He went in disguise to Stepney, and took an obscure lodging at the hovel of one Richard Freeman, a cobbler, accompanied by Mrs. Ryland, the wretched partner of his misfortune, passing as Mr. and Mrs. Jackson, and there he continued for some time to evade the search after him, till one fatal step of the unfortunate woman who was watching over his safety caused his apprehension. She took, unconscious of danger, one of her husband's shoes to the cobbler to be mended, with the name of Ryland on the inside of it. This was fatal. The cobbler, in order to obtain the reward, delivered up his lodger. When the officers of justice went to apprehend Ryland, they found him in a corner of the room on his knees, and heard a noise like a guggling in his throat, and upon approaching him they found that he had attempted suicide. He had a razor in his hand, and a basin stood before him, but the wound which he had inflicted did not prove mortal. On the 20th of July 1783 he was arraigned at the bar of the Old Bailey on an indictment charging him with feloniously forging and uttering a certain bill of exchange for £210 sterling, purporting to be a bill drawn by the gentleman of the factory at Fort George, Madras, on the Honourable East India Company, with intent to defraud the said company, etc. The solicitor to the East India Company, who prosecuted the prisoner, endeavoured by several proofs to bring home the charge to the accused, but though forgery was manifest, yet it was so nice a point to distinguish the true bill from the false one, that it was, during the trial, supposed that they could not convict him until Mr. Whatman, paper manufacturer at Maidstone, appeared as a witness. Mr. Whatman deposed that the paper of the forged bill was of his manufacture. He then explained to the court his reasons for thinking so. The moulds, he said, in which the paper of the bill was made, were received by him in February 1780, but were not used before the December following. They were then worked with, and the first paper sent to London made by them was on the 27th of April 1781. But he was convinced that the paper on which the bill was written was not sent before the 3rd of May 1782, and the way by which he knew it was that there were defects in it, which exactly agreed with those in the sheets of paper which he produced, and which had been made by him at that period. It was further proved that the instruments bore date antecedent to the time of the paper being made, and this evidence being conclusive, in spite of the prisoner's arguments that his fortune being ample he had no reason to commit the offence imputed to him, he was found guilty. He was executed at Tyburn on the 29th of August 1783, being the last person who suffered by the hands of the executioner at that place. Christopher Trusty and others. Executed for returning from transportation. The year 1783 crowded the prisons of England to a degree never before known, though the offences of the prisoners were not distinguished by any particular enormity, and were generally devoid of that interest which entitles them to a place in our calendar. Of these numerous offenders, 150 were proceeding to North America on board the Swift transport, pursuant to their sentence, when they rose on the captain and crew in the Downs on the 30th of August, and after confining them, got on shore at Deal, and all made their escape. On this intelligence reaching London, Mr. Justice Blackborough ordered the constables attending at his office to search for the fugitives in the different places of iniquitous resort. Having armed themselves each with cutlasses, Redgrave, Season, and Isaacs accordingly went to a house in Onslow Street, Saffron Hill, where in one room they found 5 returned transports, 2 of whom ran upstairs and escaped by lowering themselves from a back window by means of the bedclothes, but the others arming themselves, one with a poker, another with a shovel, and a third with a clasp knife, having a blade about 6 inches long, as with one voice cried out, "Cut away! We shall be hanged if taken, and we will die on the spot rather than submit." All expostulation proving fruitless, the officers attempted to seize them, upon which a dreadful conflict ensued, and many wounds were given and received, but at length the villains surrendered, and were conveyed before Mr. Blackborough for examination. Being asked by the magistrate by what means they had procured their liberty, they acknowledged that they had run the ship on shore, adding that to recover their liberty was not difficult, as in compassion of their sufferings the captain permitted 18 or 20 convicts to be upon deck at one time unfettered. That on the 3rd day of being thus indulged, they, the prisoners, and others who were upon deck, liberated the rest, and having confined the captain and crew, ran the vessel on the sands, and got on shore in the 2 long boats, that no cruelty was exercised upon any part of the crew, nor any property stolen from the vessel, except that some of the convicts obliged the sailors to change clothes with them, that they concealed themselves in hedges and ditches till night, and then took different routes, that they collected half a crown among themselves, which they gave to a countryman for conducting them to Rye, whence they walked up to London, where they had arrived but a very short time before they were apprehended. In the September sessions at the Old Bailey, Christopher Trusty and 23 others were capitally convicted of the offence of being found at large in this kingdom before the term for which they were ordered to be transported had expired, and received judgment of death. 6 of the ringleaders, viz. Charles Thomas, William Matthews, Thomas Millington, Christopher Trusty, David Hart, and Abraham Hyams, were selected for immediate execution, and were hanged on the 22nd of September, sentence having been passed upon them on the 20th. No fewer than 54 prisoners received sentence of death on the same day, in many of whose cases the extreme penalty of the law was subsequently inflicted. Samuel Harris and John North, executed for murder. At the Admiralty Sessions, held on the 11th of November 1784, these men were tried for the wilful murder of John M'Nier, one of the mariners belonging to His Majesty's cutter the Nimble, in the service of the Customs. On the trial it appeared that on the night of the 30th of April last, it being clear moonlight, a vessel was observed at about 2 miles distant from Deal, hovering or standing in towards the shore, which was supposed to be a smuggler. Lieutenant Bray, commander of the Nimble, being acquainted with the fact, manned 3 boats, and proceeded to speak to her, and coming within hail, told them his name and business, which was to board and search her. He was answered by many voices with imprecations, bidding him keep off, and a volley was instantly fired into his boat, whereby M'Nier, one of the crew, received a shot in his right breast near the pap, of which he instantly died. Lieutenant Bray then proceeded to board the vessel, which proved to be the Juliet Lugger of Deal, laden with about 400 tubs or half anchors of spirit. But he received another volley. He, however, persisted and boarded the lugger, when an engagement began in which some men fell. North leapt overboard, but was taken, and Harris was found concealed in the hold. He said he was only a passenger, and had been waiter at the Assembly House at Margate, where he was then going. But unluckily for him, he had on a pair of trousers and a seaman's jacket, in the pocket of which were found several musket and pistol balls. On this evidence the prisoners were found guilty, and on the morning of the 13th, 2 days after conviction, they were taken from the cells of Newgate, put into a cart, and conveyed to the gallows, which was erected on a platform at Execution Dock, and there executed. Charles Price, charged with forgery. The subject of this narrative was born about the year 1730, in London. His father lived in Monmouth Street, and carried on the trade of a salesman in old clothes, and there he died in the year 1752 of a broken heart, occasioned, it is said, by the bad conduct of his children. In early life Price exhibited those traits of duplicity which were manifested in his subsequent career, frequently defrauding his father, and disposing of the property which he carried off to the Jews, disguised in his brother's clothes. By this means his brother was occasionally chastised in his place, while he escaped unpunished. The following anecdote of his ingenuity is highly characteristic of his disposition. His father, tired of his tricks and knaveries, put him apprentice to a hosier in St. James's Street, but even here he was unable to restrain his appetite for fraud. Having managed, on the occasion of one of his visits to his home, to carry off a suit of clothes of elegant workmanship, he dressed himself with becoming taste, and thus disguised proceeded to his master's shop. Calling himself the Honourable Mr. Bolingbroke, he selected a variety of silk stockings of beautiful texture, undiscovered by his employer, and on quitting the house he desired that the goods should be sent to him at Hanover House in an hour's time, when he promised that he would pay for them. Being perfectly aware that it would be his duty to carry home the goods, Price immediately stripped himself of his disguise, and returning to his master's residence was directed to convey the parcel to Hanover House. He soon came back declaring that Mr. Bolingbroke was out, and that he had left the stockings with the bill, but it being speedily ascertained that they had been lodged with a pawnbroker instead of the supposed customer, and his ingenious scheme being discovered, he was dismissed from his employment. He had not been long at liberty before he sailed for Holland, and there assuming the name of Johnson, he obtained a situation as clerk in the counting house of a merchant, by means of a forged letter of introduction. Having debauched his master's daughter, and carried off a considerable sum of money, he thought it prudent to return to England, but having there soon expended the proceeds of his fraud in dissipation, he was again thrown upon the world. His wits, however, were not exhausted, nor did they ever slumber long.
he determined upon a trial to establish a brewery, by obtaining a partner with money; and, as a first step towards it, in the year 1775, he issued the following curious advertisement: "Wanted, a partner of character, probity, and extensive acquaintance upon a plan permanent and productive. 50%, without risk, may be obtained. It is not necessary he should have any knowledge of the business, which the advertiser possesses to its fullest extent, but he must possess a capital of between £500 and £1,000 to purchase materials, with which, to the knowledge of the advertiser, a large fortune must be made in a very short time. Addressed to P.C., Cardigan Head, Charing Cross. P.S. None but principals, and those of liberal ideas, will be treated with." To this advertisement the famous comedian Samuel Foote paid attention. Eager to seize what he thought a golden opportunity, he advanced the sum of £500 for a brewery. We need not add that the sum soon disappeared, and Foote retired from the concern, having gained nothing but experience and disappointment. Price, however, had the impudence to apply to him again, wishing him to unite in the baking trade, but the comedian archly replied, "As you have brewed, so you may bake, but I'll be cursed if ever you bake as you have brewed." After this unfortunate business, Mr. Price turned Methodist preacher, and in this character defrauded several persons of large sums of money. Advertising in order to get gentlemen wives, he swindled a person of the name of Wigmore of 50 guineas, for which he was indicted, but having refunded a part, he effected his escape. With astonishing impudence, he afterwards again set up a brewery in Gray's Inn Lane, and after various frauds, he became a bankrupt in 1776. Ever fruitful in resources, he set out for Germany, where he engaged in some smuggling scheme, for which he was imprisoned; but he returned to England, having managed to pocket £300 in the course of his trip. A brewery in Lambeth was again tried, but ineffectually, and he was afterwards successfully a begging letter impostor and a lottery office keeper, and then he assumed the trade by which he qualified himself to become the subject of remark in the Newgate Calendar. Having leagued himself with a number of adventurers whose business consisted in making and selling forged notes, he entered into their schemes, but fearful of being himself employed in the dangerous act of putting off the notes, in the year 1780, memorable for the riots in London, he assumed the name of Brant, and engaged a plain, simple, honest fellow as a servant, whom he converted into the instrument of passing his forged notes without detection. He advertised for this servant, and conducted himself in a manner truly curious towards him. The young man, having answered the advertisement, heard nothing relative to it for about a week. One evening, however, just about dusk, a coachman was heard inquiring for him, saying there was a gentleman over the way in a coach who wanted to speak to him. On this the young fellow was called and went to the coach, when he was desired to step in, and there he found an apparently old man, affecting the foreigner, seeming very much afflicted with the gout, as he was completely wrapped up in flannel about the legs, and wearing a camlet surtout buttoned over his chin, close up to his mouth, a large black patch over his left eye, and almost every part of his face so hid that the young fellow could scarcely discover a feature except his nose, his right eye, and a part of that cheek. The young man's character was found to suit, and he was engaged, but his surprise may easily be imagined when, on his next seeing his employer, he found him a thin, genteel looking young man. The simplicity of the young man whom he had thus duped into his service was such that Price found no difficulty whatever in negotiating through his means notes to the amount of about £1,500, which were principally expended in the purchase of lottery tickets and shares; but the unfortunate wretch was eventually taken into custody, and was left by his employer to suffer all the fears likely to arise in his mind upon the contemplation of the supposed consequences of his crime. His innocence was, however, at length proved, and he was set at liberty, but not until he had suffered nearly 12 months' imprisonment. His late master, in the meantime, had retired from public life, and nothing more was heard from him until the year 1782, when, having exhausted the proceeds of his former villainies, he was compelled to come forth again to renew his depredations on the public. He began by employing a lad named Power as the instrument of his minor proceedings, but emboldened by success, through the medium of his disguises, he succeeded occasionally in obtaining very large sums. The following anecdote is related on the success with which he carried on his trade. He had frequently been at the shop of a Mr. Roberts, grocer, in Oxford Street, where he now and then bought a few articles, and took many opportunities of showing his importance. Upon one occasion he called in a hackney coach, disguised as an old man, and brought some few articles. A day or two afterwards he repeated his visit, and on a third day, when he knew Mr. Roberts was not in the way, went again, with his face so painted that he appeared to be diseased with the yellow jaundice. The shopman, to whom he enumerated his complaints, kindly informed him of a prescription for that disorder, by which his father had been cured of it. Price gladly accepted of the receipt, promising that if it succeeded he would call again, and handsomely reward him for his civility. In conformity with which he entered the shop a few days afterwards, apparently perfectly free from the complaint, and acknowledged his great obligations to the shopman, after which he expatiated freely on his affluent circumstances, the short time he had to live, and the few relations he had to leave his property to, and made him a present of a £10 bank note. It will naturally be conceived that this was a forgery, but it had the desired effect with Price, for at the same time he said he wanted cash for another, which was a £50 note. This the obliging and unsuspecting shopman got change for at an opposite neighbour's. The next day, during Mr. Roberts' absence, he called again, and entreated the lad to get small notes for 5 other notes of £50 each. The lad, however, telling him his master was not at home, Price begged he would take them to his master's bankers, and there get them changed. This request was immediately complied with. The bankers, Messrs. Burchell and Co., complied with Mr. Roberts' supposed request, immediately changed them, and small notes were that day given to Price for them. He practised his frauds with equal effect upon Mr. Spilsbury, the vendor of a celebrated quack medicine, with whom he traded in the name of Wilmot, and upon many others, and so great was his success that in one day he negotiated 60 £10 notes, and besides exchanged 14 £50 notes for 7 £100 notes of the Bank of England. In his last attempt on the bank, which ended in his detection, he assumed the name of Polton, pretending he was an Irish linen factor, and employed 2 young men to circulate his notes, whilst he, still greatly disguised, kept back in obscurity. By means of a pawnbroker he was found out with great difficulty, and on his seizure he solemnly declared his innocence, and before the magistrate behaved with considerable insolence. His detection took place on the 14th of January 1786, and notwithstanding his disguise, he was soon sworn to by more persons than one, and seeing no way to escape, he pretended, to his wife in particular, great penitence. The bank was fully intent on his prosecution, and there appeared no doubt of his dying by the hands of the executioner, but even this he managed to avoid, for one evening he was found hanging against the post of his door, in the apartment allotted him in Tothill Fields Bridewell. In this situation he was discovered by the keeper of the prison, who cut him down quite dead, and found in his bosom 3 letters, one of which, addressed to the directors of the bank, he confessed everything relative to the forgery, and the manner of circulating the notes. Another, addressed to his wife, was written in a most affecting style, and in the third, directed to the keeper, he thanked him for the very humane treatment he had experienced during his confinement. A coroner's jury was summoned, as usual in such cases, and returned a verdict of self-murder, in consequence of which his body was thrown into the grounds at Tothill Fields, and a stake driven through it. In a box belonging to Price were found after his death 2 artificial noses, very curiously executed in imitation of nature. These, it is obvious, he occasionally wore as a part of the various disguises by which he had been enabled so long to elude the hand of justice. The counterfeit plates were found buried in a field near Tottenham Court Road, the turf being replaced on the spot, and, with the rolling press and other materials found at his lodgings, were ordered by Sir Sampson Wright, the presiding magistrate, to be destroyed. His wife, who had been confined with him as an accomplice, and by whom he had a family of 8 children, was ordered to be discharged immediately after his burial. End of Part 42.
Part 43 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 43. Henry Stern, alias Gentleman Harry, convicted of stealing the Duke of Beaufort's George. This offender was one of the class called gentlemen pickpockets. Being a fellow of good address and of tolerable education, he managed by some means to intrude himself into decent society, where he found it easier to carry on his schemes of depredation. He was indicted on the 12th of September 1787 for robbing His Grace the Duke of Beaufort of his George, meaning the Star of the Order of the Garter, on the 4th of June previous, which was the King's birthday. From the evidence of His Grace, it appeared that he was quitting His Majesty's levee on the day in question, followed by his servants, his George being pendant from his neck by the ribbon, when, on his reaching the corner of St. James's Street, he found himself suddenly surrounded by a great crowd of people who pushed him about. He did not at first understand the meaning of it, when presently a thought struck him that the object was to rob him, and he found that his George was gone. He called for his servants, who directly came up, and His Grace pointed out a man in black as the thief. He was searched, however, but nothing found, and then the prisoner being seized, the ornament was discovered in his pocket. The prisoner denied the charge imputed to him, and hoped that the jury would not suffer any reports which they had heard of his character to operate to his prejudice, but he was found guilty, and sentenced to be transported for 7 years to Botany Bay. Samuel Burt, convicted of forgery. Mr. Burt, previously to the occurrence for which he was tried and executed, bore a most exemplary character. The particulars of the forgery of which he was guilty do not appear to have come out on the trial, when the prisoner pleaded guilty, but his object in its commission, as well as in refusing to deny his guilt, may be collected from the manner in which he addressed the court on his being called up for judgment. He said, "My lord, I am too sensible of the crime I have committed, and for which I justly deserve to suffer, not to know that I have forfeited my life, and I wish to resign it into the hands of him who gave it. To give my reasons for this would only satisfy an idle curiosity. No one can feel a more sensible, heartfelt satisfaction in the hopes of shortly passing into eternity, wherein I trust I shall meet with great felicity. I have no desire to live, and as the jury and court in my trial thought proper to recommend me to mercy, if His Majesty should in consequence thereof grant me a reprieve, I here vow, in the face of heaven, that I will put an end to my own existence as soon as I can. It is death that I wish for, because nothing but death can extricate me from the troubles in which my follies have involved me." Sentence was then passed in due form, but we do not find any entry of its having been carried out, and it is therefore very likely that the recommendation of the jury, alluded to by the prisoner, was attended to. The last notice which is taken of the case in the books is in the following terms: Samuel Burt, the unhappy youth who, under a depression of mind, abhorring the guilt of suicide, committed a forgery in order to suffer death by the law, was respited. Dated December 1787. From the observations made by the prisoner, it is pretty evident that he was labouring under a species of insanity, by which he was persuaded that he must suffer death. The following instances of a similar description are of a character far more melancholy, inasmuch as that in each the murder of a fellow creature was the means adopted by the unhappy maniac, for the offenders can be considered in no other light to secure his own death. On the 4th of September 1760, when North America was a British province, Mr. Robert Scull and several gentlemen were playing at billiards in Philadelphia, when Captain Brullerman, late of the Royal American Regiment, came into the room, and without the smallest provocation levelled a loaded gun which he had brought with him, and shot Mr. Scull through the body just after he had struck his ball. It afterwards appeared that this desperate man had been brought up a silversmith, and that having entered the army he became an officer in the Royal American Regiment, but was broke on his being detected in counterfeiting or uttering base money. He then returned to Philadelphia, and growing insupportable to himself, and yet unwilling to put an end to his own life, he determined upon the commission of some crime, for which he would certainly be hanged by the law. Having formed this design, he loaded his gun with a brace of balls, and asked his landlord to go shooting with him, intending to murder him before his return. But the landlord, fortunately for himself, being particularly engaged at home, escaped the danger. He then went out alone, and on the way met a man whom he was about to kill, but recollecting that there were no witnesses to prove him guilty, he suffered the man to pass. He next proceeded to the tavern, where he drank some liquor, and hearing people playing at billiards in a room above that in which he sat, he went upstairs and entered into conversation with the players in apparent good humour. In a little time he called the landlord and desired him to hang up the gun. Mr. Skull having struck his antagonist's ball in one of the pockets, Bruluman said to him, "Sir, you are a good marksman. Now I'll show you a fine stroke." He immediately took down his gun, levelled it, deliberately took aim at Mr. Skull, who imagined him in jest, and shot both the balls through his body. He then went up to the dying man, who was still sensible, and said to him, "Sir, I have no malice or ill will against you. I never saw you before, but I was determined to kill somebody that I might be hanged, and you happened to be the man, and I am very sorry for your misfortune." Mr. Skull had just time left in this world to send for his friends and make his will. He forgave the murderer, and if it could be done, he desired he might be pardoned, but Bruluman died on the gallows, exulting in his fate. The same volume from which we make the above extract contains another case of the like nature, and if possible more extraordinary. It appears, however, that in this instance the judges of the unfortunate offender treated him as was most proper, as a maniac. The scene of this second murder is not mentioned. It is stated that a youth of the name of David Williams, when about 15 years of age, was one day against his wish detained from school by his stepfather, who greatly wanted his assistance on the farm. While thus employed, a log rolled on one of his legs, which injured it to such a degree that it became nearly useless, and by another accident he soon after hurt the other limb, so that he was rendered a cripple before he had attained the years of manhood. At these misfortunes he continually repined, blamed his stepfather for keeping him that day from school, whereby he received his first injury, and, mortified at his appearance among his comrades, some of whom he said ridiculed him, he became weary of the world and determined to terminate his misfortunes with his life. For this end, suicide and murder presented themselves. The first he thought the most eligible, but then it brought to his mind the horrors of appearing by his own violence before God, for which he feared he should not be pardoned, and therefore he was induced to abandon that for the latter, which he conceived would afford him a better excuse to the Almighty. He familiarised himself with this act of desperation by continually thinking of it, so that in time it became a pleasing subject of contemplation. The idea of the grief which it must occasion his mother at times almost unbent his resolution, but then the idea of its proving a sweet revenge on his stepfather bore down every other consideration. Thus determined, the next step of this unhappy youth was to select a proper subject on whom the deed should be committed. A grown person or a child was the question. The former, he concluded, must be under sin and guilt, therefore by a sudden death, and thus unprepared, his damnation might be chargeable to him, and he be doubly guilty. The latter being innocent, he might avoid that charge, and he therefore resolved upon murdering some child. Now the particular object for this horrid purpose was the next consideration, but he confessed that, though he thought of it more than 6 months, yet none occurred until within 5 minutes of his committing his long determined and bloody deed. All the morning of the fatal day he said that he felt an unaccountable and far stronger desire to commit murder than before, to use his own words, something like hankering after fruit. At this unfortunate moment he chanced to spy a little boy named Ira, the son of Mr. Lane, a neighbour, gathering plums, and finding the parents absent, he determined on seizing the opportunity and subject. He instantly took a gun, fired at and slightly wounded the child in the side of the abdomen. Finding his victim yet alive, he limped to him, led him to the house, placed him upon a bed, and took a station at the door. The poor devoted little Ira had yet strength left to get from the bed in order to see whether his father was coming to cure him, and Williams answered that his father would come by and by, and bade him go to bed again and lie still. Again the murderer listened for the dying groan of the boy, but finding his work incomplete, horrid to relate, he took an axe, went to the bed, looked upon the innocent child, and while it held up its little hands for help, the monster struck it on the head, and by repeated blows chopped it in pieces. The wretched murderer was a youth of extraordinary mental talents for his years, until the fatal gloom overspread him. After the horrid deed was done, he spoke of it with calmness, observing that, though he had often considered the grief he should bring on his own mother, it never occurred to him the distraction it must cause her who bore the murdered child. His whole intent was to get himself hanged, and he supposed that the palliating circumstances under which the murder was committed would induce the Almighty to forgive him. Upon his trial he was deemed to be insane, and was treated as such. Thomas Gordon, the younger, executed for murder. Mr. Gordon, the father of this wretched youth, was a surgeon and apothecary in London, from whence he removed his family into Northamptonshire, not long before the fatal circumstance which is about to be described happened. Mr. Gordon continued to practise in the country, and soon became envied and disliked from his being a stranger, and the consequence was that frequent quarrels took place. At length a justice's warrant was obtained against the father on a pretended charge of assault, and the constable went to Mr. Gordon's house in order to apprehend him, but the wife and son told the officer he was not at home. The constable, however, knew that he was in the house and went away, but soon returned with some neighbours, and with them was about to make a forcible entry, when the mother and son opposed them, the latter being armed with a gun. The populace threw stones at the windows, when the mother, in an unlucky moment, bade her son fire. He did so, and killed the constable on the spot. Both mother and son were tried and found guilty of the murder, but Baron Thompson, who presided on the bench, observing that the mother was indicted as an accessory before the fact, and that the evidence proved that she was a principal, he had doubts whether she was properly convicted, and therefore reserved the case for the opinion of the 12 judges, who, upon solemn argument, confirmed the sentence against the son, but at the same time adjudged the indictment against the mother to be bad, and the poor youth received sentence of death. He was 3 times reprieved, from which he hoped, and the world flattered him with an opinion, that his pardon would ultimately follow, but an order at length came for his execution, and although he was in a state of insanity at the time, brought on by the cruel suspense in which he had been kept as to his fate, he was executed at Northampton on the 17th of August, 1789, aged only 19 years. Thomas Phipps, Esquire, the elder, and Thomas Phipps, the younger, executed for forgery. These malefactors were father and son, and their final exit from this life was attended by circumstances of the most heart-rending and melancholy description. The father was a man of good property, and lived on his own estate at Llwyneen Mapsis in Shropshire, and he and his son were indicted for uttering a note of hand for £20, purporting to be that of Mr. Richard Coleman, of Oswestry, knowing the same to have been forged. It was proved on their trial that Mr. Coleman never had had any transactions with Mr. Phipps that required the signing of any note whatever, that about the Christmas before, Mr. Coleman was served with a copy of a writ at the suit of Mr. Phipps the elder, which action Mr. Coleman defended, and for want of further proceedings on the part of the plaintiff, a non-pro was signed, with £2 3s. costs of suit against Phipps. Upon this an affidavit was drawn up and sworn by Phipps the elder, Phipps the younger, and William Thomas, their clerk, for the purpose of moving the Court of Exchequer to set aside the judgment of non-pro, and therein they swore that the cause of action was a note of the said Coleman's for £20, which was given as satisfaction for a trespass by him, committed in carrying some hay off the land of one of Mr. Phipps the elder's tenants. The court thereupon granted a rule to show cause why the judgment should not be set aside, but Mr. Coleman insisting that the note was a forgery, the present prosecution was instituted against the father, son, and Thomas. After a full hearing at the assizes at Shrewsbury, the father and son were pronounced guilty of uttering and publishing the note, knowing it to be forged, and William Thomas was found not guilty. Though convicted on the fullest evidence, the unhappy men, until the morning of their execution, persisted in their innocence, but when about to leave the gaol, young Phipps made the following confession: "It was I alone who committed the forgery. My father is entirely innocent, and was ignorant of the note being forged when he published it." They were taken in a mourning coach to the place of execution, accompanied by a clergyman and a friend who attended them daily after their condemnation. On their way to the fatal tree, the father said to the son, "Tommy, thou hast brought me to this shameful end, but I freely forgive thee." To which the son made no reply. It being remarkably wet weather, their devotions were chiefly performed in the coach. When the awful moment arrived, Mr. Phipps said to his son, "You have brought me hither. Do you lead the way?" Which the youth immediately did, and in the most composed manner ascended the ladder to a temporary scaffold erected for the purpose of their execution, followed by his father. When their devotions were finished, and the halters tied to the gallows, this most wretched father and son embraced each other, and in a few moments the scaffold fell, and they were hand in hand launched into eternity. September the 5th, 1789, amid a vast concourse of pitying spectators. The father was 48, and the son just 20 years of age. Renwick Williams, commonly called the Monster, imprisoned for a brutal and wanton assault on a female. The mind is utterly at a loss to conceive any reason which could urge this unnatural brute to the commission of the crimes which upon his trial were distinctly proved against him. The offence of which he was found guilty was that of making a most wanton and unmanly attack upon an unprotected female, upon whom he inflicted a very severe wound, no provocation whatever having been offered to him. For a considerable time before the apprehension of this offender, a report was very generally prevalent that many young and respectable females had been privately and suddenly wounded in various parts of their person while walking through the streets, in some cases in open day, by a villain, who invariably succeeded in making his escape. Sometimes it was reported that the wound was given at a time when a man approached the lady for the purpose of presenting a nosegay to her, and it was said that, holding the flowers to her nose, he would stab her in the face with a sharp instrument which was concealed among their stems, while at others it was said that the wound was given in the thigh, behind, or in private parts of the person, so that occasionally the most serious injury was inflicted, and an almost universal terror prevailed. At length a man named Renwick Williams was apprehended, who was distinctly sworn to by a Miss Porter, upon whom he had inflicted a wound, and at the sessions held on the 18th of July 1790 he was put on his trial at the Old Bailey for the offences alleged against him. The indictment charged that the prisoner on the 18th of January, with a force and arms in the parish of St. James, on the King's Highway, upon Anne Porter, did make an assault, and that he did unlawfully, wilfully, and maliciously inflict upon her a certain wound, etc., against the peace. A second count charged the said Renwick Williams that on the same day and year he did unlawfully, wilfully, and maliciously tear, spoil, cut, and deface the garments and clothes, to wit, the cloak, gown, petticoat, and shift of the said Anne Porter, contrary to the statute and against the peace, etc. Miss Anne Porter deposed that she had been at St. James's to see the ball on the night of the 18th of January 1790, accompanied by her sister Miss Sarah Porter and another lady, that her father had appointed to meet them at 12 o'clock, the hour the ball generally breaks up, but that it ended at 11, and she was therefore under the necessity either of staying where she was until her father came, or of returning home at that time. Her father, she said, lived in St. James's Street, and kept a tavern and a cold bath there, and as it was not far she agreed to go home with her party. As they proceeded up St. James's Street, her sister appeared much agitated, and called her to hasten home, which she and her company accordingly did. Her sister was the first to reach the hall door, and as the witness turned the corner of the rails, she received a blow on the right hip. She turned round and saw the prisoner stoop down. She had seen him before several times, on each of which he had followed close behind her, and used language so gross that the court did not press on her to relate the particulars. He did not immediately run away when he struck her, but looked on her face, and she thus had a perfect opportunity of observing him. She had no doubt, she said, of the prisoner being the man that wounded her. She supposed that the wound was inflicted with a sharp instrument, because her clothes were cut and she was wounded through them. The prisoner at that time escaped, but on the 13th of June, as she was walking in St. James's Park with her mother and 2 sisters, and a Mr. Coleman, she saw him again, and being agitated, her alarm was remarked, and the prisoner was eventually secured upon her pointing him out. The evidence of Miss Sarah Porter, the sister of the last witness, was to the same effect. She stated that she was well acquainted with the prisoner's person, and that he had followed her and talked to her in language the most shocking and obscene. She had seen him 4 or 5 different times. On that night when her sister was cut, she saw him standing near the bottom of St. James's Street, and spying her, he exclaimed, "Oh ho! Are you there?" and immediately struck her a violent blow on the side of the head. She then, as well as she was able, being almost stunned, called to her sister to make haste, adding, "Don't you see the wretch behind us?" Upon coming to their own door, the prisoner rushed between them, and about the time he struck her sister, he also rent the witness's gown. It was proved further that the prisoner, on his being pointed out by Miss Porter, was followed by Mr. Coleman as far as South Molton Street, where he entered a house, but being followed, his address was demanded. He for some time declined complying with the request which was made, but eventually said that he lived at No. 52 Jermyn Street. Mr. Coleman, however, felt he ought not to permit him to escape, and he therefore compelled him to accompany him to Miss Porter's house. He at first objected to doing so on the ground of its being late, but force being used, he was obliged to obey. On his arrival, Miss Anne and Miss Sarah Porter fainted away, exclaiming, "Oh my God, that is the wretch!" Upon which the prisoner said, "The young lady's conduct is very strange. They don't take me for the monster who is advertised." He was assured, however, that he was known to be that person, and he was then conveyed in custody before the magistrates, by whom he was committed for trial. It was also proved that the wound which had been inflicted on Miss Porter was of a very serious description. It was at the beginning, and for 2 or 3 inches only skin deep, but then it suddenly sunk to the depth of 4 inches, gradually becoming more shallow towards the end. Its length from the hip downwards was 9 or 10 inches. The prisoner, being called upon for his defence, begged the indulgence of the court in supplying the deficiency of his memory upon what he wished to state from a written paper. He accordingly read as follows: "He stood," he said, "an object equally demanding the attention and compassion of the court. That, conscious of his innocence, he was ready to admit the justice of whatever sufferings he had hitherto undergone, arising from suspicion. He had the greatest confidence in the justice and liberality of an English jury, and hoped they would not suffer his fate to be decided by the popular prejudice raised against him. The hope of proving his innocence had hitherto sustained him. He professed himself the warm friend and admirer of that sex whose cause was now asserted, and concluded with solemnly declaring that the whole prosecution was founded on a dreadful mistake, which he had no doubt the evidence he was about to call would clear up to the satisfaction of the court. He then called 2 witnesses, who gave him good character, and who stated that he was at work for his master, Mr. Mitchell, an artificial flower maker, in Dover Street, Piccadilly, up to the hour of 1 o'clock on the night in question. Mr. Justice Buller summed up the case to the jury. Having commented upon the evidence which had been produced, he said that he should reserve the case for the opinion of the 12 judges for several reasons. First, because this was completely and perfectly a new case in itself, and secondly, because this was the first indictment of the kind that was ever tried. Therefore, although he himself entertained but little doubt upon the first point, yet as the case was new, it would be right to have a solemn decision upon it. Upon the second point, he owned that he entertained some doubts. This indictment was certainly the first of the kind that was ever drawn in this kingdom. It was founded upon the statute of the 6th George I. Upon this statute it must be proved that it was the intent of the party accused, not only to wound the body, but also to cut, tear, and spoil the garment. One part of this charge was quite clear, namely that Miss Porter was wounded and her clothes torn. The first question, therefore, for the consideration of the jury would be, whether this was done wilfully, and with intent to spoil the garment as well as to wound the body. That was a fact for the jury to decide, and if they agreed upon this, then whether the prisoner was the man who did it. It should be observed that here was a wound given with an instrument that was not calculated solely for the purpose of affecting the body, such for instance as piercing or stabbing by making a hole, but here was an actual cutting, and the wound was of very considerable length, and so was the rent in the clothes. It was for the jury to decide whether, as both body and clothes were cut, he who intended the end did not also intend the means. He left it to the jury to say upon the whole case whether the prisoner was guilty or innocent. The jury immediately, without hesitation, found the prisoner guilty. Mr. Justice Buller then ordered the judgment in this case to be arrested, and the recognisances of the persons bound to prosecute to be respited until the December sessions. At the commencement of the sessions at the Old Bailey on the 10th of December 1790, Judge Ashurst addressed the prisoner nearly in the following terms: "You have been capitally convicted under the statute 6 George 1st of maliciously tearing, cutting, spoiling, and defacing the garments of Anne Porter on the 18th of January last. Judgment has been arrested on 2 points: one, that the indictment is informal; the other, that the statute does not reach the crime. Upon solemn consideration, the judges are of opinion that both the objections are well founded; but although you are discharged from this indictment, yet you are within the purview of the common law. You are therefore to be remanded to be tried for a misdemeanour." He was accordingly on the 13th of the same month tried at Hicks Hall for the misdemeanour in making an assault on Miss Anne Porter. The trial lasted 16 hours. There were 3 counts in the indictment, viz. For assaulting with intent to kill, for assaulting and wounding, and for common assault. The same witnesses were then called in support of the charge as appeared on the trial at the Old Bailey, and they gave very clear, correct, and circumstantial evidence, positively swearing to the person of the prisoner. The prisoner produced 2 witnesses, Miss Amet and Mr. Mitchell, who attempted to prove an alibi, and the credit of their testimony was not impeached by any contradiction. The question therefore was, to which the jury would give credit, for the evidence on both sides was equally fair and unexceptionable, and the prisoner was acquitted. The prisoner was again put to the bar 10 o'clock the next morning, and tried on the remaining indictments, on 3 of which he was found guilty, when the court sentenced him to 2 years' imprisonment in Newgate for each, and at the expiration of the time to find security for his good behaviour, himself in £200, and 2 sureties in £100 each. End of Part 43. Part 44 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 44. Edward Lowe and William Jobbins, executed for arson. These prisoners were indicted at the Old Bailey Sessions for feloniously setting fire to the house of Francis Gilding in Aldersgate Street on the 16th of May 1790. From the evidence of the apprentice of Mr. Gilding, who was an accomplice in the wicked deed, it appeared that he was acquainted with the 2 prisoners, who were persons of bad character, and that it was determined among them that Mr. Gilding's house, which was the Red Lion Inn, should be set on fire, in order that they might plunder it. Accordingly, at about 12 o'clock on the night of Saturday 16th of May, they met in the inn yard, and Lowe got up into the hayloft, and placing some combustibles there, set them alight with a pipe which he was smoking. The fire soon blazed out, and the prisoners were very active in carrying off the goods, which they took away in a cart. The witness was in the act of carrying away a chest of drawers, when he was stopped by Lucy, a constable, upon whose evidence he was convicted. He subsequently, however, on condition of his being pardoned, consented to give evidence against the prisoners. This testimony being confirmed by that of other witnesses, the jury returned a verdict of guilty against the prisoners, and on the 2nd of November they were brought up to receive judgment. The learned recorder then addressed them in the following terms: I hardly know how to find words to express the abhorrence that I feel, or that the public entertains, of the crime of which you stand convicted. The setting fire to houses in the dead of night for the purpose of plunder, at the risk of the lives of the inhabitants of a great city, is a crime not yet to be met with upon the records of villainy that have been brought forward in this court. As the crime is singular, so the punishment must be marked. I take it will be so marked, and hope the example will be such, that if there should be left any persons of the same wicked intentions, they will take example from your fate. As your crime is singular and novel, I hope it will be the only one brought into this court of the same description. You therefore must prepare to die, and consider yourselves as men without hope in this world, and give me leave to assure you that it is my decided opinion that for an offence so very atrocious as yours, you can never expect salvation in the world to come, unless you will make some reparation to your injured country and to God, whom you have offended, by a sincere confession of all the offences of which you have been guilty, and by a disclosure of the names of all persons who either have engaged or are about to engage in crimes so detestable as that of which you stand convicted. Nothing therefore remains but that I should pray to Almighty God, and it is now my earnest prayer to him, that you may all obtain forgiveness and remission of your sins. On the morning of 20th of November these incendiaries were brought out of Newgate, and placed on a high seat, which had been fixed in the cart to render them more conspicuous to the spectators. They were then conveyed, attended by the sheriffs and other city officers, to Aldersgate Street, where a temporary gallows was erected opposite the spot where stood the house of Mr. Gilding, to which they had set fire. They arrived at the fatal tree about 9:15 o'clock, when Mr. Villette, the ordinary, went into the cart and prayed with them for about 20 minutes, after which they were turned off. They both confessed to Mr. Villette the facts for which they had so justly suffered. Jobbins had been educated at St. Paul's School, was bred a surgeon, and was only 19 years of age when he suffered. Lowe was about 23 years of age. A boy named Mead was on the 31st of August in the ensuing year executed for a similar offence in firing a house of his master, Mr. Walter Caverdine, a publican, in Red Lion Street. Joseph Wood and Thomas Underwood, executed for robbery. The whole parties in this case may be literally called children, the malefactors being but 14 years of age each, and the prosecutor no more than 12. Though of this tender age, yet they were convicted as old and daring depredators. So often had they already been arraigned at that bar where they were condemned, that the judge declared, notwithstanding their appearance, they were short, dirty, ill-visaged boys, it was necessary for the public safety to cut them off, in order that other boys might learn that, inured to wickedness, their tender age would not save them from an ignominious fate. The crime for which they suffered was committed with every circumstance of barbarity. They forcibly took away a bundle containing a jacket, shirt, and waistcoat from a little boy, and then fell upon him, and would probably have murdered him had they not been secured. They had long belonged to a most desperate gang of pickpockets and footpads, but so hardened and obstinate were they, that they would not impeach their companions, though the hopes of mercy were held out to them on making a confession, so that the villains might have been apprehended. They were executed at Newgate, July 6, 1791, apparently insensible of their dreadful situation. William Gadsby, executed for robbery. In recording the case of this culprit, a Scotch newspaper says, "He was one of the most notorious villains that has figured in the line of roguery in this country for many years, and though only 28 years of age, his criminal exploits appear, both in variety and number, to equal, if not to exceed, the achievements of the most dexterous and grey-headed offender. As this fellow lived, so he determined to die, with notoriety." He was brought to the gallows at Edinburgh, February 20th, 1791, dressed in a suit of white cloth trimmed with black. The awful ceremony, the dreadful apparatus of death, the surrounding multitude of spectators, appeared not to shake his frame, nor to agitate his mind. He mounted the platform of death with a firm step, and stood with great composure till the apparatus was adjusted, and then, in a collected manner, and in an audible voice, gave a brief account of his life. He said that the first robbery he committed was in a stationer's shop, where he purloined a pocket book. The success of this childish theft encouraged him to commit others, and in a short time he gave himself wholly up to thieving, never letting an opportunity slip of possessing himself of money or goods by fraud or force until the day he was committed to jail. He said that he often escaped in hackney chairs, and advised the officer on guard at the castle to search all such vehicles. He declared most solemnly that 3 miserable men, who had been executed 2 years before at the place where he then stood, of the names of Falconer, Bruce, and Dick, were innocent, for that he himself had committed the robberies for which they were condemned. With exultation he continued to say that the sums he had acquired by thieving and cheating did not amount to less than £2,000, besides the fortune of an unhappy woman whom he seduced and ruined. It was high time to stop the monster's speech, and the platform was therefore dropped, while yet he was exulting in his sins. Scotland, says the paper from which we extract this unparalleled case, seems to be in an improving state. The following ingenious contrivance was lately practised at Glasgow. While a merchant in King Street was counting some money and banknotes on a counter, a staff or small rod, overlaid with birdlime, was suddenly thrust in at the door, which having touched the notes, 2 of them were thereby carried off, and before the merchant could pursue, the ingenious actor had made his escape. The Birmingham Riots. These riots were of a nature very similar to those which broke out in London in the year 1780. The outbreak appears to have been occasioned by no immediate cause, but rather by a general feeling of discontent which pervaded the minds of the people in this great manufacturing town, aided by the celebration of the anniversary of the French Revolution, and a seditious handbill which had been previously circulated. The riot was commenced by an attack being made upon a tavern in Temple Lane, in which 80 or 90 persons had sat down to a dinner provided on Thursday 14th of July 1791, in order to celebrate the event referred to, when, notwithstanding the personal interference of the magistrates, the windows in front of the house were demolished, and many of the company were assaulted. The popular anger being thus excited, the mob proceeded to destroy Dr. Priestley's meeting house, and the old meeting house, the first of which they set on fire, while they contented themselves with burning the furniture of the latter in the burial ground. Dr. Priestley's house at Fair Hill, together with his valuable collection of apparatus for philosophical experiments, was also destroyed, and the mob then dispersed for the night. On the next morning, however, they again assembled, and being unopposed by any civil or military force, they proceeded to the commission of new outrages. Many were armed with bludgeons and weapons of offence, and shouting "Church and King," they attacked the houses of all who were obnoxious to them, or opposed to the principles which they professed. The mansion of Mr. John Ryland, at Easy Hill, was the first object to which they directed their fury; but many of them having got into the cellars, got so drunk with the wine which they found there, as to be unable to effect their escape, while their associates without, unmindful of their safety, set fire to the house, and they were buried beneath its ruins. Bordsley Hall, the residence of John Taylor, Esquire, shared a similar fate, the mob refusing to listen to any proposition to induce them to retire; and on the same night the house of Mr. Hutton in the town was completely stripped. A number of special constables were in the meantime sworn in, and attacked the mob with some determination, but being far inferior in numbers and quite undisciplined, they were compelled to retire. Saturday only dawned to exhibit fresh ravages. Mr. Hutton's house at Washwood Heath, 3 miles from the town, Mr. Humphreys' mansion at Sparkbrook, Mr. W. Russell's house at Shewell Green, Mr. T. Hawkes's house at Moseley Wake Green, and Moseley Hall, the seat of the Dowager Countess of Carhampton, were in turn attacked, and were all in flames at the same time.
Business was brought to a stand, and no military force arriving, the mob continued their acts of lawless atrocity undisturbed. At night many of them levied contributions from the inhabitants of the town of meat and money, and on the following day they pursued the same course in the outskirts in reference to all persons they met. The Sabbath even did not restrain them in their diabolical proceedings, for on that day they burned 2 dissenting meeting houses, and the ministers' dwellings, situated at about 6 miles from Birmingham. At night, soon after 10 o'clock, 3 troops of the 15th Light Dragoons arrived amid the acclamations of the inhabitants, whose hopes and fears had been depicted through the day in every countenance, as reports of the near approach of the soldiery were spread and contradicted. The town was immediately illuminated, and before morning everything was tolerably quiet. But the rioters were still continuing their depredations in the country. They exhausted the cellars at each place, and received various sums of money to prevent their proceeding to further violence. They were in great force at the time the troops arrived, of which they no sooner had intimation than they began to slink off in small parties, and the peasantry, taking courage, put the rest to flight in various directions. On Monday the town appeared in perfect security, but as much crowded as during the 3 preceding days in viewing the military, the mob keeping at such distance as to render all accounts of them dubious, at one time being said to be at Alcester, the next hour at Bromsgrove, etc. On Tuesday there were flying rumours of depredations near Hagley, Halesowen, etc., and in the evening certain information was received that a party of rioters were then attacking Mr. Mayles of Bellevue. A few of the Light Dragoons immediately went to his assistance, but the rioters had been previously overpowered by a body of people in that neighbourhood, and 10 of them were confined at Halesowen. On Wednesday morning the country round for 10 miles was scoured by the light horse, but not one rioter was to be met with, and all the manufactories were at work, as if no interruption had taken place. 3 troops of the 11th Light Dragoons marched in this morning, and more soldiers soon after making their appearance, the whole neighbourhood was soon restored to tranquillity. At the ensuing assizes held at Warwick on the 22nd of August, a great number of the persons concerned in these outrages were put upon their trial before Mr. Baron Perrin. They were indicted under the Black Act, and although in several cases the jury appear to have acted in a manner somewhat extraordinary in declaring the prisoners not guilty, many were convicted and received sentence of death. 2 of them, however, were pardoned, but the remainder expiated their offences on the scaffold. The Mutiny of the Bounty. The case of the mutineers of the Bounty has always attracted considerable attention. The Bounty was an armed vessel, commanded by Captain Bligh, which quitted England in the autumn of 1789 for the purpose of making discoveries and of trading among the southern islands, and having visited the Friendly and the Otaheitan Islands in the South Pacific Ocean in the month of May 1790, she set sail on her way back to England. On the 27th of that month they lost sight of land, and up to that time there had been nothing in the conduct of the crew or petty officers which could induce a supposition that any disorder was likely to take place. The mid-watch was duly relieved, but at daybreak on the following morning the cabin of the captain was forcibly entered by the officer of the watch, Fletcher Christian, who held the rank of master's mate, and who had previously been considered a good and faithful seaman, aided by 3 others, who dragged their commander on deck, threatening instant death if he dared to speak. The captain exerted all his eloquence to bring back the mutineers to their duty, but his exertions were of no avail, and he soon afterwards found the peaceful part of the crew and the officers brought upon deck and pinioned. The mutineers told them that they need hope for no escape by employing violence, for that all the muskets were charged, and they corroborated their assertions by exhibiting an armed body of their own number with muskets and fixed bayonets. The captain at once perceived that he was in the power of his men, and his doubts as to his fate were speedily put to an end by his seeing the long boat lowered over the side, which he and his fellows, to the number of 18, were commanded to enter, no other nourishment being afforded them but about 140 pounds of bread, 30 pounds of meat, 1.5 gallons of rum, an equal quantity of wine, and a few gallons of water. A compass and a quadrant were seized by the captain,
as his unfortunate companions were entering the boat, and as soon as he had taken his place, the mutineers gave 3 cheers and stood away, as they said, for Otaheite. Captain Bligh, on taking muster of the remains of his crew left to him, found that he had in his boat the boatswain, the carpenter, the gunner, the surgeon's mate, 2 midshipmen, and 1 master's mate, with Mr. Nelson, the botanist, and a few inferior officers. After a short consultation, it was deemed expedient to put back to the Friendly Islands, and having reached the coast of one of them, they landed, in hopes of improving their stock of provisions. For several days they continued unmolested, but at length, on the 30th of April, they were attacked by the natives with such violence that 1 man was killed and several wounded. They were therefore compelled immediately to sheer off, and it became now the subject of inquiry and deliberation as to what should be their next place of destination. Otaheite was proposed, as it was supposed that the natives would be friendly to them, but the apprehension of falling in with the Bounty determined them against this course, and with one assent they made up their minds to shape their course for Timor, a settlement belonging to the Dutch. To effect this enterprise they were compelled to calculate the distance with a view to the apportionment of their provisions, and having discovered that it was near 4,000 miles, they agreed that their rations should not exceed an ounce of bread and a gill of water a day for each man. Upon this scanty allowance they subsisted without any other nourishment until the 6th of June, when they made the coast of New Holland and collected a few shellfish, and with this small relief they held on their way to Timor, which they reached on the 12th, after being 46 days in a crazy open boat, so confined in its dimensions as to prevent any of them lying down for repose, and without the least awning to protect them from the rain, which fell almost incessantly for 40 days, a heavy sea and squally weather augmenting their misery during a considerable part of the time. On their reaching Timor they received every assistance from the governor, and having remained until the 20th of August to recruit their strength, they procured a vessel in which they took their passage to Batavia. They reached that port on the 2nd of October, and from thence they immediately embarked for the Cape of Good Hope. Captain Bligh quitted the Cape in the month of December, and having reached England, he communicated the particulars of the mutiny to the Admiralty, and HMS the Pandora was immediately dispatched in search of the mutineers. It was not until the 25th of April 1792 that dispatches were received from Captain Edwards, stating that on the Pandora appearing off Otaheite, 2 men swam from the shore and solicited to be taken on board. They proved to be 2 of the Bounty's mutineers, and gave intelligence where 14 of their companions were concealed on the island. A part of the Pandora's crew were sent in search of them, and after some resistance they were taken and brought prisoners on board. It then turned out that Christian had taken upon himself the command of the Bounty immediately on the captain's having quitted her, and that his crew consisted of 25 men. When the Pandora arrived, Christian, with the other 9 mutineers, had previously sailed in the Bounty to some remote island, and every exertion to discover their retreat proved ineffectual. On her return home, the Pandora struck upon a reef of rocks in the Endeavour Straits. Her crew escaped from their perilous situation to an island in the Straits, except 33 men and 3 of the Bounty's people, who perished by the boat oversetting. Captain Edwards was reduced to the necessity of sending one of his officers and some seamen in a small boat to Timor, which they were 14 days in reaching, and where a vessel was procured, which proceeded to the assistance of the remainder of the crew. So much had the mutineers of the Bounty conformed to the custom and manners of Otaheite, that when 2 men of Christian's crew swam off to the Pandora, they were so tattooed and exhibited so many other characteristic stains, that on being first received on board, the Pandora's people took them for natives of the island. The names of the above metamorphosed mutineers were Peter Haywood, a midshipman, and Joseph Coleman, the armourer, the latter of whom, Captain Bligh observes, was detained by Christian, contrary to his inclination. On the 12th of September, a court-martial commenced on board the Duke, in Portsmouth Harbour, on Joseph Coleman, Charles Norman, Thomas Mackintosh, Peter Haywood, Isaac Morris, John Millward, William Muspratt, Thomas Burkitt, Thomas Ellison, and Michael Byrne. The evidence for the prosecution closed on Friday night the 14th, and the court indulged the prisoners till Monday to give in their defence, and on Tuesday took the whole into their consideration, when they were pleased to pass sentence of death on Haywood, Morris, Millward, Muspratt, Birkett, Ellison, the two first of whom the court recommended to mercy. Coleman, Norman, Mackintosh, and Byrne were acquitted and discharged. On the 29th of October, Millward, Birkett, and Ellison were executed on board the Brunswick. Haywood and Morris were pardoned in compliance with the recommendation of the court. End of Part 44. Part 45 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 45. Nathaniel Lilly, James Martin, Mary Bryant, William Allen, and John Butcher. Convicted of returning from transportation. The offence of which these prisoners stood charged was that of returning from transportation at a period earlier than that to which by their sentences they were required to remain in the penal settlement to which they had been sent. The trial took place on the 8th of July 1792, and the following facts were proved. It appeared that the prisoners had all been tried in England and sentenced to undergo various terms of transportation, and in pursuance of their sentence were sent to Botany Bay. The small settlement which then existed would hardly be recognised in the flourishing colony which, through the employment of English wealth and enterprise, now rears its head upon the shores of New Holland, and it is not surprising that these unhappy persons should have been anxious to escape from a place where slavery and misery alone awaited them. For this purpose they formed a species of society or club among themselves, and having collected together what money they possessed, they entrusted one of their number, named Bryant, the husband of the prisoner Mary Bryant, to apply to Captain Schmidt, the commander of a Dutch vessel, who had recently before brought a cargo of provisions to the colony, to induce him to sell them one of his boats, a sail, a quadrant, and the necessary quantity of provisions for the voyage which they intended to make. The enterprise was dangerous to both parties, for it was a felony to aid the escape of convicts, but the Dutchman, tempted by the bribe, which was considerable, let them have an old 6-oared boat with a lug sail, and about 100 pounds of rice and 14 pounds of pork, with which, together with about 200 pounds of flour, which they purchased of a baker in the colony, they determined to set sail on their expedition. Having got all their provisions on board, they started on the night of the 28th of March 1791, the party consisting of Bryant and his wife and 2 children, of the ages of 1 and 3 years, the 3 male prisoners, and also Samuel Bird, James Cox, and William Martin. The point of their destination being Timor, by which the nearest run is distant about 1300 miles from the place of their embarkation. They were forced to keep along the coast as much as they could for the convenience of procuring supplies of fresh water, and on these occasions, and when the weather was extremely tempestuous, they would sometimes sleep on shore, hauling their boat on the land. The savage natives, wherever they put on shore, came down in numbers to murder them, and now they found 2 old muskets and a small quantity of powder which Captain Schmidt had given them, particularly serviceable in firing over the heads of these multitudes, on which they ran off with great precipitation. But they were always forced to keep a strict watch. In latitude 26-27 they discovered a small uninhabited island, where were plenty of turtles, which proved a great relief to them, but they were very near being lost in landing. On this island they dried as much turtle as they could carry, which lasted them 10 days. At length, after suffering almost innumerable hardships and dangers, they landed at Coupang on the island of Timor, a Dutch settlement, on the 6th of June 1791, having sailed considerably more than 5,000 miles, and been 10 weeks all but 1 day in performing this voyage. At Coupang they informed the governor that they had belonged to an English ship, which was wrecked on her passage to New South Wales, and he treated them with great humanity, but at length, overhearing a conversation among them, he discovered that they were convicts, who had escaped from the colony in New South Wales. On the 29th of August 1791, the Pandora, of 20 guns, Captain Edwards, was wrecked on a reef of rocks near New South Wales. The captain and those of the crew who were saved got to Coupang in their boats, when the governor gave the captain an account of the 11 persons he had there, and of the conversation he had overheard. The captain took them with him to Batavia, where William Bryant and his eldest child died. The rest were put on board a Dutch ship, in which Captain Edwards sailed with them for the Cape of Good Hope. On their passage to the Cape, James Cox fell overboard and was drowned, and Samuel Bird and William Martin died. At the Cape, Captain Edwards delivered the survivors to Captain Parker on the Gorgon, and they sailed with him for England, and in their passage home the younger child of Mary Bryant died. On their trials the prisoners described the hardships which they had undergone in the most piteous manner, and the court, in consideration of their sufferings, ordered them to remain on their former sentence until they should be discharged by the course of law. The Reverend Richard Berg, John Cummings, Thomas Townley McCann, Esquires, James Davis, and John Bourne, convicted of a conspiracy to burn the King's Bench Prison. The prisoner Berg, who is first named in this case, was the private chaplain and a relation to the Speaker of the Irish House of Commons. The other prisoners were persons who were entitled to be ranked as gentlemen, and it appears that they were all confined in the King's Bench Prison for debt. On the trial of the conspirators, the Attorney General said he flattered himself it would be found that he had done no more than his duty in bringing the several defendants before the court. The offence with which they were charged was of the utmost importance to the peace and safety of the capital, for it not only had for its object the demolition of the King's Bench Prison, but involved the burning of other houses, bloodshed, and murder. He lamented that 5 persons, all of education and respectable families, should, by their folly and imprudence, to call it by the softest name, bring themselves into such an unfortunate situation. One was a reverend divine, another an officer in the army, another had been at the profession of the law, and the others were of respectable parents, and, as he understood, set out in the world with fair prospects of being honourable and useful members of the community. The Attorney General further said that this case was pregnant with the most alarming circumstances, which would be better detailed by the witnesses than described by him. Edward Webb was then examined, and he said he knew all the prisoners. He was introduced into a society called the Convivials, held in a room in the King's Bench Prison, of which the prisoners were members. McCann expressed himself very freely upon the subject of Lord Rawdon's bill, then pending, respecting insolvent debtors, and said if that bill did not pass into a law, he and others were determined to do something to liberate themselves, and that there was a scheme in agitation for that purpose, but that the parties were sworn to secrecy, and therefore he could not divulge it. The witness said he might safely communicate the business to him, and the prisoners Cummings and Davis being present, McCann said the plan in which he and the other prisoners were concerned was to effect their own enlargement by demolishing the walls of the prison, as they were determined not to be confined within those walls for debt. The execution of this plan would, however, depend upon the rejection of Lord Rawdon's bill. After they had effected their escape by setting fire to the prison, they would then go to the Fleet prison and liberate the prisoners, after which they should proceed to the houses of Lords Thurlow and Kenyon, which they would destroy. Davis said he should not hesitate himself to blow out the brains of those noble lords. The same witness saw the other defendants, who conversed upon the subject, and it was proposed to procure some sailors to assist them. This scheme was, however, defeated by the vigilance of the marshal, who sent for the guards and had the prison searched. The witness soon afterwards saw the prisoners McCann, Cummings, and Davis, who said that they were defeated in their former scheme, and that they were determined to put some other plot into execution, and on the next day Cummings, who was nicknamed the Captain, said that the best plan would be to blow the damned walls up. He then conducted the witness to the bakehouse, and pointed to a place where the drain was opened, saying that he meant to introduce a box into it, containing 50 pounds weight of gunpowder, and that he had planned how the tubes by which the fire should be conveyed to it should run. He then asked the witness to get the box made, and the plan having been communicated to McCann and Davis, they declared that it would be glorious, and that they would lose their lives in the attempt. Bourne was then acquainted with the plot, as he had some gunpowder, and he acquiesced in it, and it was determined that, as he had not got enough powder, a motion should be made at the next meeting of the convivials for a subscription of 5 shillings each to buy more, under the pretence that it was to fee counsel to know whether the marshal had any right to enter their rooms when he pleased. It was then further agreed that the powder should be deposited in a hole in the floor of Berg's room, which was looked upon as the best place of concealment, and on the day of the explosion McCann and Bourne were to get up a sham fencing match in order to give all the prisoners an opportunity of being collected together and making their escape in a body. The day fixed upon for the completion of the scheme was Sunday, and it was determined that 7 o'clock should be the hour of the train being fired, because there were generally a great number of strangers in the prison then, but the whole affair being in the meantime communicated to the marshal, the plot was put an end to by the apprehension of the prisoners and the seizure of their powder. Other witnesses confirmed this testimony, and the prisoners were found guilty. On Tuesday 12th of February 1793 they were placed at the bar to receive judgment, and were severally sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment in different gaols. Lawrence Jones, indicted for robbery. This unfortunate man was a native of London, where he received a good education and moved in genteel society, but having been guilty of some fraudulent practices, he was discharged from the situation which he held. Being now driven to seek his fortune, he determined to commence swindler, and having a considerable sum of money left him by a relation, he took a very handsome house in St. James's, had it elegantly furnished, and kept his carriage and servants. During his abode here he defrauded Mr. Hudson, a silversmith, of plate, to the value of near £3,000, Mr. Kempton, a mercer of silks and other goods, to a large amount, and Mr. Bailey, a watchmaker and jeweller, of a gold repeater and other goods to the value of £300. The time of payment coming on, and suspicion being entertained of his honesty, he thought it time to decamp, and he effected his purpose just in time to avoid a warrant out against him. After this he lived privately for some time, that suspicion might die away before he again began his fraudulent practices, which he carried on with his usual success, till the occurrence of the affair for which he was condemned, the particulars of which are as follows. Mr. Campbell, the collecting clerk to Vere, Luckadoo and Company, bankers, in Lombard Street, in the course of his business called at a house in Hatton Garden for the purpose of demanding payment of a bill. No sooner had he knocked at the door than it was opened by a person, in appearance a gentleman, who desired him to walk into the counting house, and having entered, a man came behind him and covered his head and face over with a thick cap, so that he could see nothing. He was then thrown on the floor and wrapped in a green baize, in which condition he was bound hand and foot and carried downstairs. His assailants now proceeded to rob him of his pocket book, with banknotes and bills to the amount of £900, and having secured the money, they took measures to prevent a discovery before they could receive the money for the bills, etc., which they had stolen. They first laid their victim flat on his back on a board, and chained him hand and foot, and carried him downstairs into a back kitchen, where they chained him to the bars of a grate, threatening that if he made a noise they would blow his brains out. Then, after placing before him some bread, some ham, and some water, they left him. In this condition he remained for about 8 hours, not daring to make the least noise, expecting every moment to be murdered if he spoke. But Providence preserved him from this dreadful fate, for hearing no more of them for so many hours, he at last had the courage to call out, and he at length succeeded in alarming a man who was at work in a house behind that in which he was confined. The fellow had the resolution to break open the door of the house from whence the noise proceeded, when, directed by the cry, he went downstairs, and there discovered the unfortunate Mr. Campbell almost expiring, and exhausted with struggling and crying out. Jones was afterwards apprehended by Jealous and Kennedy, officers of Bow Street, at the King's Arms in Bridge Street, Westminster, and on being seen by Mr. Campbell, he was immediately recognised by him as one of the men by whom he had been robbed. Being committed to Newgate, he was afterwards tried and found guilty, whence he received sentence and was ordered for execution on Wednesday, December 7th, 1793, in Hatton Garden, near the house where he committed the robbery. But on the Saturday previous, about 6 o'clock in the morning, when the turnkey entered the cell to prepare him to hear the condemned sermon and to receive the sacrament, he found him dead. It appeared that he had made several attempts on his life before, but was prevented, and the manner in which he at last accomplished his purpose was very extraordinary. He had taken the knee strings with which his fetters were supported, and tied them round his neck; then, tying the other end to the ring to which his chain was fastened, he placed his feet against the wall and strangled himself. The coroner's jury pronounced a verdict of felo de se. In consequence of this verdict, the body was, on Wednesday morning, carried out of Newgate, extended upon a plank on top of a cart, his face being covered with a cloth, and his clothes being upon his person, and in that condition, with a stake driven through his body, he was thrown into a pit, which was dug at the end of Hatton Garden, at the brow of Holborn Hill, and buried. Robert Watt and David Downey, convicted of high treason. We are now arrived at an alarming period in the modern history of our country. Just engaged in the war with France, we were perplexed with disaffection at home, and threatened with invasion by our enemy. Confederate bodies of dissatisfied men were formed from London to Edinburgh, and a systematic course of treason and correspondence was maintained until government stretched out its powerful arm to defeat their plans. Watt and Downey were principals in the Scottish conspiracy, and their trial came on before the High Court of Justiciary at Edinburgh on the 3rd of September 1794. Watt was first tried when Mr. Anstruther stated the case on the part of the Crown. He began by observing that such was the peculiar happiness of that country, Scotland, that they had been unacquainted with the law of treason for nearly half a century. The laws of treason were now the same in England and Scotland, and the duty of the subjects of both kingdoms should be the same. Scotland, in this instance, had reaped much benefit by the Union, as her laws of treason, previous to that period, were much more severe. The Act of Edward III stated 3 distinct species of treason: 1. Compassing and imagining the death of the king; 2. Levying war against him; 3. Assisting his enemies. He would not trouble the court or jury with the 2 last, for the single species of treason charged in the present case was the compassing and imagining the death of the king, which was defined by the conceiving such a design, not the actual act, but the attempt to effect it. But the law which thus anxiously guarded the sovereign was equally favourable to the subject, for it did not affect him until that imagination was fully proved before men of his condition. An overt act of treason was the means used for effectuating the purpose of the mind. It was not necessary to prove a direct attempt to assassinate the king, for the crime was the intention, and the overt act the means used to effect it. After explaining more fully the distinct species of treason which applied to the present case, Mr. Anstruther said that he trusted that if he could prove any design whereby the king's life was put in jeopardy, that would be considered an overt act. He should now state the facts upon which these principles of law were to be founded. The present conspiracy was not that of a few inconsiderable individuals. It had risen indeed from small beginnings, from meetings for pretended reforms. It had been fostered by seditious correspondence, the distribution of libellous writings, and had at last risen to a height which, but for the vigilance of the administration, might have deluged the country, from one end to the other, with blood. The proceedings of these societies, calling, or rather miscalling themselves, Friends of the People, were well known. Their first intention was apparently to obtain reform, but this not answering their purpose, they proceeded to greater lengths. He meant to detail the general plans and designs formed among the seditious, and then to state how far the prisoners were implicated in them. The first dawning of this daring plan was in a letter from Hardy, secretary to the London Corresponding Society, to Skirving, the secretary to the Friends of the People in Scotland. He wrote that, as their petitions had been unsuccessful, they must use separate and more effectual measures, and Skirving answered, and admitted the necessity of more effectual measures, and said that he foresaw the downfall of this government. Here also was the first notice of a convention, a measure which it was no wonder they were fond of, when they saw its effects in a neighbouring kingdom, France. They meant not to petition Parliament, but to proceed in their own plan, and to supersede the existing government of the country, and in that case the king's life was put in danger. Soon after, a convention, a body unknown to the laws of this country, met, and in this there would have been little harm had their views been peaceable. but their objects were avowedly unconstitutional, for their intention was to carry on their plans by force, and thus virtually to lay aside the prerogative of the king. This convention met using all the terms and regulations adopted by the convention of another country. They meant not to apply to Parliament, for whenever that was mentioned they proceeded to the order of the day. They resolved to oppose every act of Parliament which they deemed contrary to the spirit of the Constitution, and were determined to sit until compelled to rise by a force superior to their own. The convention indeed was dispersed by the spirited conduct of a magistrate, provost elder, but another convention was attempted to be called, who were to frame their own laws, and to be independent of the legislature, or, as they said, independent of their plunderers, enemies, and oppressors, meaning the king, lords, and commons. Their resolutions would prove that they meant to create a government of their own, to do away the authority of what they called hereditary senators and packed majorities, all which proved the intention of putting the king's life in danger. But what, it might be said, was all this to the prisoner at the bar, who, surprising as it might appear, about 2 years before wrote letters to Mr. Secretary Dundas, offering to give information as to certain designs of the friends of the people. Those letters were answered by that honourable gentleman with that propriety which had ever marked his public conduct. The prisoner then corresponded with the Lord Advocate, but since September 1793 this correspondence had ceased. Previous to that period the prisoner was not a member of the Society of Friends of the People, nor of the British Convention, but his accession since to its measures, and the calling of another convention, could be substantiated. A committee of correspondence, of which the prisoner was a member, was instituted by a new convention, whose object it was to carry into effect the views of the last British Convention, and to elect delegates to a new one. Mr. Watt attended this committee, and coincided with its measures, which were expressly to supersede the legislature. The prisoner had moved for a committee of union, and another was appointed, called the Committee of Ways and Means, of both which he was a member. This last was a secret committee, kept no minutes, was permanent, and empowered to collect money to support the great cause. Mr. Downey was appointed treasurer, and it was to be the medium through which all instructions and directions were to be given to all friends of the people throughout the kingdom, and was to procure information of the number of those that would spare no exertions to support the great cause. They corresponded with Hardy respecting the calling of a new convention, which was to follow up the purposes of the old one, and as the prisoner was present, he was in this way coupled with the British Convention. Their next attempt was to debauch the minds of the soldiers, and to excite them to mutiny, for which purpose a paper was printed and circulated among a regiment of fencibles then at Dalkeith. This paper, which was evidently seditious, was brought home to the prisoner, for the types from which it was printed were found in his house, and a copy traced from him into the hands of a soldier. The next charge to be brought against the prisoner, and the committee of which he was a member, was a distinct and deliberate plan to overturn the existing government of the country. The plan proposed was this: a fire was to be raised near the Excise Office, Edinburgh, which would require the attendance of the soldiers of the castle, who were to be met there by a body of the friends of the people, another party of whom were to issue from the west bow, to confine the soldiers between two fires, and cut off their retreat. The castle was next to be attempted, the judges, particularly the Lord Justice Clerk, were to be seized, and all the public banks were to be secured. A proclamation was then to be issued ordering all the farmers to bring in their grain to market as usual, and enjoining all country gentlemen to keep within their houses, or 3 miles from them, under penalty of death. Then an address was to be sent to his Majesty, commanding him to put an end to the war, change the ministers, or take the consequences. Such was the plan of the Committee of Ways and Means, as proposed by the prisoner. Previous to this, it should have been mentioned that all the friends of the people were to be armed, for which purpose one Fairley was dispatched round the country to levy contributions and disperse seditious pamphlets, for which he received particular instructions from the prisoner. Reports were spread through the same channel that the Goldsmiths' Hall Association were arming, and that it was necessary for the friends of the people to arm also, for they would be butchered either by them or the French. It was proved
that the prisoner gave orders to Robert Orrock to make 4,000 pikes, and also to one Brown for the same purpose. These were to be used for completing the great plan, and Fairley's mission was to inform the country of these intending proceedings. Another representative body was also formed, called Collectors of Sense and Money, who were to have the distribution of pikes, and to command the different parties. Mr. Anstruther then recapitulated shortly the different heads, and concluded an elaborate and most clear and distinct pleading of more than 2 hours and a half, by requesting the jury to lay no farther stress on what he had said than it should be proved, as it was meant merely as a clue to the evidence which should be brought before them. Witnesses were then called who spoke to the facts alluded to by the learned counsel, and who proved to the fullest extent the charge made against the prisoner. The evidence for the Crown being closed, Mr. W. Erskine, junior counsel for the prisoner, proceeded to open for the defence. He said that he would rest his defence upon the correspondence carried on between the Right Honourable Henry Dundas, the Lord Advocate, and the prisoner, by which it would appear that he had attended the meetings of the Friends of the People with no other view than a design to give information of their proceedings. A letter from the prisoner to Mr. Secretary Dundas was read, which stated in substance that, as he did not approve of the dangerous principles which then prevailed in Scotland, and was friend to the constitution of his country, he thought it his duty to communicate to him, as a good subject, what information he could procure of the proceedings of those who styled themselves Friends of the People. From an acquaintance with several of the leading men among them, he flattered himself he had this in his power, and he then went on to mention some of the names of those leading men in Perth, Dundee, and Edinburgh. In the first of these places, he said, he had been educated, and had resided in the two last for a considerable number of years. It concluded with enjoining secrecy. To this letter an answer was returned, which was also read. It acknowledged the receipt of Mr. Watts, and after expressing a hope that things were not so bad as he represented, desired him to go on, and he might depend upon his communications being kept perfectly secret. Another letter from Mr. Dundas to Mr. McRitchie, the prisoner's agent, was next read in answer to one from Mr. McRitchie, requesting of Mr. Dundas what letters he had of the prisoners. The answer was that all the letters he had received from Mr. Watt had been delivered to the Lord Advocate. The Lord Advocate being sworn, in exculpation he gave a distinct account of the transactions which he had had with the prisoner. He had conversed with him several times at his own lodgings, and he had at one time given him some information which he thought of importance. This was respecting the disaffection of some dragoons at Perth, which upon inquiry turned out to be ill-founded. In March 1793, his lordship said an offer had been made to him to disclose some important secrets, provided he would give the prisoner £1,000. This he absolutely refused. However, some time after, the prisoner having informed him that he was much pressed for money to receive a bill of £30, his lordship, who was then in London, not wishing he should be distressed for such a small sum, sent him an order for the payment of it. All this happened previous to the meeting of the Convention, since which time he did not recollect to have seen or correspond with the prisoner. Upon this evidence it was contended by Mr. Hamilton that the prisoner was engaged as a spy for the government, and it was well known that a spy was obliged to assume not only the appearance of those whose secrets he meant to reveal, but even to take part in their proceedings in order to prevent a discovery. A spy in an army, he said, was obliged not only to assume the uniform of the enemy, but even to appear in arms, and it would be exceedingly hard indeed, if taken in a conflict, that he should be punished for discharging his duty. He concluded with hoping the jury would bring in a verdict finding the charges not proved. The Lord President, after clearly defining the laws of treason, summed up the evidence, narrating and explaining the various parts with much candour, and leaving it entirely to the jury to return such a verdict as their judgment should direct. The jury withdrew about 5:30 o'clock in the morning, and in about 5 minutes returned with a verdict, guilty. The trial lasted nearly 22 hours. The case of Downey afterwards came on, and the jury after some time found him guilty, reconciling themselves to this verdict by unanimously consenting to recommending him to mercy, which they did in a very strong manner. Shortly after, the following awful sentence of the court was passed upon these unfortunate men.
Robert Watt and David Downey, you have been found guilty of high treason by your peers. The sentence of the court is, therefore, that you be taken from the place whence you came. From thence you shall be drawn on a sledge to the place of execution, on Wednesday the 15th of October, there to hang by your necks till you are both dead. Your bowels to be taken out and cast in your faces, and each of your bodies to be cut in 4 quarters, to be at the disposal of his Majesty, and the Lord have mercy on your souls. The unfortunate prisoners received the dreadful sentence with much firmness and composure, and were immediately conducted to the castle. The prisoner Downey subsequently received a respite, and his punishment was changed for that of transportation for life. But Watt was ordered to be executed on the 15th of October. On the appointed day, therefore, at 1:30, the 2 junior magistrates, with white rods in their hands, the Reverend Principal Baird, and a number of constables, attended by the town officers, and the city guard lining the street, walked in procession from the council chamber to the east end of Castle Hill, when a message was sent to the sheriffs in the castle that they were there waiting to receive the prisoner. The prisoner was immediately placed on a hurdle with his back to the horse, and the executioner, with a large axe in his hand, took his seat opposite him at the further end of the hurdle. The procession then set out from the castle, the sheriffs walking in front, a number of county constables surrounding the hurdle, and the military keeping off the crowd. In this manner they proceeded until they joined the magistrates, when the military returned to the castle, and then the procession was conducted to the place of execution. When they had reached the Tolbooth door, the prisoner was taken from the hurdle and carried into the prison, where a considerable time was spent in devotional exercise. He then came out upon the platform, attended by the magistrates, sheriffs, Principal Baird, etc., and after a short time further being spent in prayer, he mounted the drop board, and was immediately launched into eternity. When the body was taken down, it was stretched upon a table, and the executioner, with 2 blows of the axe, severed off the head, which was received into a basket, and then held up to the multitude, while the executioner called aloud, "There is the head of a traitor, and so perish all traitors." The body and the head were then placed in a coffin and removed. The execution was conducted throughout with the greatest solemnity, and the prisoner appeared to be deeply sensible of the awful situation in which he was placed. He was so emaciated that his appearance was entirely changed since his trial. Robert Watt was born in the shire of Kincardine, and was at the time of his execution about 36 years old. He was the natural son of a Mr. Barclay, a gentleman of fortune and respectability, but like most other children of illegitimate parentage, he was brought up and educated under the name of his mother. He was, at about 10 years of age, sent to Perth, where he received a very good education, and at the age of 16 he engaged himself with a lawyer in that place, but being of a religious disposition, he was disgusted at his profession, and soon withdrew from the desk of his master. Soon after, he went to Edinburgh and engaged as a clerk in a paper warehouse, where he lived happily and respectably for some years. But having a desire to share in the profits as well as the toils of his business, he wrote to his father, and prevailed upon him to assist him with some money to enable him to procure a partnership with his master. He then made proposals to the above purpose, which were, however, rejected by his employer, but being provided with money, he entered into the wine and spirit trade. His success in business continued very promising until he was almost ruined by the commencement of the war. At this period his acquaintance with the Friends of the People commenced. Its unfortunate termination is already made known to our readers. End of Part 45. Part 46 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 46. Archibald Hamilton Rowan, Esquire, convicted of publishing a seditious libel. Although we do not consider the numerous instances of conviction for the publication of seditious libels, which took place in Dublin about this time, as being strictly within the plan of our work, yet the extraordinary and romantic circumstances attending the escape of Mr. Rowan induce us to give his case insertion. The agitation produced both in England and Ireland, immediately after the French Revolution, in which many persons sought to excite the people to follow the example of their Gallic neighbours, produced a number of prosecutions, the recital of which alone would be sufficient to fill our volume. Among other convictions which took place was that of Mr. Archibald Hamilton Rowan, who was found guilty in the Court of King's Bench, Dublin, on the 29th of January 1794, of publishing in the year 1792 a false, scandalous, and malicious libel against the government, purporting to be an address from a society called the United Irishmen of Dublin to the Volunteers of Ireland, and signed by Mr. Rowan as their secretary, an offence for which he was sentenced to be imprisoned for 2 years, to pay a fine of £500, and to find security in the amount of £4,000 for his good behaviour for 7 years. It appears that after about 2 or 3 months of the term of imprisonment had expired, William Jackson, a divine of some notoriety in England, and several others, were arrested on a charge of high treason, in which it appeared probable that Rowan would be implicated. He therefore determined on effecting his escape, and the manner in which he accomplished it has been thus narrated. Having discovered, on the 28th of April 1794, the extent of the danger in which he was involved, he arranged a plan of flight, to be put into execution on the night of the 1st of May. He had the address to prevail on the gaoler of Newgate, who knew nothing farther of his prisoner than that he was under sentence of confinement for a political libel, to accompany him at night to his own house. They were received by Mrs. Rowan, who had a supper prepared in the front room of the second floor. The supper over, the prisoner requested the gaoler's permission to say a word or two in private to his wife in the adjoining room. The latter consented, on condition of the door between the 2 rooms remaining open, and he had so little suspicion of what was meditated, that instead of examining the state of the other room, he contented himself with shifting his chair at the supper table so as to give him a view of the open doorway. In a few seconds his prisoner was beyond his reach, having descended by a single rope, which had been slung from the window of the back chamber into the street. In his stable he found a horse ready saddled, and a peasant's outside coat to disguise him, and with these he posted to the house of Mr. Matthew Dowling, his attorney, who was aware of his design, and was under an engagement to aid him, both by his advice and personal assistance. On his arrival at the attorney's house he found it full of company, but the host coming to him, pointed out the imprudence of his giving him shelter, and directed him to wait for him at the Rotunda, a building in Sackville Street, where he would join him as soon as he could dispose of his guests. For an hour and a half, tormented by hopes and fears, did the fugitive await the coming of his friend; but Irish gentlemen in those days, as well as in modern times, were not the men to quit their bottle, and it was not until the expiration of that time that Mr. Dowling made his appearance. He at length arrived, however, and after a short and anxious conference, it was determined that it was best for Mr. Rowan to proceed at once to the house of a friend, a Mr. Sweetman, about 4 miles off, at the north of the Bay of Dublin, whence it was anticipated he might in a day or 2 make his escape by boat. He accordingly proceeded thither with all possible speed, but 3 days elapsed before the design could be carried out. Mr. Sweetman's pleasure boat was then manned by some fellows who lived on the spot, and who undertook to convey their passenger to the coast of France. They put to sea at night, but a gale of wind coming on, they were compelled to put back, and take shelter under the hill of Howth. They lay there at anchor until the following morning, and they were then again about to proceed on their voyage, when a small revenue cruiser sailing by threw into the boat copies of a proclamation which had issued, offering a reward of £2,000 for the apprehension of the fugitive. The bills were read, but no remark made, and in the bustle attending the getting the little vessel under way, no further notice was taken of them. When they had reached mid-channel, however, a second inspection of them took place, and the unfortunate exile beheld the brows of his crew contracted as they looked from the printed papers to him, apparently engaged in comparing the description which was given of the fugitive with his person. He knew the generous character of the Irish peasantry. He was himself an Irishman. He knew the loyalty and devotion of their hearts to persons in distress, and he could calculate upon receiving from them, as strangers, that aid which they would not have more readily given to their own brothers. His course was immediately determined upon. He admitted that their conjectures were right, that he was the runaway, Hamilton Rowan; but he added, "You are Irishmen." The answer which he received was characteristic of their country. They gave a cheer, threw the proclamation overboard, and set about hastening their passage to the place of their destination. On the third morning, a little after daybreak, they arrived in sight of St. Paul de Leon, a fortified town on the coast of Brittany, and as the sun rose, a thick mist which had hovered over them was dissipated, and they discovered about 2 miles astern the British Channel fleet moving along under easy sail, through which their little vessel had passed unperceived. The party soon effected a landing, and being seen, were seized and conducted to prison as suspected spies; but in a few days, their real character being explained, an order from the French government procured for their liberation, and the honest crew returned to Dublin with their boat, while Mr. Rowan proceeded at once to Paris. In a political convulsion which subsequently occurred in that city, it was his fate once more to effect his escape in a wherry down the Seine, in which he was unaccompanied by any person, and although the banks of that river were lined with military, he answered their challenges with so much address that he was permitted to pass unmolested. Having reached a French port, he embarked for the United States of America, and there, unaffected by the political changes of his own country, he continued to live for several years. At length the merits of his personal character prevailed against the remembrance of his political aberrations, and an act of royal clemency, generously conceded without any humiliating conditions, restored him once more to his country, where he continued to reside in the bosom of domestic quiet, and in the habitual exercise of every virtue. He had the satisfaction, too, in his old age, of finding that, in a public point of view, his debt of gratitude to the crown had not been wholly unpaid. In his eldest son, Captain Hamilton, of the Cambrian frigate, he gave to the British Navy one of its most gallant and distinguished commanders. William Butterworth and Francis Jennison, executed for murder. The case of these wretched culprits is so disgusting in its details that we feel justified in giving it only as short a form as possible. At the Hants Assizes, in the beginning of August 1794, William Butterworth and Francis Jennison, 2 convicts at Cumberland Fort, were tried before Mr. Justice Grose and Mr. Baron Thompson for the murder of Mr. John Groundwater, one of the persons deputed to look after them. The circumstances of this murder were of the most brutal and atrocious nature. These hardened wretches, on being reprimanded by Mr. Groundwater, who threatened to report them for ill behaviour, swore that they would rip his bowels out, and they were heard by another of the convicts debating about the manner of perpetrating the murder. In accordance with a resolution which they arrived at, about 6 in the evening of the same day, they fell upon him with 2 iron shovels, with which they had been at work in spreading gravel, and with which they gave him 3 such wounds on the skull that his brains fell out in the quantity of a double handful. They then struck down one of the shovels upon his neck, with intent to sever the head from the body, but striking against the bone, it had not the intended effect. The rest of the convicts ran to the spot, and one of them caught hold of Butterworth to prevent his mangling the body any more, but after a struggle he disengaged himself, ran back to the unfortunate sufferer, and catching up the spade again, gave him several cuts, saying, "There, damn him, I have done him out and out." On being remonstrated with for his inhuman conduct, he replied that he was transported for life, and he would rather be hanged than suffer that sentence. It is a most extraordinary circumstance, established on the evidence of Mr. Hill, surgeon, who attended him, that Mr. Groundwater lived 18 hours after he had received these grievous wounds, notwithstanding the brains had fallen out, and a prodigious effusion of blood had taken place. He never spoke after the second blow was given him, but the action of the pulse was strong, and respiration continued during the whole of the 18 hours above mentioned. Butterworth, though thus steeled in cruelty, was only 19 years old. His wretched companion was 25. The publicity of the deed, and the consequent clear evidence of their guilt, would not admit of their setting up any defence. The jury pronounced them guilty, and they were sentenced to be executed in 3 days after in Lanston Harbour, and their bodies were ordered to be hung in chains in Cumberland Fort. They were taken from gaol at about 4 o'clock on Monday morning, and reached Portsea about 11. The number of spectators who crowded to see the execution was immense. Both the prisoners acknowledged that they alone were the persons who committed the murder, exculpating all the other convicts from a participation in this horrid offence. Their behaviour was very penitent, and they seemed to feel sensibly the enormity of their crime. The execution took place about 12 o'clock, and their bodies were afterwards hung in chains, pursuant to the sentence, near the spot where the murder was committed. Both prisoners, it appears, had been convicted of burglary, for which they were sentenced to death, but had been reprieved on condition of their being transported for life. They had been at the hulks only about 7 days when they committed the murder for which they were executed. Anne Broadrick, indicted for murder. The case of this unfortunate young woman excited at the time of its occurrence nearly universal pity. It appeared that Mr. Errington, the object of her attack, was a gentleman of large landed and personal property residing at Grays in Essex, and his name had become well known from the circumstance of his having been divorced from his wife a few years before the melancholy event which we are about to relate. About 3 years after the termination of the proceedings in the ecclesiastical courts, he became acquainted with Miss Broadrick, who was a young lady possessed of considerable accomplishments, of a fine figure, and in personal charms superior to the generality of her sex. Miss Broadrick before this had lived with a Captain Robinson, but it appears that, being addressed by Mr. Errington with great solicitude, she consented to reside with him in the character of his wife. A mutual attachment sprung up in the course of their connexion, but after a lapse of 3 years, during which they lived together with every appearance of domestic felicity, Mr. Errington bestowed his affections and his hand on a lady of respectability in the neighbourhood, acquainting Miss Broadrick that he could see her no more. On her quitting him, he made what he conceived to be a suitable provision for her future wants, and she retired apparently deeply grieved at the unfortunate change which had taken place in the feelings of her late protector. On the 11th of September 1794 she wrote a letter to him in the following terms: "Dear Errington, that you have betrayed and abandoned the most tender and affectionate heart that ever warmed a human bosom cannot be denied by any person who is in the least acquainted with me. Wretched and miserable as I have been since you left me, there is still a method remaining that would suspend for a time the melancholy sufferings and distress which I labour under at this moment, and still, inhuman as thou art, I am half persuaded when I tell you the power is in your hands, that you will not withhold it from me. What I allude to is the permission of seeing you once more, and perhaps for the last time. If you consider that the request comes from a woman you once flattered into a belief of her being the sole possessor of your love, you may not perhaps think it unreasonable. Recollect, however, Errington, ere you send a refusal, that the roaring of the tempest and the lightnings from the heaven are not more terrible than the rage and vengeance of a disappointed woman. Hitherto you can only answer for the weakness and frailty of my nature. There is a further knowledge of my disposition you must have if you do not grant me the favour demanded. I wish it to come voluntarily from yourself, or else I will force it from you. Believe me, in that case I would seek you in the farthest corner of the globe, rush into your presence, and with the same rapture that nerved the arm of Charlotte Corday when she assassinated the monster Marat, would I put an end to the existence of a man who is the author of all the agonies and care that at present oppress the heart of Anne Broadrick. P.S. This comes by William, the servant you have discarded on my account, who has orders to wait for your answer." Her request being refused, she persisted by letters to endeavour to induce Mr. Errington to permit her once more to see him, but finding him inexorable, she wrote to him that if nothing could induce him to do her an act of justice, he must prepare himself for the fatal alternative, as she was determined that he should not long survive his infidelity. To this, as well as to the rest of her letters, Mr. Errington preserved a strict silence, and in about a month after Miss Broadrick carried out her dreadful resolution. On Friday morning, the 15th of May, she dressed herself elegantly, and going to the Three Nuns Inn, Whitechapel, She took her place in the South End coach, which passed close to Mr. Errington's seat. Having descended at the avenue gate, she went towards the house; but being seen by Mr. Errington, he begged Mrs. Errington to retire for a few minutes, saying that his tormentor was coming, but that he would soon get rid of her. The latter, however, desired him to leave the interview to her management, and desiring her husband to go into the drawing room, she awaited the arrival of Miss Broadric in the parlour. In the meantime, the latter had entered the house by the kitchen, and having learned from the footman that Mr. Errington was at home, she was proceeding up the stairs, attended by the gardener, when she met Mrs. Errington. She demanded to see Mr. Errington, and was told that he was not to be seen; but saying, "I am not to be so satisfied. I know the ways of this house too well, and will search for him," she rushed up the stairs into the drawing room. She there found the object of her inquiry, and going up to him, she suddenly drew from her pocket a small brass barrelled pistol, with a new hagged flint, and presenting it to his left side in a direction towards his heart, exclaimed, "Errington, I am come to perform my dreadful promise," and she immediately fired. Mrs. Errington, who had followed her, fainted; but Miss Broadric observing that Mr. Errington did not fall, she said that she feared she had not dispatched him. Mr. Errington demanded to know how he had deserved such treatment at her hands, but she made no answer; and the servants, alarmed by the report of the pistol, then coming into the room, she threw the pistol on the carpet, and exclaimed, laughing, "Here, take me, hang me, do what you like with me, I do not care now." Mr. Miller, a surgeon, soon after attended, and found that the ball had penetrated the lowest rib, had cut 3 ribs asunder, and then passed round the back, and lodged under the shoulder bone, from whence every effort was made to extract it, but in vain. Mr. Button, a magistrate, now came, who took the examination of Mr. Errington after his wound was dressed. He asked Miss Broadric what could induce her to commit such an act of extreme violence, and her answer was, that she was determined that neither Mr. Errington nor herself should long outlive her lost peace of mind. Mr. Errington entreated the magistrate not to detain her in custody, but let her depart, as he was sure he should do well; but this request Miss Broadric refused to accept, and the magistrate to grant. Her commitment being made out, she was conveyed that evening to Chelmsford jail, where she remained tolerably composed till she heard of Mr. Errington's death, when she burst into a flood of tears, and lamented bitterly that she had been its cause. The coroner's inquest sat on the body on Tuesday the 19th of May, and brought in their verdict, "Wilful murder by the hands of Anne Broadric." Mr. Errington was in the 39th year of his age. Friday the 17th of July was fixed for the trial of the prisoner, and at 6 o'clock in the morning the prisoner was conveyed from the jail in a chaise to a room in the Shire Hall, and about 10 minutes before the Lord Chief Baron Macdonald, the sheriffs, and the magistrates appeared on the bench, she was conveyed into the bail dock in the criminal court, attended by 3 ladies and her apothecary. She was dressed in mourning, without powder, and after the first perturbations were over, occasioned by the concourse of surrounding spectators, she sat down on a chair prepared for her, and was tolerably composed, except at intervals, when she discovered violent agitations, as her mind became affected by various objects and circumstances. When the indictment was reading, she paid a marked attention to it, and on the words, "that on the right breast of the said G. Errington she did wilfully and feloniously inflict 1 mortal wound," &c., she exclaimed, "Oh my great God!" and burst into a torrent of tears. The facts above stated having been proved in evidence, the prisoner's counsel proceeded to call witnesses in support of her defence, who all joined in stating that they had known her repeatedly to exhibit symptoms of insanity. The defence was not traversed by the counsel on the other side, and the jury, after a few minutes' consideration, returned a verdict of not guilty. The judges, on leaving the town after the assizes were over, directed that Miss Broadric should be examined before 2 magistrates, that she might be safely removed under their order to the place of her settlement, with a particular recommendation annexed thereto, that she might be taken all possible care of. End of Part 46. Part 47 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reverend Mr. Jackson, convicted of treason. In connection with the case of the unfortunate, or rather the fortunate, Mr. Hamilton Rowan, this case may prove interesting, as showing the extent to which that gentleman was engaged in plotting against the government. Mr. Jackson was a native of Ireland, and a minister of the Church of England. Early in life he preached at Tavistock Chapel, London, and for several years resided in chambers in Lyon's Inn; but the emoluments of his clerical occupation not affording him a sufficient subsistence, he applied his talents to literature, and was for a considerable time editor of a newspaper, in which situation he made himself very conspicuous. He afterwards entered into a criminal conspiracy, and was tried at Dublin for high treason on the 23rd of April 1795. The indictment charged the prisoner with two species of treason, namely, compassing the king's death, and adhering to his enemies, and stated 14 overt acts. The Attorney General opened the prosecution on the part of the Crown, and having dwelt at some length on the doctrine of treason, proceeded to substantiate the charges in the indictment, for which purpose he called Mr. Cockayne, an attorney of London, who deposed that he had been for a series of years the law agent and intimate friend of Mr. Jackson, who a few years since went to France, as the witness understood, to transact some private business for Mr. Pitt, where he resided a considerable time. Soon after his return, Mr. Cockayne said he called on Jackson, who told him in confidence that he had formed a design of going to Ireland to sound the people, for the purpose of procuring a supply of provisions, &c. from them for the French, and requested him, the witness, to accompany him. Having accepted the invitation, he immediately waited on Mr. Pitt, and discovered to him the whole of Mr. Jackson's plans. The minister thanked him for the information, and hinted that, as the matter was to become a subject of legal investigation, it would be necessary for him to substantiate the allegations. The witness in consequence accompanied Mr. Jackson to Ireland, for the purpose of making himself acquainted with his proceedings. Shortly after their arrival in Dublin, where they lived together, the prisoner expressed a wish to be introduced to Mr. Hamilton Rowan, who was then confined in Newgate, and at length, through the interference of a friend, he obtained an interview at which Mr. Cockayne was present. In the course of conversation, the prisoner delivered two papers to Mr. Rowan, for the purpose of convincing him that he was a person in whom he might confide. From that time an intimacy took place between them, and the witness always accompanied Mr. Jackson in his visits to Mr. Rowan, and constantly took part in their conversation. They agreed, he said, that a person should be sent to France to procure a force to make a descent on Ireland, and Counsellor Wolfe Tone was mentioned as a fit person for that purpose, who at first appeared to acquiesce, but afterwards declined the office. Dr. Reynolds was then proposed by Mr. Rowan, but objected to by the prisoner, as he did not understand the French language. It was, however, at length agreed that the doctor should undertake the embassy, but in a short time he also refused to enter into the business. On this it was agreed that Mr. Jackson should write several letters, which were directed for a Mr. Stone, of the firm of Lawrence and Company, London. These contained enclosures for houses at Hamburg and Amsterdam, and some of them, to the French agents, described the situation of Ireland at the time, invited an invasion, and pointed out the proper places to land. These letters having been sent to the post office, the witness went to the secretary and informed him of the subject of them, on which they were detained. The plot, matured thus far, having been discovered, the prisoner was taken into custody. The defence was grounded upon the suggestion that the evidence adduced in support of the prosecution was undeserving of credit, but the jury found the prisoner guilty. A motion in arrest of judgment was then made by Mr. Curran, who appeared as counsel for the prisoner on a point of law, in consequence of which he was remanded. He was brought up again on the 30th of April, when, before the arguments of counsel commenced, he was observed to be in a sinking state, and an apothecary being called in, he was found to have taken poison. He expired almost immediately afterwards in the presence of the court and bar. Lewis Jeremiah Avershaw, executed for murder in shooting a peace officer. This criminal was one of the most daring and unrepentant sinners that ever died by the hands of the executioner. there has too frequently been, among the most hardened, an affected contempt of death, and a foolhardiness of behaviour on their exit from this world, which makes every one shudder. In this criminal it was peculiarly exemplified. Avershaw was an old offender, and had committed numerous crimes which called aloud for justice. He was at length brought to trial at Croydon, in Surrey, on the 30th of July 1795, charged on 2 indictments, one for having, at the Three Brewers public house, Southwark, feloniously shot at and murdered David Price, an officer belonging to the police office, held at Union Hall, in the Borough; the others for having, at the same time and place, fired a pistol at Bernard Turner, another officer attached to that office, with intent to murder him. Mr. Garrow, the leading counsel for the prosecution, opened the case by stating that the prisoner at the bar, being a person of ill fame, had been suspected of having perpetrated a number of felonies, and the magistrates of the police office in the Borough of Southwark, having received information against him, sent, as was their duty, an order for his apprehension. To execute the warrant, the deceased, Price, and another officer went to the Three Brewers, a public house, where they understood he was drinking in company with some other persons. At the entrance of a parlour in the house, the prisoner appeared in a posture of resistance, and holding a loaded pistol in each of his hands, he, with threats and imprecations, desired the officers to stand off, as he would otherwise fire at them. The officers, however, attempted to rush in and seize him, on which he discharged both the pistols at the same instant, lodging the contents of one in the body of Price, and with the other wounding Turner very severely in the head. Price, after languishing a few hours, died of the wound. Mr. Garrow was very pathetic and animated in his description of the several circumstances composing the shocking act of barbarity. To prove it, he would call 4 witnesses, whose evidence, he said, would clearly establish the prisoner's guilt. He accordingly called Turner, the landlord of the house, a surgeon, and a 4th witness; but as the substance of their evidence is comprised in the opening of the indictment, it would be superfluous to repeat it. Turner said positively that he saw the prisoner discharge the pistols, from one of which he himself received his wound, and the contents of the other were lodged in the body of Price, who died very shortly after. The surgeon proved that the death was in consequence of the wound. Mr. Knowles and Mr. Best were counsel for the prisoner, but the weight of the evidence against him was too strong to be combated by any exertions. Mr. Baron Perrin summed up the evidence, and the jury, after a consultation of about 3 minutes, pronounced the verdict of guilty. Through a flaw in the indictment for the murder, an objection was taken by counsel. This was urged nearly 2 hours, when Mr. Baron Perrin intimated a wish to take the opinion of the 12 judges. The counsel for the prosecution, waiving the point for the present, insisted on the prisoner's being tried on the 2nd indictment for feloniously shooting at Bernard Turner. He was accordingly tried, and upon the testimony of 1 witness, found guilty on a 2nd capital indictment. The prisoner, who, contrary to general expectation, had in great measure hitherto refrained from his usual audacity, now began, with unparalleled insolence of expression and gesture, to ask his lordship if he was to be murdered by the evidence of 1 witness, several times repeating the question, till the jury returned him guilty. When Mr. Baron Perrin put on the black cap, the prisoner, regardless of his dreadful situation, at the same time put on his hat, observing the judge with contemptuous looks while he was passing the sentence. When the constables were removing him from the dock to a coach, he continued to vent torrents of abuse against the judge and jury, whom he charged with, as he styled it, his murder. As his desperate disposition was well known, he was, to prevent resistance, handcuffed, and his thighs and arms also bound strongly together, in which situation he was conveyed back to prison. So callous was this ruffian to every degree of feeling, that on his way to be tried, as he was passing near the usual place of execution on Kennington Common, he put his head out of the coach window, and with all the sang-froid imaginable, asked some of those who guarded him if they did not think he would be twisted on that pretty spot by Saturday. After receiving sentence of death, he was conducted back to prison, where, having got some black cherries, he amused himself with painting on the white walls of the room in which he was confined various sketches of robberies which he had committed, one representing him running up to the horses' heads of a post chaise, presenting a pistol at the driver, and the words "Damn your eyes, stop" issuing out of his mouth. Another exhibited a scene where he was firing into the chaise, a third where the parties had quitted the carriage, and several others in which he was described in the act of taking the money from the passengers being fired at, where his companions were shot dead, &c. At the place of execution he appeared entirely unconcerned. He had a flower in his mouth, his bosom was thrown open, and he kept up an incessant conversation with the persons who rode beside the cart, frequently laughing and nodding to others of his acquaintance whom he perceived in the crowd. He suffered August 3rd, 1795, at Kennington Common. William Tilley, John Crosswell, George Hardwick, James Hayden, John Horden, Simon Jacobs, John Solomons, John Phillips, and John Henley, convicted of a conspiracy. This most extraordinary conspiracy to procure the liberation of a prisoner occurred on the 4th of April, 1795. It appears that a fellow named Isdwell, a Jew, stood charged with a forgery on the Stamp Office, and for security was committed to the custody of the keeper of the new prison, Clerkenwell. On the day in question he persuaded two of the turnkeys that an aunt of his, who was very rich, then lay at the point of death, and that he had been informed that, could she see him before she died, she would give him £1,000. He proposed, therefore, that if they would let him out, and accompany him to the place, he would give them 50 guineas each for their trouble, and suggested that the matter might be effected without the knowledge of the keeper of the prison, or any other person, they having the keys of it at night, and the time required being very short. To this proposal the turnkeys agreed, and accordingly, about 1 o'clock in the morning, the gates were opened, and Isdwell, with his irons on, was conducted in a hackney coach by one of them, armed with a blunderbuss, to the house in Artillery Lane, Bishopsgate Street, where, inquiring for the sick lady, they were ushered upstairs. Isdwell entered the room first, on which several fellows rushed forth, and attempted to keep the turnkey out, but not succeeding, they put the candles out, wrested the blunderbuss out of his hand, and discharged it at him. At this instant Isdwell was endeavouring to make his escape out of the window, but he received the whole charge in his body, and fell dead on the spot. A desperate conflict then took place, in the course of which the gaoler was very severely beaten, but some persons being attracted to the spot by the uproar, the officer was rescued, and the prisoners were apprehended and lodged in safe custody. The prisoners were tried for the murder of their companion, to which their offence in reality amounted, his death having been caused by them in executing an unlawful deed, on the 21st of April, but the prosecution failed in consequence of the absence of any proof to establish the fact distinctly, the occurrence having happened in the dark, but being detained to be tried for the conspiracy to procure the liberation of the deceased Isdwell, they were convicted and received sentence of transportation. Charles Scoldwell, convicted of stealing. The case of this fellow may prove a wholesome lesson to some of the constables and bailiffs of the present day. The very remarkable transaction upon which the indictment against the prisoner arose took place at Bedfont, and the trial came on at the Old Bailey on the 23rd of July 1796. The indictment charged the prisoner with feloniously stealing, taking, and carrying away 2 live tame ducks, the property of John Spurling, on the 22nd of the previous month of June. From the evidence which was adduced, it appeared that Mr. Spurling was a baker at Bedfont, and that the prisoner was a bailiff. On the 22nd of June, the latter was entrusted with a writ of execution against Mr. Spurling, and accompanied by his follower, a man named Taylor, he proceeded to Bedfont to secure his person. The debt amounted to £16 7s, and at 2 o'clock at night the prisoner made his appearance at the prosecutor's house. Upon his being required to explain his business, he said that he had a writ, and that Mr. Spurling must accompany him to Newgate. Mr. Spurling demurred at proceeding to prison at so late an hour at night, and suggested that he might settle the demand. But the prisoner, with all the insolence usually assumed by persons holding similar situations, declared that there was no use in talking, and that the prosecutor must hire a post-chaise and go off with him at once. This new demand of a post-chaise was looked upon as a hardship almost equal to that of going to prison by Mr. Spurling,
and he offered his own 1-horse chaise for the purpose of transportation to town; but all was of no avail. The bailiff and the bully were united in the person of Mr. Scoldwell, and nothing but a post chaise and an immediate visit to Newgate would suit his pleasure. At length, however, Mr. Taylor, his follower, whose caution was rather greater than that of his master, ventured to inquire what sort of a settlement could be tendered by Mr. Spurling, and the latter immediately offered to pay £15 which he had in the house, and to give security for the remainder of the debt. "Have you a watch?" peremptorily demanded Mr. Scoldwell. "If so, I must have it." And the poor baker was compelled to give up his watch, worth 4 times the amount of the balance of the demand. The officer, however, was not yet satisfied. "Such gentlemen as we," said he, "cannot come into the country without something to cover our expenses. You must pay us for our trouble and time." And 10 shillings in halfpence, the amount of the day's earnings in the shop, were handed over to him. His wife was as much an object of consideration as himself, he next suggested. She had been deprived of his company, and he must carry something to her by way of recompense. Were there no fowls in the house? Mr. Spurling had none. A goose would do. Mrs. Scoldwell was very fond of goose, and Mr. Spurling, being entitled to a goose which was feeding on the common, Taylor was dispatched to take possession of it on behalf of his master. Still, however, the bailiff was dissatisfied, and he demanded that some additional security should be given for the debt, and having discovered that the baker had a lease on his house, he procured that also to be delivered to him, together with a note for £40, with the condition that unless the debt and costs were paid within 21 days, all should be his. Thus pretty well secured, the prisoner, between 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, proposed to depart, and the baker proceeded to his oven. While there, however, he saw the prisoner go to his stable, where his ducks were confined, and in the morning the 2 ducks mentioned in the indictment were found to have been carried off. On his way to London, the prisoner joked with the stage coachman about his having done the baker out of his watch, and having carried off his ducks without his knowledge; and Mr. Spurling having subsequently redeemed his watch, lease, and the note of hand for £40, by paying the balance of the debt and the costs, he immediately gave the prisoner into custody. These facts being clearly proved in evidence, the recorder summed up the case to the jury, and a verdict of guilty was returned. The prisoner was afterwards sentenced to 7 years' transportation as a punishment, which he richly deserved. Joseph Hodges and Richard Probyn, convicted of cross-dropping. The trick of cross-dropping has become so notorious of late years, that any description of the mode in which it was practised is almost unnecessary. As, however, this is the first case of the kind with which we have met in the course of our search in the records of crime, we shall give it a place in our calendar. The dupe in this instance was William Headley, an ironmonger at Cambridge, who, on the trial of these robbers, deposed that on the 7th of July 1796 he was in town, going from Shoe Lane to the Angel Inn, St. Clement's, to take a place on the outside of the coach to go into Wiltshire, when he met Hodges, who was a stranger, in Butcher Row, and left him to take his place. He went on to Clare Market, where Hodges overtook him, and they walked together through Portugal Street. While in that street, Hodges suddenly stopped, and clapping his cane on a parcel which was lying on the ground, said that he had a finding. He picked up the parcel and opened the outer covering, and the witness saw in it something like a red pocket book. He inquired what it was, but the prisoner refused to show him in the street, and they in consequence went into a public house in order to open it. Having called for some liquor, the prisoner opened the parcel, and produced from it what looked like a diamond cross, and a receipt on the following terms: London, 20th of June 1796. Received of John King, Esquire, the sum of £320 for 1 brilliant diamond cross, by me, William Smith. The prisoner seemed much alarmed and confused on seeing this, but the witness, having read the receipt, suggested that the parcel should be taken to Mr. Smith. This, however, was opposed by Hodges, who asked whether they had not better inquire of the gentleman sitting by, the prisoner Probyn, what his opinion was. This was assented to, and upon his being addressed, he suggested that Hodges ought to give the witness a present, as having been by when the cross was found, and that he should keep it. The cross was then taken out and examined, and Hodges said that he did not mind giving the witness something, but he must go to his banker's first and get some drafts changed. He then went out, leaving the cross with the witness and Probyn, but returned saying that his banker was out, and could not be seen until 4 o'clock, and a meeting at that hour was eventually appointed to take place at the Angel Inn, St. Clement's. Each party then gave his name. Hodges said that he came from Worcester, and was a hop merchant, and Probyn said that his name was William Jones, and that he lived at No. 7 Charing Cross. A discussion now took place to whom the care of the cross should be entrusted, and Probyn suggested that the witness perhaps would be better satisfied if it were left in his hands, and that if he deposited something he might carry it away until 4 o'clock. He asked what would be required, and they said he ought to leave £100 at least. He then produced a bank bill, payable on demand, for that amount from his stocking, where he had concealed it, and handing it to Hodges, he said that that would do. The witness then went away, but subsequently showing the cross to a friend, he found that it was quite valueless. Information was, in consequence, given at Bow Street of the robbery, and both prisoners were apprehended in the course of the ensuing day, money to the amount of nearly £50 being found on each. It afterwards turned out that the prisoner Hodges changed Mr. Headley's bank bill almost immediately after he had received it. In his possession was found a second cross, precisely similar to that palmed off upon the prosecutor. The prisoners, being found guilty, were sentenced to be transported for 7 years. End of part 47. Part 48 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mutiny at the Nore. Richard Parker. Executed for mutiny. In the year 1797, when the threatening aspect of affairs abroad made the condition of her naval force a matter of vital consequence to Britain, several most alarming mutinies broke out among the various fleets stationed around the shores of the country. In April of the year mentioned, the seamen of the great fleet lying at Portsmouth disowned the authority of their officers, seized upon the ships, and declared their determination not to lift an anchor or obey any orders whatsoever until certain grievances of which they complained were redressed. After some delay, satisfactory concessions were made to them by the government, and the men returned to their duty. But the spirit of insubordination had spread among other squadrons in the service, and about the middle of May, immediately after the Portsmouth fleet had sailed peacefully for the Bay of Biscay, the seamen of the large fleet lying at the Nore broke out also into open mutiny. The most prominent personage in this insurrection was an individual named Richard Parker, whose history it is our object in this paper to lay before the reader. Richard Parker was a native of Exeter, where he was born about the year 1765 or 1766. His father was a reputable tradesman, and kept a baker's shop at St. Sideswell, in the bounds of the city mentioned. Young Parker received an excellent education, and in the course of time went to sea, which he had chosen as the scene of his future career. He served for a considerable period in the Royal Navy as midshipman and master's mate, and at one period also, it is said, held the post of lieutenant. He appears to have given up the naval profession on his marriage with Miss Anne Machardy, a young lady resident in Exeter, but of Scottish origin, being a member of a respectable family in the county of Aberdeen. This connection led Parker to remove to Scotland, where he embarked in some mercantile speculations that proved unsuccessful. The issue was that he ere long found himself involved in difficulties, and without the means to maintain his wife and 2 children. In Edinburgh, where these embarrassments fell upon him, he had no friends to apply to, and, in a moment of desperation, he took the King's bounty, and became a common sailor on board a tender at Leith. When he communicated to his wife the step he had taken, she was in the greatest distress, and resolved to set off instantly for Aberdeen, in order to procure from her brother there the means of hiring 2 seamen as substitutes for her husband. Though successful in raising the necessary funds, no time was allowed her to complete her project. On her return from Aberdeen, she was only in time to see the tender sail for the Nore, with her husband on board. Her grief on this occasion was bitterly aggravated by the death of one of her children. Parker's sufferings
was shown to be equally acute by his conduct when the vessel sailed. Exclaiming that he saw the body of his child floating on the waves, he leapt overboard, and was with difficulty rescued and restored to life. It was in the beginning of May 1797 that Parker reached the Nore, or point of land, dividing the mouths of the Thames and the Medway. Probably on account of his former experience and station as a seaman, he was drafted on board the Sandwich, which was the guard ship, and bore the flag of Admiral Buckner, the port admiral. The mutinous spirit, which afterwards broke out, certainly existed on board of the Nore squadron before Parker's arrival. Communications were kept up in secret between the various crews, and the mischief was gradually drawing to a head. But though he did not originate the feeling of insubordination, the ardent temper, boldness, and superior intelligence of Parker soon became known to his comrades, and he became a prominent man among them. Their plans being at length matured, the seamen rose simultaneously against their officers, and deprived them of their arms, as well as of all command in the ships, though behaving respectfully to them in all other respects. Each vessel was put under the government of a committee of 12 men, and to represent the whole body of seamen, every man of war appointed 2 delegates, and each gunboat 1, to act for the common good. Of these delegates Richard Parker was chosen president, and, in an unhappy hour for himself, he accepted the office. This representative body drew up a list of grievances of which they demanded the removal, offering to return immediately afterwards to their duty. It is unnecessary to specify these demands further than that they related to increase of pay and provisions, a more equal division of prize money, liberty to go on shore, proper payment of arrears, and other points of naval discipline. A committee of naval inquiry subsequently granted almost all that was demanded, thereby acknowledging the general justice of the complaints made. Parker signed these documents, and they were published over the whole kingdom with his name, as well as presented to Port Admiral Buckner, through whom they were sent to government. When these proceedings commenced, the mutineers were suffered to go on shore, and they paraded about Sheerness, where a part of the fleet lay, with music, flags, red in colour, the customary hue of insubordination, and other appendages of a triumphal procession. But on the 22nd of May, troops were sent to Sheerness to put a stop to this indulgence. Being thus confined to their ships, the mutineers, having come to no agreement with Admiral Buckner, began to take more decisive measures for extorting compliance with their demands, as well as for ensuring their own safety. The vessels at Sheerness moved down to the Nore, and the combined force of the insurgents, which at its greatest height consisted of 24 sail, proceeded to block up the Thames, by refusing a free passage, up or down, to the London trade. Foreign vessels and a few small craft were suffered to go by, first receiving a passport signed by Richard Parker as president of the delegates. In a day or two the mutineers had an immense number of vessels under detention. The mode in which they kept these was as follows. The ships of war were ranged in a line at considerable distances from each other, and in the interspaces were placed the merchant vessels, having the broadsides of the men of war pointed to them. The appearance of the whole assemblage is described as having been at once grand and appalling. The red flag floated from the masthead of every one of the mutineer ships. It may be well imagined that the alarm of the citizens of London was extreme. The government, however, though unable at the period to quell the insurgents by force, remained firm in their demand of unconditional submission as a necessary preliminary to any intercourse. This perhaps was the very best line of conduct that could have been adopted. The seamen, to their great honour, never seemed to think of assuming an offensive attitude, and they were thereby left in quiet to meditate on the dangerous position in which they stood in hostility to a whole country. They grew timorous, the more so as the government had caused all the buoys to be removed from the mouth of the Thames and the adjacent coasts, so that no vessel durst attempt to move away for fear of running aground. The mutineering vessels held together, nevertheless, till the 30th of May, when the Clyde frigate was carried off through a combination of its officers with some of the seamen, and was followed by the St. Fiorenzo. These vessels were fired upon, but escaped up the river. On the 4th of June, the King's birthday, the Nore fleet showed that their loyalty to their sovereign was undiminished by firing a general salute. On the 5th, another frigate left the fleet, but its place was supplied by a sloop and 4 men of war, which had left Admiral Duncan's fleet at the Texel to join the mutiny. On the 6th, Lord Northesk met the delegates by desire on board the Sandwich, and received from them proposals for an accommodation, to which the unfortunate Parker still put his name as president. The answer was a direct refusal, and this firmness seems to have fairly humbled the remaining spirit of the mutineers. From that time one vessel after another deserted the band, and put themselves under the protection of the fort at Sheerness. On the 10th the merchantmen were allowed by common consent to pass up the river, and such a multitude of ships certainly never entered a port by one tide. By the 12th only 7 ships had the red flag flying, and on the 16th the mutiny had terminated, every ship having been restored to the command of its officers. A party of soldiers went on board the Sandwich, and to them the officers surrendered the delegates of the ship, namely, a man named Davis and Richard Parker. Richard Parker, to whom the title of Admiral Parker had been given by the fleet and by the public during the whole of this affair, was the individual on whom all eyes were turned as the ringleader of the mutineers. He was brought singly to trial on the 22nd of June, after being confined during the interval in the Black Hole of Sheerness garrison. 10 officers, under the presidency of Vice Admiral Sir Thomas Paisley, composed the court martial, which sat on board the Neptune off Greenhithe. The prisoner conducted his own defence, exhibiting great presence of mind, and preserving a respectful and manly defence throughout for his judges. The prosecution on the part of the Crown lasted 2 days, and on the 26th Parker called witnesses in his favour, and read a long and able defence, which he had previously prepared. The line of argument adopted by him was, that the situation he had held had been in a measure forced upon him, that he had consented to assume it chiefly from the hope of restraining the men from excesses, that he had restrained them in various instances, that he might have taken all the ships to sea or to an enemy's ports, had his motives been disloyal, etc., etc. Parker unquestionably spoke the truth on many of these points. Throughout the whole affair, the injury done to property was trifling, the taking of some flour from a vessel being the chief act of the kind. This was mainly owing to him, but he had indubitably been the head of the mutineers. He was proved to have gone from ship to ship giving orders and haranguing the men, to have been cheered as he passed along, and treated with the honours of a chief. Nothing could save him. He was sentenced to death. When his doom was pronounced, he stood up and uttered these words in a firm voice: "I shall submit to your sentence with all due respect, being confident of the innocence of my intentions, and that God will receive me into favour, and I sincerely hope that my death will be the means of restoring tranquillity to the Navy, and that those men who have been implicated in the business may be reinstated in their former situations, and again be serviceable to their country." On the morning of the 30th of June, the yellow flag, the signal of death, was hoisted on board of the Sandwich, where Richard Parker lay, and where he was to meet his fate. The whole fleet was ranged a little below Sheerness, in sight of the Sandwich, and the crew of every ship was piped to the forecastle. Parker was awakened from a sound sleep on that morning, and after being shaved, he dressed himself in a suit of deep mourning. He mentioned to his attendants that he had made a will, leaving his wife heir to some property belonging to him. On coming to the deck, he was pale but perfectly composed, and drank a glass of wine, to the salvation of his soul and forgiveness of all his enemies. He said nothing to his mates on the forecastle but "Good bye to you," and expressed the hope that his death would be deemed a sufficient atonement and save the lives of others. He was strung up to the yard arm at 9:30 o'clock. A dead silence reigned among the crews around during the ceremony. In closing their account of this affair, the journals of the day state that the body of Parker was put into a shell and interred, within an hour or two after the execution, in new naval burying grounds at Sheerness. A curious sequel to this account, however, it is now in our power to present to the reader. Richard Parker's unfortunate wife had not left Scotland when the rumour came to her ears that the Nore fleet had mutinied, and that the ringleader was one Richard Parker. She could not doubt that this was her husband, and immediately took a place in the mail for London, to save him if possible. On her arrival she heard that Parker had been tried, but the result was unknown. Being able to think of no way but petitioning the king, she gave a person a guinea to draw up a paper, praying that her husband's life might be spared. She attempted to make her way with this to his majesty's presence, but was obliged finally to hand it to a lord in waiting, who gave her the cruel intelligence that all applications for mercy would be attended to, except for Parker. The distracted woman then took coach for Rochester, where she got on board a king's ship, and learned that Parker was to be executed next day. She sat up in a state of unspeakable wretchedness the whole of that night, and at 4 o'clock in the morning went to the riverside to hire a boat to take her to the Sandwich, that she might at least bid her poor husband farewell. Her feelings had been deeply agonized by hearing every person she met talking on the subject of her distress, and now the first waterman to whom she spoke exclaimed, "No, I cannot take one passenger. The brave Admiral Parker is to die to-day, and I will get any sum I choose to ask for a party." Finally the wretched wife was glad to go on board a Sheerness market boat, but no boat was allowed to come alongside the Sandwich. In her desperation she called on Parker by name, and prevailed on the boat people, by the mere spectacle of her suffering, to attempt to go nearer, when they were stopped by a sentinel threatening to fire at them. As the hour drew nigh, she saw her husband appear on deck between two clergymen. She called on him, and he heard her voice, for he exclaimed, "There is my dear wife from Scotland." Immediately afterwards she fell back in a state of insensibility, and did not recover till some time after she was taken ashore. By this time all was over, but the poor woman could not believe it so. She hired another boat, and again reached the Sandwich. Her exclamation from the boat must have startled all who heard it. "Pass the word," she cried in her delusion, "for Richard Parker." The truth was now told to her, and she was further informed that his body had just been taken ashore for burial. She immediately caused herself to be rowed ashore again, and proceeded to the churchyard, but found the ceremony over, and the gate locked. She then went to the Admiral and sought the key, which was refused to her. Excited almost to madness by the information that the surgeons would probably disinter the body that night, she waited around the churchyard till dusk, and then, clambering over the wall, readily found her husband's grave. The shell was not buried deep, and she was not long in scraping away the loose earth that intervened between her and the object of her search. She got the lid removed, and then she clasped the cold hand of her husband in her own. Her determination to possess the body aroused the widow from the enjoyment of this melancholy pleasure. She left the churchyard and communicated her situation to two women, who in their turn got several men to undertake the task of lifting the body. This was accomplished successfully, and at 3 o'clock in the morning the shell containing the corpse was placed in a van and conveyed to Rochester, where, for the sum of 6 guineas, Mrs. Parker procured another waggon to carry it to London. On the road they met hundreds of persons, all inquiring about and talking of the fate of Admiral Parker. At 11 p.m. the van reached London, but here the poor widow had no private house or friends to go to, and was obliged to stop at the Hoop and Horseshoe on Tower Hill, which was full of people. Mrs. Parker got the body into her room and sat down beside it, but the secret could not long be kept in such a place, more particularly as the news of the exhumation had been brought by express that day to London. A great crowd by and by assembled about the house, anxious to see the body of Parker, which, however, the widow would not permit. The Lord Mayor heard of the affair, and came to ask the widow what she intended to do with her husband's remains. She replied, to inter them decently at Exeter or in Scotland. The Lord Mayor said that the body would not be taken from her, but prevailed on her to have it decently buried in London. Arrangements were made with this view, and finally the corpse of the unfortunate Parker was inhumed in Whitechapel churchyard, although not until it had to be removed to Aldgate workhouse on account of the crowds attracted by it, and which caused some fears lest Admiral Parker's remains should create a civil war. After the closing ceremony was over, Mrs. Parker, who had in person seen her husband consigned to the grave, gave a certificate that all had been done to her satisfaction, but though strictly questioned as to the parties who had aided her in the disinterment, she firmly refused to disclose their names. Parker, as has been said, made a will, leaving to his wife a small property, on which he had claims near Exeter. This she enjoyed for a number of years, but ultimately her rights, whether erroneously or not, were decided to be invalid, and she was deprived of the pittance which had formed her maintenance. She was thrown into great distress, and was compelled to solicit assistance from the charitable, having become nearly, if not entirely, blind. The late King William gave her at one time £10, and at another £20. In 1836 the forlorn and miserable condition of poor Parker's widow was made known to the London magistrates, and a temporary refuge was provided for her. But temporary assistance was of little avail to one whose physical infirmities rendered her incapable any longer of helping herself, and again her miserable condition came under the cognizance of the public authorities. An appeal to the charitable has recently been made by a portion of the daily press in her favour, but with what success we are unable to say. She is now 70 years of age, blind and friendless. Time and misfortune have not quenched her affection for the partner of her early days. Of him she yet speaks with all the enthusiasm of youthful affection, and still mourns his fate. End of Part 48. Part 49 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 49. Maria Theresa Phipo, alias Mary Benson, executed for murder. We do not recollect ever to have seen the case of any woman who has exhibited so much masculine determination as Mrs. Phipo. She was twice tried at the Old Bailey upon charges equally atrocious, and each equally exhibiting the ferocity of her disposition. In the first case, the indictment charged that she had feloniously assaulted Mr. John Courtois with intent to kill and murder him. Her trial came on at the Old Bailey in the month of January 1795, when it was proved in evidence that the prisoner was a person of abandoned character, and that she kept a house where she was in the habit of receiving visits of a certain character from gentlemen. Among her other patrons was a Mr. John Courtois, a gentleman of considerable property, and it appears that Mr. Courtois having called upon her one evening, he was alarmed at finding himself suddenly seized from behind by his paramour, and her servant, a woman almost as powerful as herself, by whom he was speedily overpowered, and bound to his chair with strong cords. His person being thus secured, Mrs. Phipo immediately, with horrid imprecations, demanded that he should sign a note or bill in her favour for £2,000, threatening that, in the event of his refusal, she would instantly cut his throat, and even enforcing her demands by holding a knife at his throat in such a position as that on the smallest movement on his part would have procured the infliction of a wound. In a state of the utmost terror and alarm, he consented to attach his name to the instrument, which was produced, ready drawn by Mrs. Phipo, and then he imagined, as a matter of course, that he should be at liberty. But Mrs. Phipo by this time had begun to consider the possibility of his preventing the negotiation of the note, and determining that dead men tell no tales, she had made up her mind that he should have no opportunity of disclosing the means by which it had been obtained. For this diabolical purpose she now made a violent attack upon him with a knife, and wounded him in many places. But Mr. Courtois, becoming desperate in his turn, burst the bonds by which he was confined with a violent effort, and attacked his assailant. A struggle took place, in which Mr. Courtois was again mastered by the united efforts of Mrs. Phipo and her servant, and then a choice was tendered to him whether he would die by poison, by being shot, or by the knife, which Mrs. Phipo brandished in a threatening manner over his head. The unfortunate gentleman was now much weakened by loss of blood, and was almost prevented from opposing the further violence of his demonic assailants, when, luckily, the cries which he had raised brought him assistance in the shape of a watchman, through whose instrumentality Mrs. Phipo was secured. Upon this testimony a verdict of guilty was returned, but a point of law being subsequently raised in favour of the prisoner, it was declared that the judgment must be arrested. Mrs. Phipoe was, however, subsequently, on the 23rd of May, indicted for the common assault upon Mr. Courtois, and a verdict of guilty having been a second time returned, she was subjected to 12 months' imprisonment in Newgate. A year had scarcely elapsed after the termination of the period of her incarceration before Mrs. Phipoe, or Mrs. Benson as she was now called, was again in custody on a charge of murder. She was indicted on the 8th of December 1797 for the wilful murder of Mary Cox, and it appeared that at the time of the commission of this offence the prisoner lived in lodgings in Garden Street, St. George's, in the East. On the night of the murder Mrs. Cox called upon her, but within a short time after she had entered her room a scuffle was heard, followed by loud groans. The mistress of the house demanded to know the cause of the disturbance, but the prisoner declared that it was only Mrs. Cox in a fit. The door being opened, however, Mrs. Benson was observed to be covered with blood, and Mrs. Cox was found lying on the ground, desperately wounded. 2 persons immediately went for a doctor, while a constable was also sent for, by whom the prisoner was taken into custody. Mrs. Cox, on being examined, was found to have sustained some severe wounds, from which there was no prospect of her recovering, and she pointed out Mrs. Benson as the person by whom they had been inflicted. A large clasp knife, covered with blood, was found on the table in the room, and by its side lay a part of a finger, and on Mrs. Benson being questioned, she admitted that it was the knife with which she had done the woman's business, and said that her own finger had been cut off in the scuffle. Mrs. Cox subsequently died in the hospital from the effects of the stabs she had received, having previously made a declaration before the magistrate as to the circumstances attending her murder. She said that having purchased a gold watch of the prisoner for £11, she asked that a coffee cup, which she pointed out, might be given to her into the bargain. The prisoner bade her take it, but on her raising her hand to remove it from the shelf, she received a stab in the neck, which was followed by many others in the same place and on different parts of her body. The prisoner subsequently got her on the bed and swore that she would murder her outright, that she should not tell her own tale, but she was interrupted by the entrance of the landlady. The prisoner, in her defence, declared that Mrs. Cox had abused her and had violently wounded her, so as to cut off part of her finger before she offered any violence to her, but that then, being maddened with pain and rage, she admitted she had attacked her. She knew nothing of what subsequently occurred until she was found by her landlady in her own room, covered with blood. The jury having returned a verdict that the prisoner was guilty, she behaved with great hardihood, frequently interrupting the learned judge, Mr. Baron Perrin, in his observations while condemning her to death. Sentence having been passed, however, that she should be hanged and subsequently dissected, she was removed from the bar, and then she appeared to be fully sensible of her guilt, and of the nature of her present position. She was executed before Newgate in December the 11th, 1797, and after hanging an hour in the view of a great number of spectators, 1/3 of whom were females, the body was cut down and delivered to the surgeons for dissection. In her last moments she confessed the justice of her sentence, but denied having cut off her own finger, saying it was done in the scuffle with the woman she murdered. She owned to have been guilty of many enormities, and attributed her frequent gusts of passion to the use of laudanum. Her body was publicly exhibited in a place built for the purpose in the Old Bailey. James O'Coigley, alias Favy, executed for high treason. James O'Coigley was indicted at Maidstone on the 21st of May 1798 for high treason. The indictment was read by Mr. Knapp, who afterwards stated the charges it contained in a summary manner. He said there were 3 distinct species of treason charged in the indictment and 7 overt acts. The first treason was compassing and imagining the death of the king; the second, adhering to his enemies; the third, compassing and imagining, inventing, devising, and intending to move and stir certain foreigners and strangers, that is to say, the persons exercising the powers of government in France, to invade this kingdom. The first overt act was sending intelligence to the enemy; the other overt acts were attempts to hire vessels and to leave the kingdom. At the trial, which lasted during the whole of 2 days, an immense body of evidence was produced in support of the charges preferred against the prisoner. A pocket book, however, which had been found in his greatcoat, and in which was a letter addressed to the Executive Directory of France, afforded conclusive evidence of his guilt. Upon his being called upon for his defence, he addressed the jury in the following terms: "It is impossible for me to prove a negative, but it is a duty I owe to you and to myself solemnly to declare that I never was the bearer of any message or paper of this kind to France in the course of my life. That paper is not mine. It never belonged to me. It states that it was to be carried by the bearer of the last. This is something which might have been proved, but it is impossible for me to prove a negative. There is also in this paper an allusion to secret committees and political societies. I declare that I never attended any political society whatever. With these considerations I consign my life to your justice, not doubting but that you will conduct yourselves as English jurymen ever do, and that your verdict will be such as shall receive the approbation of your own conscience, your country, and your God." The jury, after half an hour's consideration, found O'Coigley guilty. Mr. Justice Buller, in an address to the prisoner, which he read from a written paper previously to his passing the sentence, observed that he had been clearly convicted of the most atrocious crime which could be committed in any country, that of meditating the destruction of a sovereign, who was one of the best, the most just, upright, and amiable of princes that ever graced a throne, and he could not conceive what were the motives which could actuate any man even to wish for the death of one who had ever been the father of his people. The prisoner was also found guilty of conspiring to overturn the constitution of these kingdoms, a constitution which, from the experiment of years, had been found to be the best calculated of any that ever existed in the world to ensure the liberty, security, and happiness of the people who lived under it. These atrocious crimes became still greater from the manner in which they were intended to be perpetrated, that of inviting a foreign enemy to come and invade and conquer these countries. Those people who had fancied such an event to be a desirable one ought to think seriously what the consequences of it would be, provided it was possible to be accomplished. Did they suppose that, desperate as their present situation might be, their condition would be bettered by having their country put into the possession of people who were holding out the delusive hopes of what they call liberty to other nations? Could such persons hope that they themselves should enjoy liberty, even supposing the conquerors to have enjoyed as free a constitution as any in the world? No, they would become suspected, be despised, and destroyed by them. A celebrated writer, Montesquieu, very justly observed upon this subject, that a country conquered by a democratic nation always enjoyed less liberty, was more miserable and more enslaved, than if that country happened to have been conquered by a nation whose government was monarchical. But if there was any illustration of this observation wanting, one had only to look to the conduct of the French at this moment towards Holland, Italy, Switzerland, and every other country they had conquered. His lordship believed that the prisoner might have been actuated by motives similar to those which used formerly to induce many people to think that the killing of men of a different religion would give them claim to canonisation. But though the motives might be similar, the subjects connected with them were very different. In the present times he did not believe that any person entertained such sentiments about religion. On the contrary, he was sorry to find that religion was too much neglected, and that the peace and tranquillity of numbers of people were destroyed in consequence of their having lost all belief in the existence of a divine providence, and totally abandoned all hopes of a future state. He was afraid that the prisoner had been infected with this infidelity, and if he was, he, the judge, prayed that the Almighty God, in his infinite mercy and goodness, would change his heart, and cause him to repent of his sins. His lordship then, in a solemn and awful manner, passed the following sentence: that the prisoner be taken from the bar to prison, and from thence to the place of execution, there to be hanged, but not until he be dead, to be cut down while yet alive, and then to have his heart and bowels taken out and burnt before his face, his head to be severed from his body, and his body to be divided into 4 quarters. Mr. O'Coigley listened to this address and sentence with attention, but at the same time with the greatest coolness. He bowed his head when the judge concluded, his countenance expressing at once resignation and firmness. Thursday, the 7th of June, being fixed upon for the execution, on the previous day the unhappy prisoner received an intimation to that effect without emotion. He spent the evening very calmly. He had but one thing, he said, on his mind which created any anxiety. That was an apprehension that he might be misrepresented after his death. He was anxious to be faithfully reported, and that was all he wanted. On Thursday, at 11:15 o'clock, O'Coigley left his gaol. He was dressed in black, his hair was cropped and powdered, his shirt collar open, and he wore no neckcloth. His elbows were tied behind with ropes, and over his shoulders was the rope with which he was to be executed. He stepped into the hurdle, and on his sitting down a chain was put around his waist to fasten him. The executioner sat opposite to him. The cavalcade was well guarded by a large body of the Kent volunteers, and throughout the journey to Pennenden Heath the prisoner was engaged in reading from a book of devotions. Upon their arrival at the place of execution, the military formed a square. The prisoner being unchained, he rose up and stood in the hurdle, and read 2 prayers, one of them aloud in Latin. He then took out of his pocket an orange and also a penknife, but being unable to cut the orange from his hands being bound, he gave it to a friend whom he beckoned to come near him, saying, "Open this orange with my penknife." It has been said that they would not trust me with a penknife, lest I should cut my throat, but they little knew that I would not deprive myself of the glory of dying in this way. He desired his friend to keep the penknife for his sake, and to hold the orange, several pieces of which he ate. After finishing his devotions, the clergyman gave him absolution, and after having ascended the platform, he bid farewell to the gaoler, thanking him for the many civilities he had shown him. On his being tied up to the gallows, he made the following speech: "I shall only here solemnly declare that I am innocent of the charge for which I suffer. I never was in my life the bearer of any letter or other paper or message, printed, written, or verbal, to the Directory of France, nor to any person on their behalf. Neither was I ever a member of the London Corresponding Society, or of any other political society in Great Britain, nor did I attend any of their meetings, public or private, so help me God. I know not whether I shall be believed here in what I say, but I am sure I shall be believed in the world to come. It can scarcely be supposed that one like me, in this situation, going to eternity, before the most awful tribunal, would die with a falsehood in his mouth, and I do declare, by the hopes I confidently feel of salvation and happiness in a future state, that my life is falsely and maliciously taken away by corrupt and base perjury, in some cases proceeding from mistake, no doubt, but in others from design. Almighty God, forgive all my enemies. I beg of you to pray that God will grant me grace, for I have many sins to answer for, but they are the sins of my private life, and not the charge for which I now die." Raising his voice, "Lord, have mercy on me, and receive my soul." A white nightcap was then drawn over his face, and he made a signal by dropping a handkerchief. The board was then let down, and he remained suspended for 12 or 13 minutes. Upon his being taken down, his head was taken off by a surgeon, and the executioner held it up to the populace, saying, "This is the head of a traitor." Both head and body were then put into a shell, and buried at the foot of the gallows. End of Part 49. Part 50 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 50. George Waldron, alias Barrington. Transported for picking pockets. This notorious offender was born of decent parents in the year 1755, in the town of Maynooth, County Kildare, Ireland. His father, whose name was Waldron, was a working silversmith, and his mother followed the occupation of mantua maker, and occasionally joined with it the profession of a midwife. owing to a lawsuit in which they were engaged with a relative for the recovery of a legacy to which they conceived themselves entitled, their circumstances were by no means affluent; but although they were unable to procure for their son the advantages of a superior education, they had him instructed at an early age in reading and writing, and afterwards, through the bounty of a medical gentleman in the neighbourhood, he was taught the principles of arithmetic and the elements of geography and English grammar. When he had entered his 16th year, he had the good fortune to attract the notice of a dignitary of the Church of Ireland, through whose interest he was placed at a free grammar school in the Irish capital, where his patron proposed he should fit himself for the university; and in order that he might be able to make an appearance equal to that of the youths with whom he was to associate, his generous protector supplied him with money and every other necessary that could render his situation at school not only comfortable but respectable. These advantages he enjoyed but a short time, for the impetuosity of his passions hurried him into an action by which he lost his patron's favour for ever. When he had been about half a year at the grammar school, he was involved in a quarrel with a lad much older and stronger than himself. Some blows passed, in which George suffered considerably, but in order to be revenged, he stabbed his antagonist with a penknife, and had he not been prevented, he would probably have murdered him. For this atrocious offence, the discipline of the house was inflicted with proper severity, which irritated the youth to such a degree that he formed the resolution of abandoning not only the school, but also his family and his friends. His plan of escape was no sooner formed than it was carried into execution, but before his departure he found means to steal 10 or 12 guineas from the master, and a gold repeating watch from his sister. With this booty he safely effected his escape from the schoolhouse in the middle of a still night, in the month of May 1771, and pursuing the Great North Road from Dublin all that night and the next day, he arrived late in the evening at Drogheda without interruption. Having reached this town, where he thought that he should be safe from the chances of pursuit and discovery, by a species of forced march, without rest or refreshment, he entered a small public house, in order to procure the one and the other, but the following morning introduced to his notice a band of strolling players, whose acquaintance he immediately made. A friendship commenced under such unfavourable circumstances, it might be thought would scarcely last many days, but it was nevertheless maintained through choice and affection for several years, and it appears that whilst engaged as a member of the company, he picked up much information which was exceedingly useful to him in his subsequent career. Price, the manager of the company, having lived some time in London in the capacity of clerk to a pettifogging attorney, was intimately acquainted with the town, and all the arts of fraud, deception, or violence, which are practised in it by the most unprincipled classes to procure money. For, indulging these vicious propensities, he subjected himself to the lash of the law, and was at this time an involuntary exile in Ireland, till the expiration of the term for which he was to be transported, and this man soon became the confidant and counsellor of the young fugitive. By his advice he renounced his paternal name, assumed that of Barrington, and entered into the company, and in the course of 4 days he became so well initiated in the mysteries of his profession as to be able to perform the part of Jaffier in Venice Preserved, without the aid of a prompter, in a crowded barn in the neighbourhood of Drogheda, with the most flattering demonstrations of applause. His success, however, was by far too great to render it at all desirable that he should continue his performances so near the scene of his late depredations, and in obedience to the dictates of prudence, lest our hero might be called upon to make his last appearance on a stage fitted up with a drop before his character as a player was fully established, it was resolved that the whole company should, without delay, move northwards with all speed, so as to get out of the way, with the anticipation of their being able to reach 60 or 80 miles from Dublin without any long bait. In order to carry this resolution into effect, however, it was recollected that some means must be found to feed the strollers, as the produce of their late performances was not so weighty as to require any great exertion on the part of the treasurer to squeeze it into his waistcoat pocket, and the gold repeater being remembered, it was immediately given up by our hero pro bono publico, with a degree of liberality which procured for him a burst of applause from his companions in the search of histrionic fame. The watch being disposed of, its proceeds were equally divided, and the party set out on its march; but when they arrived at Londonderry, it was found that the Belvidera of the company had surrendered her heart to the new Jaffia. A reciprocal attachment was found to exist, and the connexion was only dissolved by the death of the lady. It appears that she was the daughter of a respectable tradesman at Coventry, and having eloped from her father's house at the age of 16 years with a lieutenant of marines, conducted by him to Dublin, and there, in less than 3 months, was infamously abandoned to all the horrors of penury and want. Reduced to this extremity, she readily embraced a proposal made to her by Price to join his company, as her only resource, and being young and beautiful, it is not extraordinary that she should have excited a flame in the bosom of her new admirer. She was unfortunately drowned in her 18th year in crossing the Boyne, through the negligence of the ferryman. To return, however, to the company. The money which had been raised was found to be quite expended on their arrival at Londonderry, and some means, it was determined, must be found to recruit their bank. In this dilemma, Price insinuated to our adventurer that a young man of his address and appearance might easily introduce himself into the public places, to which the merchants and dealers of the town resorted, and that he might, without difficulty, find opportunities of picking their pockets, and escaping unseen and undiscovered. The idea pleased Barrington, and the fair coming on, offered a favourable juncture at which to commence his new profession. The design was carried into execution in the course of the ensuing day with very great success, their acquisitions amounting to about 40 guineas in cash, and £150 in bank notes. The circumstance, it may readily be supposed, excited no small alarm among the honest traders on its becoming generally known that robberies to so large an amount had been effected; but the players remaining in the town, suspicion did not rest upon them, and the depredation was put down to the score of some of the ordinary scamps who then, as well as now, followed the fairs in Ireland and England. It was resolved, however, that the company should quit Derry, and, after having played a few nights with more applause than profit, they removed to Ballyshannon, where our hero may be said to have commenced the business of a professed pickpocket in the summer of the year 1771, in the 16th year of his age. At Ballyshannon he passed the autumn and winter of 1771, with the company to which he belonged, playing 2 days in the week, and picking pockets whenever the opportunity offered. And his business, though attended with some danger and certain infamy, he found so much more lucrative than that of the theatre, where his fame and his proficiency by no means kept pace with the expectations raised by his first appearance, that he determined to quit the stage. He now commenced what is called a gentleman pickpocket, by affecting the airs and importance of a man of fashion; but he was so much alarmed at the detection and conviction of his preceptor Price, who was sentenced to transportation for 7 years, that he hastened to Dublin, where he practised his pilfering art during dark evenings only. He soon made his own country too hot to hold him, for at one of the races in the county of Carlow he was detected picking the pocket of a nobleman, but upon restoring the property his lordship declined any prosecution, and he therefore left Ireland, and for the first time appeared in England in 1773. On his first visit to Ranelagh with a party, he quitted his friends, and picked the pockets of the Duke of Leinster and Sir William Draper of a considerable sum, and he also took from a lady a watch, with all which he got off undiscovered, and rejoined his friends. In 1775 he visited the most celebrated watering places, particularly Bath, and being supposed to be a gentleman of fortune and family, he was noticed by persons of the first distinction. On his return to London, he formed a connexion with one Lowe, and became a most daring pickpocket. He went to court on the Queen's birthday as a clergyman, and not only picked several pockets, but found means to deprive a nobleman of his diamond order, and retired from the palace without suspicion. In the course of the winter of 1775, the celebrated Russian Prince Orloff visited England. The various circumstances of his history, the high favour he enjoyed at the court of his sovereign, and the valuable presents he had received from her, were frequently mentioned in the public prints. Among the rest, a gold snuff box set with brilliants, and valued at the enormous sum of £30,000, particularly attracted the attention of Barrington. It was not long before he formed a plan for obtaining possession of it. A favourable opportunity one night presenting itself at Covent Garden Theatre, he contrived to get near the prince, and found means to convey the precious trinket out of his Excellency's waistcoat pocket into his own. This operation, however, was not performed with such dexterity as to escape detection. The prince felt the attack so impudently made upon him, and immediately seized the depredator by the collar. During the confusion that ensued, Barrington slipped the box into the hand of the owner, who was doubtless well pleased at having recovered it so easily. But the delinquent was nevertheless secured, and committed to Tothill Fields Bridewell, previous to his examination at Bow Street for the offence. On this occasion he represented himself as belonging to an affluent and respectable family in Ireland, adding that he had been educated for the medical profession, and had come to London to improve himself in it, and having accompanied this plausible representation with many tears, and seeming to rest so much on his being an unfortunate gentleman rather than a guilty culprit, Prince Orloff declined to prosecute, and he was dismissed by the magistrate with some wholesome admonition. This adventure, however, had no effect with our hero. He had gone too far to recede, and he was compelled to continue his depredations upon the public in order to obtain a living. In pursuit of his business, it was his custom to attend the sittings of the two Houses of Parliament, but being one day in the House of Peers, he was recognised by a stranger who was present, and turned out by one of the ushers, who was made acquainted with his character. A threat of vengeance was heard to slip from the lips of the thief, and he was taken into custody, and being unable to give security for his future good behaviour, he was committed to Tothill Fields Bridewell, and remained there during a considerable period of time. On his discharge, his only refuge was his old profession, but he had not pursued it long before he was detected in picking the pocket of a woman in Drury Lane Theatre, for which he was indicted and convicted at the Old Bailey in the year 1777, and was sentenced to 3 years' hard labour on board the hulks at Woolwich. The excellence of his deportment there, however, procured for him a mitigation of his punishment, and at the termination of a year he was set at liberty, in obedience to the recommendation of the superintendents of his gang. Within 6 months after his release, he was detected in picking the pocket of a lady during divine service in St. Sepulchre's Church, and being convicted of this offence, he was again sentenced to hard labour on the river, but for a period of 5 years, and in pursuance of his sentence he was removed to the hulks a second time in the year 1778. During this second confinement he either found that his sufferings were more severe, or his situation more desperate, than in his former imprisonment, and, wearied out with labour and disgusted with life, he determined to commit suicide. With this view he stabbed himself in the breast with a penknife, but the wound, though deep and dangerous, did not prove mortal, and it healed slowly, although it left the unfortunate prisoner in a state of the greatest weakness. While he was in this state he had the good fortune to attract the attention of a gentleman of rank, who happened to visit the hulks for the purpose of inquiring into the state of the convicts, and who, commiserating his wretched plight, exerted his influence, and procured for him a pardon on condition of his quitting the kingdom. The condition was eagerly accepted, and having been provided with money by his benefactor, he proceeded at once to Dublin. He had scarcely arrived in this city, however, before he was apprehended on a charge of picking the pocket of a nobleman of his gold watch and money at a theatre, but the evidence being defective, he was acquitted and discharged. Upon his defence to this charge he displayed considerable powers of oratory, and having been addressed by the judge in terms of suitable admonition, he spoke with great animation, and enlarged upon what he termed the force of prejudice, insinuating that the calumnies which he contended had been uttered against him in England had followed him to his native country. He then quitted the bar, and as soon as he had obtained his liberty, he deemed it prudent to retire from Dublin, and he proceeded to Edinburgh. Suspicions were, however, soon entertained of his character there, and, braving all danger, he returned to London, and then frequented the theatres, the Opera House, Pantheon, and other places of public resort, but was at length taken into custody. Having been acquitted for want of evidence of the charge brought against him, he was unexpectedly detained for having returned to England in violation of the condition on which his Majesty was pleased to grant him a remission of his punishment, and was accordingly confined in Newgate,
during the remainder of the time he was originally to have served on the River Thames. On the expiration of his captivity he returned to his former practices, but with greater caution. But in spite of all his cares, he was at length apprehended for picking the pocket of a Mr. Le Mesurier at Drury Lane Playhouse, but effected his escape from the constable, and while the lawyers were outlawing him, and the constables endeavouring to take him, he evaded detection by travelling in various disguises and characters through the northern counties of the kingdom. The appearances of a clergyman, a quack doctor, and a rider or traveller were in turn assumed, but going to Newcastle upon Tyne, he was secured and removed to London by a writ of habeas corpus. He now employed counsel, and had the outlawry against him reversed, and being then tried for stealing Mr. Le Mesurier's purse, was acquitted in consequence of the absence of a material witness. Being once more enlarged, he had the presumption to visit Dublin again, where, having been soon suspected, he with difficulty escaped to England, but soon after his arrival he was taken into custody for picking the pocket of Henry Hare Townsend, Esquire, at Epsom races. For this he was tried at the Old Bailey, September 1st, 1798, and found guilty, notwithstanding he made an ingenious defence. On September the 22nd, the Recorder pronounced the sentence of transportation on him for 7 years, when Barrington addressed the court to the following effect: "My Lord, I have a great deal to say in extenuation of the cause for which I now stand convicted at this bar. But, upon consideration, I will not arrest the attention of the honourable court too long. Among the extraordinary vicissitudes incident to human nature, it is the peculiar and unfortunate lot of some devoted persons to have their best wishes and their most earnest endeavours to deserve the good opinion of the most respectable part of society entirely frustrated. Whatever they can say, or whatever they can do, every word and its meaning, every action and its motive, is represented in an unfavourable light, and is distorted from the real intention of the speaker or the actor. That this has been my unhappy fate does not seem to stand in need of any confirmation. Every effort to deserve well of mankind, and my heart bore witness to its rectitude, has been thwarted by such measures as those, and consequently has been rendered abortive. Many of the circumstances of my life I can, without any violation of truth, declare to have, therefore, happened absolutely in spite of myself. The world, my lord, has given me credit for abilities, indeed much greater than I possess, and therefore much more than I deserved, but I have never found any kind hand to foster these abilities. I might ask where was the generous and powerful hand that was ever stretched forth to rescue George Barrington from infamy? In an age like this, which in several respects is so justly famed for liberal sentiments, it was my severe lot that no noble-minded gentleman stepped forward and said to me, "Barrington, you are possessed of talents which may be useful to society. I feel for your situation, and as long as you act the part of a good citizen, I will be your protector. You will then have time and opportunity to rescue yourself from the obloquy of your former conduct." Alas, my lord, George Barrington never had the supreme facility of having such comfort administered to his wounded spirit. As matters have unfortunately turned out, the die is cast, and as it is, I bend resigned to my fate, without one murmur or complaint. Having concluded this address, rendered more forcible by his pathetic manner, he left the bar with a respectful bow, and thus retired from public life in Europe to act his part in a new hemisphere. From the period of his conviction, Barrington's conduct was such as to retrieve his character from the disgrace with which he had loaded it during the former portion of his life. Soon after the ship in which he, with many other culprits, embarked for Botany Bay, had left England, a circumstance occurred which may justly be asserted to have laid the foundation of his subsequent good fortune. The humanity of the captain had induced him to release many of the convicts who were in a weakly state from their irons, and to permit them, alternately 10 at a time, to walk upon the deck. 2 of them, who were Americans, formed the design of seizing the ship, and prevailed on the majority of their comrades to enter into the plot. It was agreed that on the first favourable opportunity, part of those who were on deck should force the arm chest, overpower the sentinels, and then give a signal for those below to join them. This design was planned with great secrecy, and executed with equal spirit and audacity. One day, the captain and most of the officers being below, Barrington, who was the only man on deck except the man at the helm, heard a noise on the main deck, and going forward to ascertain its cause, was met by one of the Americans and another convict, who presented a sabre at his breast, which they had just wrenched from one of the sentinels, and commanded him instantly to stop and to make no noise. The sentinel at the moment came up, and with a pistol which he had just snapped at the villain's head, knocked upon the weapon, and Barrington, seizing the opportunity, snatched up a handspike, and felled his assailant to the ground. The man at the helm was a witness to this scene of violence, and gave the alarm, while Barrington meanwhile kept his situation, guarding the passage of the quarter-deck. His antagonists now retreated a few paces, but being joined by many others, were rushing upon him, when the discharge of a blunderbuss from behind our hero wounded several, and they retreated, and Barrington being by this time aided by the captain and the rest of the officers, the mutineers were in a few minutes driven below. An attempt of this kind required the most exemplary punishment, and accordingly 2 of the ringleaders were immediately hanged at the yard-arm, and several others severely flogged. Order being restored, the captain paid Barrington many handsome compliments for his conduct, to which he attributed the salvation of the ship, promised him a recompense for his services, and directed his steward to supply him with everything he wanted during the voyage. Accordingly, on the arrival of the ship at the Cape of Good Hope, he gave Barrington a draft on a merchant there for $100, with permission to go on shore as often as he pleased. Nor was this all, for when they reached the place of their final destination, the captain made such a favourable report of Barrington's character and merits to the governor of Port Jackson, that he immediately appointed him superintendent of convicts at a kind of colony from the parent settlement called Parramatta, where a convenient habitation was assigned him. Barrington's conduct in this situation was marked by such undeviating rectitude as not only to obtain him the esteem of the governor and other officers, but also to procure him the appointment of High Constable of Parramatta, with a salary of £50 a year, on which occasion the governor complimented him on the faithful discharge of his duty, which he considered as effacing his former misconduct. In this situation he continued some time, but in 1801 he was a mere living skeleton, and having lost the use of his intellectual faculties, had retired on a small pension. He died in 1804, a melancholy instance of perverted talents, and it is supposed that his mental imbecility was brought on by remorse and conscious sensibility, operating on a mind capable of better things. End of Part 50. Part 51 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 51. James Hadfield, tried for high treason in shooting at the King. The case of this unfortunate man has attracted universal attention, but its circumstances exhibit only that the most lamentable insanity existed in the mind of the prisoner. The trial of the wretched man came on in the Court of King's Bench on the 26th of June 1800, when the prisoner was arraigned upon an indictment which charged him with the shooting at the King in Drury Lane Theatre on the 15th of May preceding. The indictment having been read, the prisoner pleaded not guilty, and the Attorney General then opened the case against him. Mr. Joseph Craig was the first witness examined. He deposed that he was a musician at Drury Lane Theatre, and was there on the night of His Majesty honouring the performance with his presence. His attention was suddenly drawn to the prisoner, whose figure he saw elevated above the rest, his right hand being extended with a pistol pointed towards His Majesty. The pistol was immediately discharged, and then it fell down instantly. Several persons seized the prisoner at once, and he assisted in pulling him over the rails and in taking him into the music room. Mr. Sheridan and the Duke of York afterwards entered the room, when the prisoner said, "God bless your Royal Highness, I like you very well, you are a good fellow." Other witnesses deposed to the same effect, and stated in addition that they had remarked that the prisoner was a pitiful object before the dreadful attempt which he made. The situation which the prisoner selected was the best which he could have chosen for the object which he had in view.
he was observed to be agitated on the entrance of his Majesty, and on his bowing a second time to the audience, the prisoner raised his arm and fired. The pistol was picked up from the ground in front of him after he was taken into the music room. Mr. Law, one of the counsel for the prosecution, here desired that the Duke of York might be called, upon which the prisoner, in a paroxysm of enthusiasm, cried out, "God bless the Duke, I love him!" The court, seeing his agitation, immediately gave directions that he should be permitted to sit down, and Mr. Kirby, the keeper of the Newgate, who all the time sat next to him, told him that he had permission of the court to sit down, which he did, and remained composed during the remainder of the trial. The Duke of York then stated that he was present at the examination, and remarked at the time that he knew the prisoner, and that he had been one of his orderly men. The prisoner said, he knew his own life was forfeited. He regretted the fate of his wife only. He would be only 2 days longer from his wife, and added, the worst is not come yet. His Royal Highness said the prisoner appeared to be perfectly collected. After his Majesty had retired, his Royal Highness directed a search to be made in the King's box, when a hole was discovered, evidently made by the impression of a shot, 14 inches from his Majesty's head. It had perforated the pillar. In searching below, some slugs were found, and by the smell it appeared that they had been recently fired off. Mr. Erskine asked his Royal Highness if the most loyal and brave men were not usually selected to be the orderly men. His Royal Highness answered that the most tried and trusty men were appointed orderly men. When the prisoner was asked what could induce him to commit so atrocious an act, he said he was tired of life and thought he should have been killed. The evidence for the prosecution being closed, Mr. Erskine addressed the jury at considerable length. Major Ryan of the 15th Light Dragoons, in which the prisoner was a private, Hercules McGill, private in the same regiment, and John Lane of the Guards, all knew the prisoner and deposed to his having been guilty of different acts of insanity. Mr. Klein, surgeon, Dr. Crichton, physician, and Dr. Letherne, surgeon to the 15th Regiment, as professional gentlemen, gave testimony to their belief of the prisoner's insanity. Captain Wilson and Christopher Lawton of the 15th Light Dragoons, David Hadfield, brother to the prisoner, Mary Gore, sister-in-law to the prisoner, Catherine Harrison and Elizabeth Roberts, detailed different acts of insanity, particularly on the day previous to and on which he committed the crime for which he stood indicted, and the prisoner was found by the jury to be insane, and was remanded to be dealt with according to his Majesty's pleasure. He was subsequently removed to Bedlam, where he remains. Ravillac, who stabbed King Henry IV of France while in his coach and surrounded by his guards, was tortured to death in the following inhuman manner. At the place of execution, his right hand, with which he gave the fatal blow, was put into a furnace flaming with fire and brimstone, and there consumed. His flesh was pulled from his bones with red-hot pincers. Boiling oil, resin, and brimstone were poured upon the wounds, and melted lead upon his navel. To close the scene of horror, 4 horses were fastened to the 4 quarters of his body, which were torn asunder. He declared to the last moment that he had no accomplices, and that the only motive which impelled him to act the regicide was because the king tolerated 2 religions in France. His parents were banished their country, never more to return, on pain of immediate death, and his whole kindred, nay, every individual bearing the name, were ordered to renounce it, so that the name of Ravillac should never more be heard of in France. Richard Ferguson, alias Galloping Dick, hanged for highway robbery. The adventures of Galloping Dick are scarcely less notorious than those of the celebrated Turpin, or the unfortunate Dick King, the gentleman highwayman. Richard Ferguson was the son of a gentleman's valet, and was a native of Hertfordshire. Having received some little education, he was at an early age taken into employment in the establishment of his father's master as a stable boy. Being an active lad, and withal well versed in the management of horses, he was temporarily employed as postilion during the illness of the regular servant, but being at length compelled to return to his more humble duties as stable boy, his pride could ill brook the degradation, and he determined to look for higher employment. A friend of his master was in want of a postilion, and young Dick applied for the place. His qualifications were at once admitted, and he was engaged, and immediately accompanied his new employer to London. His habits were at this time of such a nature as to render him a favourite with his master, and by means of steadiness and perseverance he remained during a considerable period in the same service, but being at length discovered in a situation with one of the female servants, which left no doubt of his claims to a character for gallantry, he was dismissed. He remained out of place during a considerable period, and resorting to public houses, he became acquainted with a number of persons of his own condition, from whom he speedily acquired a knowledge of all the vices fashionable among the party-coloured gentry. He at length was compelled to accept employment in the service of a livery stable keeper in Piccadilly. But his master dying, he was again thrown upon the town, though not altogether without provision, for he had so far gained his master's good opinion that he had left him a legacy of £50. Dick was now the owner of a sum far greater than he had ever yet had the good fortune to possess, and he determined to commence business in a new line, that of gentleman. Purchasing mourning out of respect to his last employer, he frequented the theatres, and while at Drury Lane he became acquainted with a woman, his admiration of whose charms eventually, though by indirect means, proved his ruin. At first he was disposed to imagine that she was a person of respectability, but meeting with a ready acquiescence in his request to be permitted to accompany her home, he soon discovered the mistake into which he had fallen. Day after day he visited his Dulcinea until he had disposed of all the cash he possessed, and then he began to find that there were others whose visits were more welcome than his. He not unfrequently met persons in their way in or out of the house, with whose figures he became speedily familiar, and an accident subsequently made him acquainted with the nature of their avocations. Finding that he was no longer welcome to the house of his lady, he resolved now to endeavour to procure the means by which he hoped again to secure her favour, and he accepted a situation as postillion at an inn in Piccadilly. In his drives around the metropolis, he not unfrequently saw his rivals gaily dressed and mounted, but he was rather surprised one day, while on the North Road, at receiving a sudden summons to stop from a man, whose figure he fancied he recognised as that of one of them, but whose face was covered with crape. He speedily obeyed the order which he had so peremptorily received, and while the man who had called to him stood by his side with a pistol at his head, another, similarly disguised, galloped from a by-road to the chaise and demanded the money of its occupant. A sudden gust of wind now enabled our hero to satisfy himself of the truth of his surmises as to the highwayman near him, for the crape being momentarily blown from his face, he at once recognised in him one of the admirers of the lady of his affections, whom he subsequently found to be Jerry Avershaw. He stared at the man, but some persons at this moment appearing in view, the highwayman precipitately rode off. Avershaw, it appears, was no less uneasy at the discovery which he knew had been made than Ferguson was astonished, and pulling up with his companion at a roadside inn, they gave directions that Dick should be introduced to them on his stopping there to water his horses, on his way home with the return chaise. Upon his entry, an offer was immediately made to him of a bribe, to prevent his discovering the haunts of the thieves, and his acquiescence procured for him an invitation to sup with the highwayman on the same evening at their rendezvous in the Borough. With the money our hero flew to his doxy, but the lady, having now discovered his situation, declined to have anything more to say to him. The chance which had operated to deprive him of the society of the lady, however, gained for him the companionship of her visitors, and meeting Avershaw at the house which he had appointed, he was received with every mark of attention. A sumptuous supper was served, and a large party having assembled, the night was spent in boisterous hilarity. Ferguson was delighted with the society to which he was introduced, and at once assented to a proposition that he should become one of their number, a sharer in their dangers and profits. In obedience to a suggestion which was offered, it was determined, however, that he should not yet be called upon to enter into active service, but that he should furnish his associates with information as to the routes of the various chaises which went from the inn where he was employed, so that they might intercept them and rob them. He pursued this diabolical plan with so much success as frequently to obtain some share of very large booties, but at length, his connection with the highwaymen being suspected, he lost his place, and was compelled to take the road himself. In this new employment he was long remarked for the most extraordinary success. Of a bold and daring disposition, he defied danger. His skill in horses was found to be of the greatest importance to him, and the headlong pace at which he would travel when in pursuit of an object, or when chased, procured for him the name of Galloping Dick. Numerous were the escapes which he succeeded in making from his pursuers after he had committed robberies, and in one instance, having been concerned with 2 others in stopping 2 gentlemen in the Edgware Road, he succeeded in galloping off while his companions were secured, and upon being tried were convicted and executed. Nor were his successes confined to the road. In his amours he was equally bold and enterprising, and equally happy. He persuaded 2 married women, the wives of publicans in the borough, to elope with him, and his intrigues were almost innumerable. To follow him through the whole of his exploits would be to occupy a very considerable portion of our limits with the recital of his case alone. He was concerned in almost every robbery which was committed in the neighbourhood of the metropolis during the period at which he was celebrated, and his acquiescence and connection with other thieves were almost as extensive as his crimes. He was repeatedly in custody at Bow Street, and was several times tried at the Old Bailey, but acquitted. But at length, having been a party to a most daring robbery near Aylesbury, he was taken into custody within a short time of the commission of his offence, and being fully identified, he was committed to trial. He was indicted at the ensuing assizes, and a verdict of guilty having been found, he was sentenced to death. Upon his discovering that all hopes of mercy were in vain, he sedulously applied himself to a preparation for his approaching end, and upon the day of execution conducted himself with decent resignation. He was executed at Aylesbury in the month of April 1800. Joseph Wall, Esquire, executed for murder. Mr. Wall, or as he has been more commonly called, Governor Wall, was descended from a good family in Ireland, and entered into the army at an early age. He was of a severe and rather unaccommodating temper, nor was he much liked among the officers. Mr. Wall was Lieutenant Governor of Senegambia, but acted as chief, the first appointment being vacant. His emoluments were very considerable, as, besides his military appointments, he was superintendent of trade to the colony. It was an office he held but a short time, not more than 2 years, during which he committed the crime for which he suffered, by ordering Benjamin Armstrong to receive 800 lashes, on the 10th of July 1782, of which he died in 5 days afterwards. As soon as the account of the murder reached the Board of Admiralty, a reward was offered for his apprehension, but having evaded justice in 1784, he lived on the continent, sometimes in France, and sometimes in Italy, but mostly in France, under an assumed name, where he was admitted into good society. It is most extraordinary that a species of fatality almost invariably appears to attend persons who have been guilty of offences like that of Mr. Wall. A gnawing desire to return to London constantly preyed on the mind of that gentleman, and at length in the year 1797, having first written to a confidential friend to procure him lodgings, he once more appeared in the metropolis. His presence was quickly notified to his relations, who constantly urged the imprudence of this step, and the importance of his again retiring beyond the reach of the laws of England, but all remonstrance proved vain, and he continued to reside in his lodgings in Lambeth, scarcely exhibiting any desire to conceal his name, character, or situation. He soon afterwards removed to new apartments in Upper Thornhouse Street, Bedford Square, and from this time he seems to have contemplated surrendering himself to the government, in order that he might take his trial for the offence imputed to him. His mind appeared ill at ease, but he was evidently incapable of coming to any firm determination upon a point of so much importance to his interests and those of his family. It was not until the year 1801 that he at length summoned up courage to do that which he now looked upon as his duty to his country, and then he wrote to the government in terms singularly indicative of his disposition, saying that he was ready to give himself up, but not immediately tendering his person to custody. A communication of this character was not to be overlooked by a minister of state, and although it was extremely possible that in the case of his continued silence no steps would have been taken to procure the apprehension of Mr. Wall, orders were now given that he should be secured. At this period he was still living in Upper Thornhouse Street, and there he was apprehended by officers who received instructions from the office of the Secretary of State for the Home Department. On the 20th of January 1802, about 20 years after the commission of the crime with which he stood charged, Mr. Wall was indicted at the Old Bailey, and his trial came on before the Chief Baron of the Exchequer, Mr. Justice Rooke, and Mr. Justice Lawrence. Upon the case being called on, the prisoner informed the court that he was deaf, and requested to be permitted to sit near his counsel, but the Lord Chief Baron informed him that such an application could not be acceded to, for that there was a situation pointed out for persons placed in his condition, and that any distinction would be invidious. The case then proceeded, and it was proved by the witnesses that Armstrong was far from being undutiful in his behaviour, that he was, however, tied to the gun carriage. Black men brought there for the purpose, not the drummers, who in the ordinary course of things would have had to flog him, supposing him to have deserved flogging, but black men were ordered to inflict the punishment ordered. Each man took his turn, and gave this unhappy sufferer 25 lashes, until he had received the number of 800, and the instrument with which the punishment was inflicted was not a cat o' nine tails, which is usually employed, but a piece of rope of greater thickness, which was much more severe than the cat. During the time at which this inhuman punishment was being inflicted, the prisoner stood by, and with a degree of cruelty almost unparalleled, urged the executioners to cut him to the heart and liver, and in answer to the poor wretch's cries for mercy, he was proved to have declared that the 6th season coming on with the punishment would do for him. At the conclusion of the flogging, the miserable being was conducted to the hospital, and there, at the expiration of 5 days, he died, declaring that he had been punished without trial. The defence set up was that the deceased had been guilty of mutiny, and that the punishment was not so severe as reported, but that the deceased was suffered to drink strong spirits when in the hospital. Several witnesses were called on the part of the prisoner, particularly Mrs. Lacey, widow of the captain who succeeded Mr. Wall, and Mary Falkner, who not only agreed with him in the outrageous conduct of the men and the violent language they used, but both positively swore that Lewis, the first witness against the prisoner, was not the orderly sergeant on that day. John Falkner, Peter Williams, and some others who were present, were also examined, and their testimony went in full corroboration of the account given by the prisoner, and so far went to his justification, but in many material points it was in direct contradiction to the evidence which had been given by the witnesses for the Crown. The jury, after being out of court some time, pronounced a verdict of guilty. The recorder then proceeded to pass sentence of death upon the prisoner, that he be executed the following morning, and that his body be afterwards delivered to be anatomized according to the statute. Mr. Wall seemed sensibly affected by the sentence, but said nothing more than to request the court would allow him a little time to prepare himself for death. On the 21st of January a respite was sent from the Lord Pelham's office, deferring his execution until the 25th, and on the 24th he was further respited until the 28th. During the time of his confinement previous to trial, he occupied the apartment which was formerly the residence of Mr. Ridgway, the bookseller. His wife lived with him for the last fortnight. Although he was allowed 2 hours a day from 12 to 2 to walk in the yard, he did not once embrace this indulgence, and during his whole confinement he never went out of his room, except into the lobby to consult his counsel. He lived well, and was at times very facetious, easy in his manners, and pleasant in conversation, but during the night he frequently sat up in his bed and sang psalms, overheard by his fellow prisoner. He had not many visitors, and his only attendant was a prisoner who was appointed for that purpose by the turnkey. After trial he did not return to his old apartment, but was conducted to a cell, and he was so far favoured as not to have irons put on, but a person was employed as a guard to watch him during the night, to prevent him doing violence to himself. On his return from court on the day of the trial, his bread was brought to him in the cell, on which he threw himself in an agony of mind, saying it was his intention not to rise until they called him on the fatal morning. The sheriffs were particularly pointed and precise in their orders with respect to confining him to the usual diet of bread and water, preparatory to the awful event, and this order was scrupulously fulfilled. The prisoner, during a part of the night, slept, owing to fatigue and perturbation of mind. The next morning his wife applied, but was refused admittance without an order from one of the sheriffs. She applied to Mr. Sheriff Cox, who attended her to the prison. From the time of the first respite until 12 o'clock on Wednesday night, he did not cease to entertain hopes of his safety. The interest made to save him was very great. The whole of Wednesday occupied the great law officers, the judges met at the Chancellor's in the afternoon, and the conference which then took place lasted upwards of 3 hours. All hopes were, however, in vain, and at a little after 4 o'clock on Thursday the 28th, the scaffold began to be erected by torchlight. The prisoner had had an affecting interview with his wife the night before, from whom he was painfully separated about 11 o'clock. Mrs. Wall then reluctantly departed, overwhelmed with grief and bathed with tears, while the unfortunate husband declared that he could now, with Christian fortitude, submit to his unhappy fate. During the greater part of the night he slept but little, but about 4 o'clock in the morning his sleep was observed to become sound, and according to the best recollection of his attendant, he continued in this sleep rather more than an hour, so that he could not have heard the fatal machine in its passage to the debtor's door. His voice preserved its usual strength and tone to the end, and though very particular in his questions respecting the machinery in every part, yet he spoke of his approaching execution and death with perfect calmness. At 6:30 in the morning, his prison attendant, going to his cell, was asked by him whether the noise he heard was not that of erecting his scaffold, but he was humanely answered in the negative. The ordinary, Dr. Ford, soon after entered, when the prisoner devoutly joined him for some time in prayer. They then passed on to an ante-room, when the governor asked whether it was a fine morning. On being answered in the affirmative, he said, "The time hangs heavily. I am anxious for the close of this scene." One of the officers then proceeded to bind his arms with a cord, for which he extended them out firmly, but recollecting himself, he said, "I beg your pardon a moment," and putting his hand in his pocket, he drew out 2 white handkerchiefs, one of which he bound over his temples, so as nearly to conceal his eyes, over which he placed a white cap, and then put on a round hat. The other handkerchief he kept between his hands. He then observed, "The cord cuts me, but it is no matter," on which Dr. Ford desired it to be loosened, for which the prisoner bowed and thanked him. As the clock struck 8, the door was thrown open, and Sheriff Cox and his officers appeared. The governor, approaching him, said, "I attend you, sir," and the procession to the scaffold over the debtor's door immediately succeeded. He had no sooner ascended it, accompanied by the ordinary, than 3 successive shouts from an innumerable populace, the brutal effusion of one common sentiment, evidently deprived him of the small portion of fortitude which he had summoned up. He bowed his head under the extreme pressure of ignominy, when the hangman put the halter over it. This done, Mr. Wall stooped forward and spoke to the ordinary, who, no doubt at his request, pulled the cap over the lower part of the face, when in an instant, without waiting for any signal, the platform dropped. From the knot of the rope turning round to the back of the neck, and his legs not being pulled, as at his particular request, he was suspended in convulsive agony for more than a quarter of an hour. After hanging a full hour, his body was cut down, put into a cart, and immediately conveyed to a building in Cow Cross Street to be dissected. He was dressed in a mixed coloured loose coat with a black collar, swan down waistcoat, blue pantaloons, and white silk stockings. He appeared a miserable and emaciated object, never having quitted the bed of his cell from the day of his condemnation till the morning of his execution. The body of the unfortunate gentleman was not exposed to public view, as was usual in such cases. Mr. Belfer, secretary to the Surgeon's Company, applied to Lord Kenyon to know whether such an exposure was necessary, and finding that the forms of dissection only were required, the body, after those forms had been complied with, was consigned to the relations of the unhappy man, upon their paying 50 guineas to the Philanthropic Society. End of part 51. Part 52 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 52. John Terry and Joseph Heald, executed for murder. These villains were executed for the wilful murder of a poor old woman named Elizabeth Smith, aged 67 years, their object being to possess themselves of a small sum of money, known to have been recently before transmitted to her by her son. Their trial came on at York on Friday the 18th of March 1803, and the indictment alleged the murder to have been committed at Flaminshaw, near Wakefield, in the same county. It appeared that the deceased was a respectable woman who obtained a humble living by disposing of the produce of 2 cows which she possessed. Misfortune, however, fell upon her, and her cows died, but through the instrumentality of her neighbours a subscription was raised for her, by which 1 cow was purchased. Her son, who was engaged in a decent way of life at Leeds, sent her 18 guineas to buy another, and this was the bait by which the wretched men whose crime we are about to describe were allured. On the morning of the 14th of January 1803, the poor old woman was found to have been murdered in her own house, under circumstances of very great barbarity, and suspicion having fallen upon the prisoners, they were taken into custody. Terry, then, driven by remorse, made a confession to Shaw and Linley, the constables by whom he had been secured. He said that he and Heald, having determined upon the perpetration of the murder, agreed to meet outside the house of the deceased at about 1 o'clock on the morning of the 14th of January. They met in accordance with their appointment, and Heald, having first entered the house by making his way through the first floor window, with his, Terry's, assistance, he directly afterwards placed something against the side of the house, by means of which he was enabled to follow him. On their gaining the room of Mrs. Smith, they found that she had been alarmed by the noise which they had made, and was getting up, but they directly attacked her and knocked her down, and when Heald had struck her several blows, he took out a razor. The deceased was now still on the ground, and he, Terry, held her head, while Heald cut her throat. But at length, his fingers being wounded, he called to his companion to desist, as they had done enough, and proposed that they should go and see if all was safe. He then ran downstairs, but returning in a few moments, he found that Heald had got the old woman into another room, and was beating her over the head with a pair of tongs. Upon seeing him, he struck her no more, and then they directly secured the money and made off. From the evidence of the constables, it further appeared that Heald, on hearing the confession of the other prisoner, upbraided him for deceiving him, and added, "Thou knowest I was not with thee." Terry answered, "Thou knowest there is a God above who knows all." And upon Heald remarking, "Thou hadst better lay it upon somebody else," he replied, "I will not hang an innocent man. Thou knowest there were but us 2, and God for our witness." This, together with some other circumstances of suspicion proved against the 2 prisoners, constituted the evidence against them, and the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Sentence of death was then immediately passed, and was ordered to be put into execution on the following Monday. But in the meantime a most extraordinary change took place in the demeanour of the prisoner Terry. Upon his being attended by Mr. Brown, the ordinary, he asserted that Heald was not guilty, and that if he were hanged he should be guilty of 2 murders instead of only 1. He entreated that the clergyman would endeavour to procure the respite of his fellow prisoner, and declared that he could not bear to be hanged with an innocent man. The whole of the circumstances were in consequence submitted to the consideration of the learned judge, and every measure of precaution was instantly taken by that learned individual to prevent the occurrence of an event which might deprive an innocent person of life. But as it was found that Heald made no attempt to join in the protestations of his companion, and further that the whole of Terry's conduct appeared to arise from a desire only that the execution should be respited, and that his declarations were contradictory and evidently devoid of truth, the law was ordered to take its course. On the way from his cell to the scaffold, Terry appeared to be in the highest state of excitement, and upon his appearance on the platform he exhibited a most extraordinary degree of stubbornness. He shouted to the mob assembled that they were going to hang an innocent man, and even made an effort to escape by jumping from the ladder placed against the gallows, and which he was only prevented from doing by the clergyman, who seized him by the collar. He then renewed his protestations of his own guilt and the innocence of his companion, and in spite of the entreaties of the clergyman and of Heald that he would allow him the benefit of the prayers, he continued to make the most clamorous resistance to the execution of the sentence. By the united exertions of 5 men he was at length dragged to the drop, and the rope was forced over his head; but in his efforts he tore off the cap, and at the moment at which the platform sunk, he made a spring, and throwing himself towards the side of the gallows, got a foot upon the beam, and caught the corner post with his arm. In this dreadful situation he supported himself for about a minute, when he was forced off by the executioner, and then, with his face uncovered, he was left suspended. In a few moments both he and his companion in crime were lifeless. Robert Smith, executed for robbery. This singular robber was a Scotchman, and one of those adventurers who, ingenious in wickedness, devise new plans of depredation, and make the industrious, whose hard earnings they enjoy, the chief objects of their prey. The mode of robbery which this man adopted was that of employing a hackney coach to drive him to some outlet, and then robbing the coachman in the first lonesome place he came to, in which for some time he was very successful. This trade he commenced early in the month of March 1803, when, being genteelly dressed, at night about 10 o'clock, he hired a hackney coach at Charing Cross, and ordered the coachman to drive to St. John's Farm, near the 1 Mile Stone on the Edgware Road. When the coach got to the top of the lane leading to St. John's Farm, Smith pulled the string and told the coachman to let him get out, for he had passed the house he wanted to go to, upon which the coachman got off his box and let him out of the coach. Smith then asking what his fare was, he told him 5 shillings and 6pence, when he put his hand into a side pocket, pulled out a pistol, and swore that he would immediately shoot him if he did not deliver his money. The coachman complied, and upon his demanding his watch, delivered that up also, and the robber succeeded in making his escape across the fields. On Monday the 6th of March, at about 11 o'clock at night, Smith hired another coach, and ordered the driver to proceed to St. George's Row on the Uxbridge Road. Upon his arrival at the place of his destination, he demanded the coachman's money and watch with the most horrid imprecations, and on some hesitation being shown to comply with his request, he produced a pistol and a tuck-stick, with the latter of which he wounded the driver in the side. 2 7-shilling pieces and 8 and 6pence in silver were then handed over to him, and he decamped, threatening the coachman with instant death in case of his attempting to pursue him. His career of guilt, however, was destined soon to close, for being met in King's Road, Chelsea, by a patrol named Jones, on Sunday night, the 20th of March, under suspicious circumstances, he was taken into custody, and a pistol and sword stick were found in his possession. Information of his capture being published, on the morning of his examination at Bow Street he was instantly recognised by Jones and Treadwell, the 2 coachmen, his robberies upon whom we have described, and further proof of his identity in the former case was found in a duplicate which was taken from his pocket, referring to the pawning of the watch of the prosecutor. 3 other charges of a similar character were subsequently preferred against him by other coachmen, whom he had induced to convey him to unfrequented places in the vicinity of London, and a 4th case of robbery on the highway was proved by John Chilton, a porter at Messrs. Spode's Staffordshire warehouse, whom he had met at Bayswater, and whom, after having maltreated and wounded, he had robbed of 3 shillings and 6pence. On his trial the prisoner was recognised as a discharged artilleryman, and was identified by Treadwell, one of his prosecutors, as having been his fellow prisoner in the King's Bench, and he was found guilty and sentenced to death. He was hanged at the Old Bailey in the month of June 1803, apparently fully sensible of the enormity of the crimes which he had committed. George Foster, executed for the murder of his wife and child. The conviction of this wretched man was founded entirely upon circumstantial evidence. He was indicted on the 14th of January 1803 at the Old Bailey for the wilful murder of his wife and child. From the testimony of the witnesses called in support of the case for the prosecution, it appeared that the prisoner lived in a place called North Row, Grosvenor Square, and that his wife and child lived with the mother of the former in Old Boswell Court, but were in the habit of going to the prisoner's lodgings to sleep every Saturday night. On the 4th of December, in compliance with this custom, his wife quitted her mother's house with the child, and was never more seen by her until the Wednesday following, when her body was picked up in the Paddington Canal, near the Mitre Tavern, at a distance of about 2 miles from Paddington. Inquiries were subsequently made, the result of which proved that the prisoner had been seen with his wife at the Mitre as late as 4:30 o'clock on the evening of the 5th of December, and that then they went away together, walking by the side of the canal towards London. The prisoner was met in town by an acquaintance at about 6 o'clock, but no suspicion was entertained until the discovery of the body. The prisoner was then taken into custody, when he declared that immediately on his leaving the Mitre he had quitted his wife, and had gone across the fields as far as Whetstone, on his way to Barnet to see 2 of his children, who were in the workhouse there, but that on his arrival there it was so dark that he returned to London at about 8 o'clock, but that he never saw his wife again. The learned judge, in summing up the case to the jury, remarked to them that the prisoner's story was utterly at variance and inconsistent with the evidence adduced, and a verdict of guilty was returned, and the prisoner was sentenced to death. He subsequently confessed the justice of his conviction and punishment, and admitted that he had conducted his wife twice to the same spot with the same object, before he could summon up the courage to destroy her. He assigned no reason for the diabolical deed, except that he had taken an unaccountable dislike for her, and did not know how otherwise to rid himself of her. He was executed at the Old Bailey on the 18th of January 1803. After he had hung the usual time, his body was cut down and conveyed to a house not far distant, where it was subjected to the galvanic process by Professor Aldini, under the inspection of Mr. Keat, Mr. Carpew, and other medical gentlemen. Mr. Aldini, who was the nephew of the discoverer of this most interesting science, showed the powers of galvanism to be far superior to those of any other stimulant. On the first application of the process to the face, the jaw of the deceased criminal began to quiver, and the adjoining muscles were horribly contorted, and one eye actually opened. In the subsequent part of the process, the right hand was raised and clenched, and the legs and thighs were set in motion. Mr. Pass, the beadle of the surgeon's company, being officially present during the time of these extraordinary experiments, was so alarmed that on his going home he died from fright. An experiment of another description was made on a convict named Patrick Redmond, who was hanged for a street robbery on the 24th of February 1767, in order to bring him to life. It appears that the sufferer had hung 28 minutes, when the mob had rescued the body and carried it to an appointed place, where a surgeon was in attendance to try the experiment of bronchotomy, which is an incision in the windpipe, and which, in less than 6 hours, produced the desired effect. A collection was made for the poor fellow, and interest made to obtain his pardon, for it will be remembered that the law says the condemned shall hang until he is dead. Consequently, men who, like Redmond, recovered, are liable to be again hanged up until they are dead. End of Part 52.